Hyderabad BGMI fans! Hello, Naro! Are you guys ready to have some fun? Are you guys ready to support your favorite teams? And one important question. Are you guys ready to make some noise? Then let's do this. We are live across the globe from Hyderabad's High-Tech Exhibition Center. पूरी दुनिया इस समय आपको देख रही है हैदराबाद, तो एक बार दुनिया को बता दो कि आप लोग यहाँ पहुंच चुके हैं. Please make some noise and say hello to the world. अब इस एग्जीबिशन सेंटर की खासियत यह है कि इस एग्जीबिशन सेंटर ने बहुत से आर्टिस्ट को देखा है, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को देखा है, इनोवेटर्स को देखा है, लेकिन अगले 3 दिन आप यहां देखेंगे the top 16 BGMI teams of India. So are you ready to support them? All right. अब आपको ये बता दूं कि इंटेंस गेमिंग एक्शन तो आपको यहां पर दिखेगा ही, लेकिन हैदराबाद शहर की अगर बात करें तो आपके शहर में स्टाइल है, टशन है, स्वैग है. So, are you ready to welcome the top 16 teams of India? Then let's do that in style. And ये स्टाइल और टशन के साथ हमारे टीम्स को यहां पर इंट्रोड्यूस करने के लिए जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए मेरे दोस्त को. लेट्स वेलकम द वन एंड ओनली Jared.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rise above?
What an electrifying moment, what an electrifying mahal. Jared, let's do this here. Why are we waiting? Let's just get the teams here.
I'm already feeling the vibe from the entire of Hyderabad. It feels like the entire city is present here at the High-Tech Center.
And जिन लोगों को अभी तक नहीं पता है, मैंने ये सुना है कि कुछ लोग यहाँ पर बाहर वेट कर रहे हैं, उनको पता नहीं कि कौन से हॉल में आना है. तो ऐसा कर दो, थोड़ी सी आवाज करके उनको बता दो कि इस हॉल में आना है. Let's make some noise and help our friends out. All right, I think that will help a lot. So, Jared, take it over. Let's call the top 16 teams of BGMI. Over to you, Jared.
BGMI fans, we are live from High-Tech Exhibition Center. This is the BGIS Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the battlegrounds are set. The casters are ready. The warriors are ready. Hyderabad, I got one question and one question for you all. Are you ready? Let's meet the finalists. With tactical brilliance and unstoppable gameplay, they strike fear into the hearts of the enemies. Grit, glory, and greatness. Global ESPORTS!
They are fighting. They are fighting. They got everything. They got.
What a play! What a play! What a positioning!
मम्मी एक बार फिर से आपको आगे जाते हुए दिखाई दिया.
Unmatched precision and tactical clutch play. The masters of eliminating their opponents, striking with accuracy. Team AARU!
टीम आरू गेमिंग वो यहाँ पर बताते हुए जताते हुए कि वो एक्सपीरियंस क्यों कैरी करते हैं इतना ज्यादा। आरू गेमिंग वो 1v4 करेंगे NIY को। आर यू फ्रीकिंग किडिंग?
They possess the heart of champions and the mind of strategists. Immense skill and determination to conquer it all. Team ESPORTS!
सारंग उन्होंने 3 खिलाड़ियों को समाप्त कर दिया।
And Ninja gives them a treat that they will never ever forget.
टीम एक्सपार्ट, क्या बढ़िया कोऑर्डिनेशन, क्या बेहतरीन गेम प्ले और एलिमिनेशन।
Of domination and unstoppable triumphs. They bring firepower to the battlefield. Make some noise for iQOO Soul!
ट्रॉली को आप देखिए वो बिल्कुल फियरलेस के आगे बढ़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। नकुल के द्वारा आसानी से उनको समाप्त भी किया जाएगा।
को स्पॉट नहीं किया, एस पावर को मौका मिला एक ओपनिंग और सोल लग रहा है एक बहुत आसान चिकन डिनर उनकी झोली में जाएगा।
Fearless and fierce, aggressive gameplays and relentless spirit, a force to be reckoned with. FS Esports!
क्लच करेंगे, क्लच इनका नाम है, क्लच इनका काम है। खत्म होते आपको दिखेगा कि दूर से 47 की तरफ से स्प्रे आए, बट ट्रे स्कॉट लाजवाब ट्रेसिंग, लाजवाब स्प्रे।
एफएस का बढ़िया गेम रहा।
आगे तो है बट यहाँ पे उनके अपोनेंट भी है। विजार्ड उन्होंने 2 प्लेयर्स को डाउन किया।
Rising through the ranks with flawless teamwork and impeccable excellence, the extraordinary VASISTA ESPORTS!
गॉड वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, वो स्पॉट करना चाहते हैं। गलती हुई वहां पे।
ऑस्टिन एक बार फिर से वो बेहतर प्रदर्शन दिखाते हुए वो आगे बढ़ाते हुए नजर आते हैं, बट अभी के लिए रेज गॉड उन्होंने आते ही खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया। ESPORTS देयर ऑफ टू अ वेरी गुड स्टार्ट।
And tactical expertise. They strike with precision. Here to redeem themselves, Team TAMILAS!
passing Maxi, he is moving ahead. एक और टीम का सफाया वो करना चाहते हैं. Mr. Erangel वो आखिरी प्लेयर बचे अपनी टीम के लिए.
खिलाड़ी बहुत ज्यादा दूर है. टीम तामिलास हो सकता है कि वो सेकंड रन निकाल के जाए क्योंकि वाइड पर वो प्लेस उनके बाहर चले गए.
Silent but deadly. Their ambushes are legendary. Their marksmanship second to none. Raven Esports!
अब क्या कमबैक है यहाँ पे. हम सबको बचाया. टीम रेवन is on a roll right now. और उन्होंने वो नॉक निकाला अपनी टीम के लिए. रीपर टीम रेवन वो बहुत सारे फिनिशर के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए पर चुनौती अभी उनके सामने मौजूद.
Excitement and a flair for the dramatic. Experience and tactical defending. Domination with relentless passion. Give it up for CARNIVAL Gaming!
Goblin
Vidya और Omega, he takes one down, Neo takes another. तीसरा खिलाड़ी भी यहाँ पे डाउन.
What?
चौथे को भी स्पोर्ट करा, चौथे को भी डाउन करा. कार्निवल गेमिंग.
एंगल और नियो वो 1v3 करके जाएंगे टीम iQOO सोल को.
With a blend of strategy and brute force, they have earned their place amongst the greats. Redefining excellence, raise the roof for Team LIMRA Esports!
सामने ड्रॉप यहाँ पे शॉट दिया एंड हेड फॉर रोज. 2 फ्रैग्स निकालेंगे.
किया गया बट ये एक शानदार ग्रेनेड. पोको का आता हुआ भी डाउन होते हुए नजर आएंगे. बट टीम लिम्रा, वही टीम लिम्रा की बात करें, वो टीम रेकरी को एलिमिनेट करते हुए नजर आएंगे.
Their movements are swift. Their strikes are lethal. Fear the unstoppable Kevin X Venom!
अल्तू के द्वारा आएगा.
डीजे फ्यूरी शुरुआत भी करेंगे. उस नेट के साथ क्या ही शानदार नॉक निकाला है.
बट यहाँ पे फ्यूरी ने थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे गेम खराब कर दिया. गेमिनी स्पोर्ट्स के द्वारा जो 20 फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं. बॉय ओ बॉय.
With relentless aggression, embracing an invincible conquering mindset, paving the path to victory, Team 8-Bit!
के द्वारा वो एक बढ़िया ओपनिंग आती रहेगी.
लेकर के रन ओवर करने की कोशिश. एक और ग्रेनेड जाएगा. आईजेल डाउन. इट्स टाइम टू सेलिब्रेट टीम 8-bit क्योंकि उनका जो प्रदर्शन है, उनका जो रिडेम्पशन है, वो ऑन टॉप हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ।
Dominating the battlefield with aggressive, flawless executions. They are here to claim the trophy. Team Insane!
टापू ने बहुत शानदार ये काम किया। टीम इंसेन डेस्ट्रो द डिस्ट्रॉयर उनका भी पतन, बट इंसेन मूव कर नहीं रहे हैं। ये नीड कैसे जगह जाएगा? जी हाँ, सही जगह जाएगा।
ही आएगा टीम इंसेन, वो अभी तक इस मुकाबले में सबसे ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग देखने को मिल रहे हैं।
Impeccable game sense, unmatched gun power, ruthless and radiant reckoning esports.
बगी लेकर के बिल्कुल ओपन में आएगी और आप वो कॉन्फिडेंस तो देखिए हंटर्स का। वो 3 प्लेयर्स के साथ यहाँ पे मौजूद शिकारी जॉर्ज वो एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन करेंगे।
बट वाइपर स्पॉट करा फाइनली यहाँ पे और बहुत आसानी से एक और नॉक निकाला।
वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डोमिनेंट टीम ऑफ द लॉबी इज
with a burning desire to conquer, setting the battleground ablaze, raise the roof for Inferno Squad.
देखिए तो सही, ओमेगा का जलवा देखिए।
तो जिन तो आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। एक आखिरी ग्रेनेड गया जिन के द्वारा K9 का समापन।
बात भी मैन एडवांटेज है नहीं, बट जतिन क्या बेहतरीन रेजिस्टेंस वो प्रोवाइड करेंगे।
इन्फर्नो स्क्वाड ने गर्मी
The IGL has a chance to win his 3rd BGIS title. Give it up for MOGO Esports!
The destroyer takes one down as well.
शोगन वो आगे जाना चाहते हैं। एक बार फिर से उन्होंने स्विच किया, पर स्विच करने का कुछ था
जाएगा डेस्ट्रो, वो हाइट के एडवांटेज से मुश्किलें बढ़ाएंगे और जाएगा वो esports के द्वारा क्लच, वो आगे नहीं जा पाएंगे। डेल्टा बीजी
Ladies and gentlemen, these are your finalists for the BGIS tournament. Get ready for an epic showdown. Make some noise! All right, before we move ahead, let me call the man, the host for the moment, Rohit Varghese.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank the one and only Jared! Jared, that was amazing. Thank you so much for getting all the 16 top teams of BGMI 2024 on stage. They are ready to battle it out, give their best, because this is their chance to make history.
You're exactly right. These guys have been practicing. I've seen them over the past week, and they've been practicing non-stop for 12 hours. These guys are not mere athletes. They are modern-day warriors.
Yes, and of course, one of them will be crowned the champion. So, Hyderabad, शुरू करें? सुनाई नहीं दे रहा यार, मतलब शुरू करें? But before we start with the BGMI action, I would request everyone who is able to please stand up for the national anthem. यदि आप सक्षम हैं तो कृपया करके राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाइए. BGMI action. हैदराबाद जाना जाता है अपने 4 मीनार के लिए, लेकिन अगले 3 दिन जो टीम यहां पर 4 चांद लगाएगी वो ले जाएगी ये चमचमाती ट्रॉफी. उनको मिलेगा स्वैग, उनको मिलेगा फ्लेक्स करने का मौका, उनको मिलेगा द लायन शेयर. तो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, it is now time to get started with the BGMI action. And ये action शुरू करने के लिए let's head over to our amazing casters.
Thank you so much, Rohit. And now we're live from the Hyderabad High-Tech's Exhibition Center with the BGIS 2024 Grand Finals. I'm going to be a hosting caster Necro, and John alongside with me on the panel are going to be these two handsome gentlemen, Fixes and Johnny. And guys, already the stadium's starting to pack up. It's looking pretty incredible. The white's quite electric.
Yeah, it is electric indeed. I mean, we had this amazing opening ceremony, and trust me, I have goosebumps right now. I don't know how Fixes is doing.
I mean, the atmosphere is electric like we've all discussed, but we bring along the storyline. The destiny, the fate awaits for all these players. 18 matches and anything can happen.
Top 16 teams are over here inside of the arena, just waiting to get their hands on that trophy right there on the stage. And we started things off with so many teams. From the grind, we had 256 invited teams. Then later on, we were inside of the round one where we had 1,024. And now they're narrowed down to just the top 16.
Exactly. I mean, it's been a long journey, almost 2 months in the making, and we're still asking the same questions. Who will be the champion of BGIS 24? But we don't have to wait much longer. 3 days, as Fixer said, 18 matches, and we will have our answer.
Yeah, and the best part about the Grand Finals is that every single team over here, they're capable of snatching away that trophy. Yeah. But what are they also fighting for? The bragging rights are there, but also the prize pool of 2 crore rupees is on the line, from which the champion team will be getting 60 lakh, the second one will be getting 30, and the third one will be getting 20 Fixes.
Of course, and it does not get bigger than this. It does not get better than this. We've all been fighting for it. We've all been watching them at duke it out. But today, it is all that matters, right? We've got 6 matches to go. And like I said, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Every single team is over here to conquer their fears and claim that trophy to themselves. And as we also know, there's some individual prizes as well available. The MVP of the tournament will be getting 250, and also the most finishes will be getting 1 lakh for themselves. But this is pretty much going to be the schedule of the day. We're going to kick things off with Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Vikendi. These are going to be the 4 played maps today. And of course, 6 matches are going to be played in 1 day. And then you've also got the point structure right next to it. This point system in 2024 has been changed in the official tournament, and it's been making a lot of that impact on the players' playstyle.
Yeah, it's been quite incredible. The new meta that has formed because of the point structure coming into play was something that we expected, but not to be taken to this level. I mean, the aggression that has been brought into the matches was something else. And we're seeing new names join the list of these finalists just because they were aggressive enough. They had the audacity to charge into fights and seize the glory when the moment called for it.
Hey, but you know what? Let's look at the top 16 playing teams once again to just know who exactly is going to be there playing on the stage. You've got teams like CG, Venom Gaming, FS Esports, Global Esports, Reckoning, 8-Bit, AARU, Team Insane, a team that barely clutched their spot, but then VASISTA Esports. This entry was so surprising.
I mean, every single team out there has a stake at the Prime Trophy, right? We've been talking about it, Johnny and Necro. Everyone has had their moments. Everybody has gotten those chicken dinners. Everybody has gotten aggressive when the time needed to be. And today, like I've been saying, right, anyone can claim the trophy.
Yeah, and in 2024, we're seeing so many of these newer faces this time. So many young guns. So much firepower at the stake over here, too. Look at Team X-Park. They started things off with a bang. A flawless run. Not exactly flawless, if you'd like to say it. They started things off in the grind. Unfortunately, they got eliminated from the grind. But then later on, from the round 1, there's no looking back.
Exactly, but this was the story we were hoping for from the side of X-Park as well. And it's quite similar to how things went for them in the previous iteration of the tournament as well. But the story of redemption, it goes on, and hopefully the finals are going to be no different, right?
But speaking of aggressive teams, there's another lineup, Global Esports. You know, so many questions were raised on the Mobby, but now this man has made the players play so aggressive in the lobby that everyone fears that name.
Of course, they're the big dogs, right? It is either their way or the highway. They go big or they go home. We've always been talking about their first games, right? The first day, they need to have that momentum. Otherwise, it all goes crushing down. But for the now, how this team is particularly playing, I really have high hopes for them.
Now let's speak about the defending champions. This time representing a complete new banner. That's going to be MOGO Esports, Destro and the boys. They're once again ready to snatch away that trophy. They want to make sure this BGIS 2024 is also going to be on their way. But what do you think? Which team can be the team that can give them the toughest fight?
I mean, I want Reckoning Esports to step up. I mean, it's a new set of players, new faces we are seeing on the stage for the first time. And they've definitely proven over their journey in the regular season that they have what it takes to challenge teams like MOGO Esports, teams like Carnival Gaming for the trophy and for the title. And it's going to be very impressive. We look at the crowd right now. They are all quite excited to see what happens, to see how the story of this grand finals unfolds in front of our eyes over the next 3 days. And of course, the beautiful city of Hyderabad. People have been so welcoming, and the energy is just on a completely different level.
I mean, you still see the godlike fans inside of the crowd. I mean, they were just hoping that they would have qualified in the top 16. Unfortunately, that team's not playing over here. But then you move on towards some of the more scout fans, mortal fans, and of course the SA2O fan that are still over there. And speaking about iQOO Seoul, man, another one of the formidable opponents that are still playing in the top 16. It's a champions lineup. They've proven it time and time in the past.
Of course, I mean, when you talk about iQOO Seoul, they just recently won an official event, and we know the mentality is there, right? They have been duking it out. They have been practicing. We've seen them in the hotels. They do not even come out. They've been grinding it out together. Everything chalked down right to the T. So this is one of those teams to beat. Now, we've also been talking about the other undergods, right? Definitely Team LIMRA is one of them.
Oh, Team LIMRA. What a wild card entry that was, Johnny.
Yeah, no one expected LIMRA to pop off at the right time. When the moment called for them to go all or nothing, they did it and they seized the glory. That is why they are here. And of course, the confidence that these lads have sort of displayed, put on display in the previous round as well, that was something that we did not expect from a new set of players. So now this is a real challenge. You have thousands of people live in the arena watching you, all eyes on you. Can you still put up the same numbers on the board.
Oh, there's definitely going to be those early game jitters if you speak of. But then you talk about another new teams, right? You've also got Inferno squad in the mix. And that team, yes, they did barely qualify, but still they've got the firepower, man, in my opinion.
They definitely pack a lot of punch. We've seen them. They've always struggled right in the start. But during the mid phases of the tournament, they've always recovered. They've always punched back. You talk about their player, Zin. He's one of those players. Definitely look out for in the map of Sanhok. Then Jatin. He's the one and only exceptional player that has really stood up to the occasion.
Exactly. There's so many teams that are capable, but then look at the audience. Still just so stoked, so excited for the first game to begin. Johnny, I'm pretty sure even you're really excited.
Yeah, I am very excited. One thing, as you mentioned, I mean, even though there was a big name that did not qualify, I love the fact that the fans still show up to motivate the players that are watching the games right now. I'm pretty sure they are watching as well. And I'm sure they also feel the love of the fans that are still here cheering for them, hoping to see them in the future tournaments. But of course, we all know if iQOO Soul is there in the finals, there is one name that's going to be heard over everyone else's.
Oh, are you speaking of?
iQOO Soul, S-Power.
Oh, S-Power. There's also Manya these days, man. He's been shining up to the occasion.
Manya has always been there, but the problem is, and I think Fixes can relate to this one, IGLs do not really get that much glory.
But he's one of them. He's done
one
that.
of the best,
Of course, he's done that, and he's got one of the highest numbers on the board.
Exactly.
If you just look at the statistics. But then again, it is not just about Manya and S-Power, right? It's also Ronnie. It is also Knuckle. And who knows? Who knows? We might get to see Joker also playing.
Oh, I mean, speaking of Knuckle, though, he's been that main string that's always just holding the team together. We've seen Knuckle pull off some incredible clutches in the past. He's getting those crucial points secured. And then, how can you forget about another good team? That's going to be CG, and Goblin has been at the top of the charts.
Of course, when you look at Carnival Gaming, they've had their storyline, they've seen the highs, they've seen the lows. It has always been that bumpy ride. But then again, Carnival Gaming, they are meant for a stage like this. They love to soak in that pressure, and we know, we trust Omega and the boys. They have been flying high, and who knows, they might just lift the trophy.
I mean, so many teams, so many dreams, all for that one single trophy, and 60 lakh rupees are also on the line. Just imagine the bragging rights that you get, and Destro has already got that feeling in the past.
Of course he has, and I've had a lot of conversations with Destro, and he's always calm as cucumber. We've been talking about is what is their secret sauce, and that has always been the camaraderie, the brotherhood that they bring along, trusting, that unwavering faith they have on each other has always made them the champions that they're meant to be.
But speaking of the day one, there's always been that one team that likes to kickstart things in their fashion. Team Insane! How can you forget this team? Always in the first game, they do secure that chicken dinner.
I mean, that has been true, but then again, day number 2 and day number 3 have not really been kind to them. That is the historic run for Team Insane. And Necro is right. Day 1, they put up amazing numbers. I don't think anyone can match what Team Insane does during the day 1 of every single tournament, every single final we have seen them in. And I think today the expectations are going to be similar, but then again, what we want from Team Insane is consistency over 3 days.
And the crazy part is, for so many teams, it's their first land fixes.
Of course it is, and you're starting to feel those nerves, right? The butterflies in your stomach, suddenly your hands start to tremble, you cannot soak in a lot of that pressure, which you should not. But then again, this is what I always have been saying, right? You need to understand for the fact that you've got nothing to lose, and beyond it all, you've got to rise above everything and make waves.
Speaking of making waves, FS Esports, another one of those teams, of course, newer names on the block, but these guys are still able to make those waves non-stop. But the fans, once again, just cheering for their favorite teams, and we do see a lot of those X-Park fans, huh?
Yeah, I mean, the arena is filled with a lot of X-Park and iQOO Soul fans, and of course, I love the fact that all of them are just sitting together, they're cheering for different teams, but they came together, they showed up together. And of course, it is going to be exciting, but there is this thing, right? If you have a lot of fans in the arena, sometimes that, along with the number of fans you have, the pressure also builds up. I know for a fact the players from iQOO Soul, they have this amazing backing, the dynamic duo of Iogi and Mayavi in the backlines that do make sure that the players remain calm. But, so this is for everyone watching us all right. And my co-commentators will corroborate with my story. The arena was shaking a few moments ago when these fans entered.
It was. They were making so much noise, and that's why we said the vibe's quite electric.
Yes.
And we can still feel the goosebumps, right, Fixes?
Oh, certainly we can. And we've been talking about so many of these teams. We've forgotten one. That is Team X-Park, right?
Oh, yeah.
Of course, one of them destined to win it all. They've had the longest storyline. The storyline has been quite gruesome, but who knows? The first game is going to be exciting.
But I've just got an information. I've just got an exclusive news. I guess Mortal is in the arena now.
Oh, yeah.
Soon enough, the arena is once again going to start to shake.
I mean, Mortal is here, Thug is here, and you know what? They brought special flags for their teams.
Ooh.
And it is going to be exciting. I'm pretty sure we're going to see those flags in action. They're waiting for one more thing to show up. And once that is there, you're going to see different kind of flags.
I guess iQOO Soul has already got that edge above all the other teams, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be the crowd buff when they start cheering for that team. The first elimination, if that goes in their name, it will be super fun to witness. And knowing what iQOO Soul likes to play, or the way they like to play, they like to start things off on the aggressive note, right?
Yeah, they do, and it is an aggressive lineup, and we have seen that aggression come into play as well. It is all of that firepower that Fixes was also mentioning a few moments ago. S-Power, Ronnie, Knuckle being there, and the big brain plays from Manya. This team is going to be difficult to beat, but there's one more name we have missed out on, and it is, they definitely do deserve the recognition, Team TAMILAS.
Ooh, Team TAMILAS, these guys have been trying for the past years over and over again to get in the official land, and now they've finally made the entry. Fixes, what do you think is going to be their mindset?
You know, for Team TAMILAS, they've always played for the center of the circle, to the point where they realize that that's not working out for them. They've started executing those fights. They've got a redemption story going on with them. Mr. Erangel, one of those players definitely to eye out for, and Team TAMILAS, who knows, they also might surprise us.
And I think another redemption story is Team AARU.
Oh yeah.
Now, that is a story that everyone was excited about when we saw this name move on from the semis to the finals. Everyone was about to lose their minds, like what just happened, but it was a brilliant setup and a brilliant execution from AARU and the lads, and let's see how successful they can be now that they're finally here.
How can we forget about another big banner? That's going to be 8-Bit.
8-Bit,
Even these guys have been trying over and over again, and now they've finally breached in the top 16 of the official land.
Imagine, this team was formed just mere days before the registration ended. Aditya coming out of nowhere from Godlike, he lashed onto something, and look at where he is, gracing the stage of the land when Godlike they're watching this event from their homes.
And then you talk about the band of misfits. You know who I'm talking about. VASISTA eSports. These guys, they like to play it a little bit passive, but this time if they want to aim for the trophy, they need to amp up the aggression.
Exactly, and of course having that experience in terms of Austin being there in the lineup as well, I think it does prove a little bit of benefit for the team as well, considering, as you mentioned, band of misfits playing together. You need that one solid link within your team that ties everyone and keeps everyone on the same page, and I think Austin, being the senior in terms of the competitive experience of the game, has that responsibility. He's been doing a phenomenal job so far with the team, but let's see. I mean, it is a LAN, so things can definitely go wrong or they can turn right.
I mean, Johnny, you know soon enough the game's going to be rolling up on the screen, and I guess the audience is also getting super riled up.
Hey, Mazy predictions. People are scared of him.
Of course, but we also do see a couple of empty chairs around the crowd, and if you guys do want to drop by and say hi, currently the tournament is happening in the Hyderabad High-Tech's Exhibition Center, Hall number 4, so make sure to drop by and say hi.
You know, this is mental. Look at the audience. Everybody's just running wild. Imagine the first game begins and suddenly we see that first elimination. I think the floor's gonna break tonight. But what I was really wanting to say, that VASISTA eSports, this has been one of those teams that have had the cleanest run so far. But let's not forget that they've never been on top. They need to get that. They need to go for all those eliminations. And I've been hearing those whispers in the woods. They're going for it. They are going to be the notorious ones in the lobby. So who knows, we might expect some surprises.
But speaking of surprises, I feel like a lot of these surprises will also be handed out by Raven eSports.
Oh, yeah.
We saw these players. They're so deadly, especially Reaper and AimGod. Reaper was fragging throughout the entire BGIS till the round 3. But then later on, that's when AimGod took in control and he made sure that his team was going to qualify in the top 16.
Exactly, and it's always important for someone from the team to start to step up, to take the charge when the team is not doing so well. And I think the best part about teams like Raven, teams like LIMRA, INFERNO squad is the fact that when you're trying to make a name for yourself, when you're trying to prove that you have what it takes chance to stand on the stage and to have a spot on this stage, you have nothing to lose. These new teams, they're not afraid of anything. It's all going to be a mental game from here on out.
The newer teams, they're here to prove something. Teams like Team LIMRA, Raven Esports, Inferno Squad, it's their first time on the chopping block. But if they do make a name for themselves in the upcoming events, they can perform even better. This is sort of like the experience that they're taking. But as we move on towards today's matches, of course we're going to kick things off with Erangel. Then later on we're going to transition on towards Miramar, Sanhok, Vikendi, and Miramar once again. And to end the day, we're going to move on towards Erangel once again.
And day number 1 is going to be super important. Let's not forget that. It's all about building up that momentum. It's all about getting around 8 to 9 average points per game. And if you manage to do that, you have to seize that one opportunity where the zone is going to favor you. Erangel game, a map that we are all well versed with. All the players are quite comfortable. But lately we've been witnessing the zones been playing with our minds and also the players. So who knows, we might have an unexpected first winner.
I love the fact that you brought up about the zones, right? The zones been super weird lately. They're so unpredictable.
Exactly. When we started our journey of the BGIS, we were getting those northern circles towards the northern islands, out in the open, the hills between shooting range and Rozog being quite occupied. Sometimes it would lean towards the west. Then mid-tournament, I think it was round 3, round 2, when we sort of shifted to the urban circles all over the map. Then we went west again towards the fields of Katka. It's been all over the place. We haven't had a set pattern in a long time.
But once again, we need to talk about the defending champions a little bit more. They do deserve a lot of those talks. They're over here defending their title. And now MOGO Esports, we saw them struggling at the starting stage of the tournament. They were trying to figure out the new strategy. In the final few moments of the tournament, though, we saw them playing so good.
I think their wake-up call was when they did not make it through that semi-finals week 1, right? Come with week number 2, they fixed their errors. They realized that the timing was of absolute utmost importance, and that is something that needed to be fixed with. And them doing that really opened the doors. Look at how good MOGO Esports was in the second week.
That is true. MOGO Esports, they have been playing really nice, consistent if you'd like to say, but I still think so. There's a high chance, because there's those loopholes in the strategy, they will be exploited.
That is very true. And we saw that happen during the first day of semi-finals week 2 as well. The way semi-finals week 2 started, I mean, you were quite happy with them. I was very nervous with how day 1 ended for them because they were on the second page of the overall rankings back then. And it was a tough journey for them as well. But MOGO has one thing that does help them surpass everyone else and sort of outperform everyone else. Desperate. The composure he maintains, as you talked about it as well. Met him in the morning after breakfast, extremely calm just before the grand finals. Having that sort of attitude in your IGL definitely boosts the confidence for the rest of the team as well. And I think MOGO, if they can maintain their calmness, even after dropping a few matches, I think they can definitely bounce back and challenge the trophy.
But hey, we know, history is a testament of the fact that MOGO Esports never start good, right? Day number 1 have always been an absolute disaster for this team. But adding on, Destro said, this time, he's going to seize day 1. He's going to get those chicken dinners.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense, too. He needs to perform on the day 1 because the point structure now has changed.
Exactly.
It's tougher to make the comeback. And it's also tougher to make the lead in the overall standings, too. Knowing the fact that so many teams are going to go aggressive off the rip, everyone would want to start things off on a great note. And especially for teams like CG, we know what they want. They're pretty much going to be hunkering down the center of the zone. They will try to play it as safe as possible. And then in the final few moments, they would just start balling the court.
Is it though? Because for Carnival Gaming, trying to play around the circle never really worked out. And towards the end of that second week, we know they went frag heavy. We've had a chat with the boys and they know they want to pick those early fights. In Carnival Gaming, they need to avoid those early rotations. They need to avoid those early casualties. If they succeed in doing so, Necro, then I feel they could get day number 1 success.
How can we forget what CG did in the past? A couple of weeks ago in the week 2, they targeted Entity Gaming and they made sure that that team is not going to be over here in the grand finals. But looking at the crowd, we've got some incredible posters and stuff like that, right? The fans are definitely excited.
I think I'm definitely going after that one. I mean, we definitely do. The greatest that ever was and the greatest that will be has done quite a lot for the community. And of course, we all know the journey this man has been on. And it has not stopped, by the way. Now, he's taken a back seat. His team is there, new set of players, and a lot of expectations from this iteration of iQOO as well. I think this is that one thing that has remained consistent throughout the existence of this name, iQOO, that if you are in the team, if you are on that stage representing this name, you need to win. Nothing else will suffice. You need to win.
I mean, looking at the players, too, they seem locked in and loaded. Look at them. Everyone is ready, packed up inside of the lobby. Soon enough, the first game of the day is going to be starting. Now, gentlemen, I would like to know your guys' prediction. Johnny, which team do you think is going to be able to snatch that first game?
Game number one, I think it is going to be a tough decision, but I think my bet will be on Global Esports. I've been loving the aggression from these players, and I've been quite vocal about it, right? I love the fact that they're not afraid. I love the fact that they are going to challenge fight individually, buy time for each other, willing to sacrifice their lives inside of the game, and the follow-ups that happen are extremely quick as well. Mavi doesn't mind leading the charge and getting taken out early. Sometimes it's going to be Beast who gets taken out early, but still they recover. And the consistency they maintained in terms of that average points per match, that is what was important for Global Esports making it this far.
What about you, Fixes? Which team?
You know, we've had this talk, we've had this discussion. I want to say it out loud and clear. It's going to be Carnival Gaming.
Okay.
Erangel has always
Solid
been one of their strong suits. They've always gotten those circles. Their rotations have been quite immaculate. And I really feel like how they've fixed things up today, they are destined for a success. But we've both made our picks.
Yeah.
What about you?
What about you, Necro?
Listen, you guys are going with the safer picks. I'm going to go with Cheminix Venom. These guys, they have been formidable inside the lobby. So good to start things off as well. The aggressive bunch in the lobby, and they can definitely be the kryptonite for a lot of these known names.
You talk about being kryptonite. Cheminix Venom have an early drop collision with Team
Oh
X.
my god, how can
that
we forget?
commotion. Everybody has such a bitter rivalry going out there. And it's just not in one map, brother. It's going to follow up in Miramar as well. So we're going to see some early bloodbath, and that is going to be exciting.
And the fun fact is that we had a talk with these players in the hotel lobbies, and they said we're ready for the drop clash.
Yeah.
We'll see who comes out on top.
I think Fixes were telling me this, and your research, all that reconnaissance that you have done, I think it led to the result that X-Pac might face trouble in every single map, right?
Yeah, they pretty much have a drop collision every single map. I was talking to the players and they were a little nervous, but then I said, you know what, you've got those drop collisions, but see it this way, there are 4 free points lying out for you.
Yeah, it is X-Pac you're speaking of, right? They've got the most formidable firepower in this entire lobby, and we know what they're capable of. With that being said, you can hear the sounds just roaring in the lobby, and as the crowd also starts to cheer their favorite names, the first game of the day, Erangel is going to be on the board. As the plane fly path starts all the way from Nova Reploy towards Quarry, this plane fly path is heavily tilted down south.
Well, it is going to be an exciting matchup. Game number 1 of the grand finals. And as Necro mentioned, the plane part tilted to the south, starts from Nova Repnoy, goes all the way to Query. Fixes right off the bat. The first game itself comes with a lot of trouble for any team that goes beyond Pochinki, the half of the map up north.
Yeah, it's atrocious. At this point, to be honest, when you're looking at this flight path trajectory, of course, the first thought that is on your mind is where the first circle will be, Johnny. And of course, MOGO Esports, they're going to be enjoying this sweet time. But for the ones heading up top, it is going to be such a long stretch.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite a long stretch. And of course, when you're dropping quite far away from your drop location, the first thing that runs through your head while you're looking for those vehicles is there anyone close to me? The paranoia, the instantaneous paranoia in a situation like this. But we all know southern flight path means MOGO Esports, they're going to have an extremely comfortable time on that military island drop of theirs.
Yeah, it has really never bothered them, you know, going uncontested. However, you know, we know this is one of those teams that loves to rotate late inside the circle, and this is what I was talking about right off the rip. We already have Global Esports starting to lose out on numbers. Slug already down and dusted, and it is Team AARU ripping them apart.
Oh, this is going to be tough. One man already taken out, and it's a 4v1 inside these 4 stack. Ninja Boy, can you make a run for it? An incredible nade takes down 2. 2 players still left standing, and Ninja Boy, what was that?
You know, this is what he's meant for, right? He is Carnage himself, the synonymous of God incarnate. This is Global Esports' Ninja Boy. He's trying to create that history. They've already been on the back foot, but now the reconnaissance is there. They've started, you know, sort of regrouping with each other. Mavi is also there, but for now, Team AARU with just 2 players alive now. This is where the pressure, this is where the tables have been flipped, Johnny.
Exactly. I mean, not even turned, flipped, as you called it, right, Fixes, but Team AARU bitten more than they can chew. And now Global Esports upper hand in this fight, 3 versus 2. They are going to lay down the wall of smokes, going for a push. Again, Ninja Boy leading the charge over there, with Beast following up quite closely. Early fights, not a lot of utility on either two sides. And of course, armor, ammunition as well is going to be lacking. But this is one pistol and a shotgun between the two individuals or those three players from Team AARU. And one more taken down to the last man they go. And it is down to a 1v1 with a pistol. He secures the knock. AARU himself doing a brilliant job in this fight.
Oh my god, AARU just got that pistol to work around with. And with Beast on that AKM, I do not fancy his chances, but we have seen AARU. He's capable of doing something really out of the world, and he's going for it. Beast barely having a sliver of HP, but then again, Beast clutches it out, and Global Esports really survive it. But have they? Because it is Team Insane suddenly knocking on their doors.
I mean, Team Insane, they've gotten quite close, but now are they going to commit to this fight? That is the biggest question of it all. They are setting it up. All the players huddled up together. Global Esports looking to go for a revive. It's not going to be easy and it's not going to be enough. A lot committed to that early fight. I think we know how this one is going to end, Fixes.
My god, they had no time to recover. They barely have anything on them. They're pretty much in tatters. But for Team Insane, they're the scavengers at this point. They've come here for the spoils of the war. And for Global Esports, having really nothing to latch onto, they have to hold on. They have to let Team Insane try and flush in. And that might be the moment where they strike, as they're being flooded with all those grenades. Global Esports, this is the point where they're finally being tested with Johnny. Who knows what happens next?
Well, we are about to find out. Global Esports still looking to recover. HP on Mavi back up. One player still quite low, but that man's job is just to set it up. Ninja Boy has done an incredible job to help his team recover in that early fight against Team AARU, but here comes the push from Team Insane finally on the right compound. Shadow, he's been spotted out, but all the distraction from Global Esports is up on the first floor, while Ninja Boy is waiting on the sidelines on the ground floor of the building. He's taken a lot of damage, but Team Insane, Shadow knocked out. Global Esports, they brought it to a 3v3 for a few seconds. There's the second. Mavi looking for the third. Fails to find a. Team Insane still in this fight, but it's a 1v2 in their favor. And from the side of Global Esports, it's just Beast, who's the last man standing with an S12K. Fixes, this is doable. The players from the side of Team Insane are extremely low right now.
You know, he's done this just a couple of moments ago, and he can do this again. He's got enough ammunition, but this time he's taken quite a lot of damage there. But for Beast, he has what it takes. Barely latching on with a sliver of HP on him. He knows Apu is committing for the push, and it is from two directions, and that is all she wrote for Global Esports. Team Insane almost flustered, but they here right now still breathing.
I mean, the best thing about this for Team Insane, better than getting those 3 points, is the fact that they did not lose a single player. Had they lost 2 players, has those 2 knock been secured by Global Esports, things would have definitely been different for Team Insane moving forward from here on out. But look at this, we have the circle as well forming between, well, the main island and the military island towards the west, and Gatka still under the control of Carnival Gaming. And we all know in a situation like these, those western circles, they tend to do quite well for themselves.
Look at Team X-Pac, far from home. They haven't really gone to Yasnaya yet. And this is all that the flight path trajectory had to tell them. At this point, I don't find any reason whatsoever for them to go so far down there. But Carnival Gaming quite comfortable having the central spot to themselves. As X-Pac, they've got to make do with whatever they have. Now this is where, how are they going to really get conditioned? Because this is one of those rotations that they've never really executed.
It's not going to be easy as well, considering that shoreline already under control of Team 8-Bit as well. You keep moving west from Ferry Pier, you run into the players of Team TAMILAS, and of course, if you stick around that military bridge too long, you know who's going to cross over. It's going to be MOGO Esports, and they're very well versed in those bridge fights. But X-Pac, we did see them move up north ever so slightly. On our screens right now are going to be the players of iQOO Seoul, who have control of their favorite drop, school apartments and the main building as well. A little bit of threat from up north. FS playing that Roseoak drop as well, but still they are on that northeastern edge of the circle. And iQOO Seoul, we know if they have the safe haven under control and they're waiting for teams to approach them, that is the perfect setup that they hope for every single time they run into a fight.
Never can rule FS out, right? But a little bit of a replay. A little bit of a replay of what really happened. Of course, Team AARU did go up for a flying start, But right next, we saw Ninja Boy conjuring magic. That one grenade and those two players being taken down. But again, valiant effort from AARU himself. Had just that pistol, still managed to take down one of those players, but wasn't too lucky against that S12K. Eventually had to fall. But you know, the conversation I really wanted to go back to is FS Esports. Have you noticed one thing, Johnny? This is one of those teams that drove iQOO Soul out of Rozhok. That is the fear they can also strike. They've got that firepower. They've got that perfect mix of experience and aggression in the form of Trace and Wizard, the way they've been playing.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And as you mentioned, they have done it once in the past as well. If push comes to shove, if they are doing their worst, or what at least they think is their worst, and they're willing to take that gamble, you never know. We could see history repeat itself. But as of now, after that early collision between the players of Team AARU, Global Esports, and of course the perfect third party by the players of Team Insane, things have calmed down for a bit on the map of Erangel. A lot more map for these 14 remaining teams to work with. And of course, another interesting development right now is that northern quadrant, northwestern quadrant of the zone being completely isolated and in control of just one name. That is VASISTA Esports, playing from Hospital.
For VASISTA, they've always been the ones staying around the edges, right? They look for those cracks, they look for those openings, and then they decide to march in. But for MOGO Esports, what's really concerning is going to be Team 8-Bit. We've seen that in the past as well. This is one of those teams that can go for those military base blockades, right? Just around the bridge, get it off, and if MOGO Esports aren't really anticipating it, and this could be a big blow to them. But for Cheminex Venom, they're pretty chill this time. However, did not engage in that drop collision. So they're going to be rotating pretty late. But we know this is one of those teams has that tendency to go really aggressive when needed.
I mean, when the situation calls for it, that is. And of course, right now, that's not the case, but in a few short moments, because look at that, the cluster building up right at the center of the circle. Team 8-Bit definitely in a prime position, but the question then becomes how much cover do they have? We did see two players out in those vehicles going about looking for a safe haven for the entire team to regroup in. And of course, Raven Esports approaching the center along with FS Carnival Gaming, Team LIMRA closing in from the west. X-Park, now that is interesting. They are about to be collapsed upon by three different teams. You have Team Insane over there. You have Team iQOO Soul moving for that southern shoreline as well. And that's going to be a big fight. But before that, here it is. FS in front of Carnival Gaming.
And this is literally the fight for the TBD center. You know, Carnival Gaming, they've got a really good position to themselves, and this is what I was talking about as Team X-Park, they start to fumble. At this very moment, losing out on Spray God is something that they had not really imagined, and this happens only when you're sort of unsure about your decision making. And now Ninja Jord, he knows that this is the time. This is where he really needs to open up. Shadow, however, does find a trade on Jatin, but Sarang got napping inside his vehicle, has been taken down. Shadow on a sliver of HP, somehow still breathing.
Yeah, big blunders coming in from the players of X-Park. They're down to their last two men. And of course, one brilliant thing that has been done is the best performing player from the side of, one of the best performing players from the side of Inferno squad, Jatin, has been robbed. Omen, he's trying to recover. He's trying to see if he can make the push on Ninja Jord and Shadow, but Ninja has been incredible. Goes for the second knock, or at least was trying to look for it. Shadow, he's the last man left standing. And Inferno squad, they are looking incredible in this fight until Shadow steps in out of the shadows, takes down two more, down to the last man with the shotgun, and he clutches it out. What a win!
Oh my god, Shadow, he's done this. He certainly has, but again, no time to recuperate. You've got the demons inside of the lobby. iQOO Soul decides to strike in on this lone wolf. Shadow still has the DBS to work around with, but who knows what's gonna happen.
When the moment called for it, a 1v4 coming in from Shadow, and as you mentioned, now the players of iQOO Soul are there as well, but it's not going to be that easy. Look at the radar, there is Team Insane just circling around this barn house like vultures, and the nade takes care of him. Shadow has been eliminated. Knuckle finding the frag for the players of iQOO Soul, but this 3-1 split of theirs, has Team Insane gotten the read?
Of course, they've kept Team Insane in check so far. Insane definitely not one of those teams that tries to take those early engagements. We have seen anything and everything really go out of the window. Team X-Park, a huge collapse. heroics of Shadow have been overshadowed right now. Courtesy to iQOO Soul. Just that one finish to himself, but look at this, another cluster really building up. We've got Team 8-Bit, and then there is Raven as well. But for Team Insane, they're going to be holding it off. Reckoning Esports also coming in from the backlines, and Johnny, if they're not careful, they might be in trouble.
I mean, they are going to be in trouble, but you know what? I want it to happen. I mean, it's going to be so exciting. So many teams already trying to contest each other for the control of the edges, and they are trying to press on for the fights. No one wants to run away right now, including the players from Team 8-Bit. This lighthouse control, it will lead to a lot of excitement in a few short moments, because look at this, stage 2 is here. The circle is still kind of there on that military island, and I believe if we have a northern shift in stage 3, stage 4, MOGO Esports are going to come calling for 8-Bit through that military bridge behind them.
That could be the case, but then again, 8-Bit might have a lot on their plate as well.
Yeah.
You see the players of Raven Esports, the moment 8-Bit let loose, they might just get third-partied. But you know what? If you ask me who's got the best position inside the circle, has to be Team LIMRA.
You're saying Team LIMRA? I feel like Carnival Gaming might have the best spot close to the center. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Recap of that incredible 1v4 from Shadow a few moments ago. Just ran in, no fear in his eyes. And of course, why should there be? If he gets taken out, his team is already out. I mean, 3 players were finished off pretty much there. And he was the last man left standing. Fought for his life, got that 1v4 clutch, and got those 4 points. It's better than finishing the game at 0.
You know, buddy, you're going to feel for Inferno squad, right?
Oh,
they almost had Team X-Park right underneath them. But then again, Shadow, he was built different. And again, when you look at the storyline of Team X-Park, right? We were talking about the mentality of Shadow. Yeah, there will be those questions, of course, those flight path trajectory, just throwing a spanner to their works. But then again, Team X-Park not having the best of starts, considering they've got so many drop clashes going on. Just mere 4 finish points is really not going to make the cut. As now, as the circle slowly starts closing down, this is the moment where we might get our first hardship. And who knows, who will the circle favor?
Well, that's a big question. Always the big question, but Raven Esports, they've closed in on that gas station. 8-Bit behind them, and in fact it's a sandwich created by the players of 8-Bit. Look at the radar, 2 players up north of Raven Esports, 1 player from the side of 8-Bit still in that lighthouse, and then 1 man is playing the compound across the street. That is the IGL Juicy himself. So it is a 4-way trap that was laid out by 8-Bit and Raven Esports. It seems like they've fallen into it, but Fixes, you called it, the circle taking a shift towards the northwest between Gutka and Query and Team LIMRA. Of course, they have that hill control northeast of Query, that high ground advantage. If they take this fight against Team TAMILAS and come out on top, that is so much control of the cover in the Query area that is handed over to Team LIMRA.
Look at this. Both Team TAMILAS and Team LIMRA, like you said, right, are having similar thoughts. They all want to take those upper areas of Quarry. And let's not forget, FS Esports is not far behind. But this is where MOGO Esports really need to thread the needle, really need to find an opening. With 8-Bit having a slight idea of where they could be, but for 8-Bit also, they've got to make a run for themselves as FS Esports decided to take on these warehouses. Little did they know that Team TAMILAS was sitting right over here.
Yeah, a little bit quicker to move in. Team TAMILAS taking early control of that factory, and FS Esports, they're going to be forced up a little bit higher up in terms of altitude on the hill. But this is not such a bad position. It is quite exposed from that northern front, but you still have a few ridges to work with. The problem is you can't deal with the threat until they are up close and personal with you. But this is what I wanted to talk about, a cluster forming towards the northeastern quadrant of the circle, where we had Carnival Gaming, we had the players of Team Insane trying to breach the circle, and of course KMNX VENOM and VASISTA Esports with their strongholds under their control, just waiting for an opportunity to strike.
No, it's just the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
Everybody trying to settle in, but let's look at what's really happening. iQOO Soul really going for those long rotations. And let's not forget, they're kind of looking out to maybe third party a particular team. But then we do also have Reckoning right under their tail. They might strike any given moment. But even for the players of KMNX VENOM, they've got a really, weird split, to be honest. Because at this point, if they get flushed out, if they get snuffed out, then I really have a bad feeling in my bones about this.
It's not just you alone, Fixes, me as well. It's going to be quite interesting, but look at this, MOGO Esports, they fall into the trap. And a fight against the players of Raven Esports, looking for a run over. And he gets inside the corner at the right time. Justin fails to find the knock, and now he's stuck. MOGO Esports, 2 players knocked down. Desperate is going to be next, outnumbered with the DBS. And what just happened? Game 1, and MOGO Esports taking an early exit without a single point to their name.
Yeah, overcommitment over there. They did not really see the players of Raven Esports and then decided to yet fight it out against them. As a result of which they had to follow a clean wipe for Raven Esports. But trouble does not just end over there, because now we've got iQOO, Soul and Carnival Gaming starting to duke it out against each other. Look at Omega, he's already been dealt with. And for now, Mania is trying to gauge in Goblin. Does he reply back, Johnny?
I mean, let's see. Fight of the heavyweights. And Carnival Gaming, they are looking to back off. As you mentioned, Mania did try to take those shots, set it up for his team, and they were going for a flank. But now the opportunities has slipped out of their hands. Carnival Gaming looking to escape, do manage to get away, but then they run into the players of Team Insane, and Spy goes ahead and secures that opening knock. Carnival Gaming in a world of hurt. They've lost one more. Omega has been taken down as well from the backlines by the players of iQOO Soul. But here we have it, Reckoning Esports in a little bit of a kerfuffle towards that eastern edge. But hey, the competition has abandoned the fight, and Reckoning Esports now have complete control of that eastern edge.
This is smart. This is coming. There's something that Reckoning have really conjured over here. Going in, getting those extra few points, and then just deciding to disengage at the right moment.
Yeah.
But for iQOO Soul, I really feel like this is a chicken dinner coming in. The way they have executed their rotations, they're not overextending in those fights, but who knows? A fight against Kevin X Venom could be just on the horizon. They right shield themselves. Venom, he's a little off from his back, and look at the circle shift. Look at it go. And Carnival Gaming, they're starting to drop down like flies with Akshat, just the final player surviving.
But he's also the most difficult player to take down from the side of Carnival sometimes, especially in a situation like this. There's a reason he is known as Clutchet as well in the community by the players as well. Brilliant survival instincts, but all of that needs to come into play right here, right now in this game 1 of the grand finals. And of course, now interesting development towards the southwestern edge as well. You have Team LIMRA, Team TAMILAS, FS, Insane over there. And not a lot of cover available for these teams. We are heading towards that open circle final game. Akshat has been spotted out and has run into a 1v4 against the players of FS. This is not going to be easy. The UMP, it's not going to be enough. And he gets taken out. That's the end of the journey for Carnival Gaming in this game.
Yeah, they came in like hungry hyenas.
Yeah.
But really, FS Esports, they might also be in a little bit of a pickle. We've got so many teams around them. They're surrounded at this point. You've also got Team Insane. You've got iQOO Soul right above them. Kevin X Venom, they're also starting to close in. At this moment, Johnny Team LIMRA, one of those teams still around the outer edges, still around the peripheries. Same can be said for Team Reckoning. They did get those early points, but they still want to get that early chicken dinner, build that momentum and have it rolling. VASISTA Esports, they haven't also really got into the midst of things, haven't really done their hands dirty. Who knows, we're waiting maybe for the next circle shift to happen. Look at iQOO Soul starting to take control over that eastern area of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, I've done an incredible job so far. They're not right on the edge, not close to the center. We have seen that in the past, especially with the new meta playing the center, leading to a heavy disadvantage for a lot of these teams. And of course, as you were talking about, iQOO Soul, Team Insane not too far away from their position. It has been historic. We were speaking about this when we were on the desk. Team Insane, they tend to do very well for themselves on day 1, game 1 as well. Off to a good start from their side. 3 finishes secured early, all from that fight. The push, the third party on the players of Global Esports within the first few minutes of the game starting. And now they are looking for a few more. Players from FS can be spotted out as soon as they come down from the hill. iQOO Soul also lurking towards the northeast. Team Insane, they are quite eager to take these fights.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Team Insane, really feel like they're just going to hold it out. We'll be waiting for another fight to maybe begin. That is where they decide to capitalize, Johnny. They really have smack center of the circle, and there's no reason why they would possibly want to go out of here. But for Team LIMRA, they finally have decided to step in. I've got that high ground advantage to them. But then again, you've got Team TAMILAS, maybe around the foothills. They want to ascend. But this is the circle shift that we've been talking about. iQOO Soul. benefiting. But let's not forget Keminex Venom.
We're about to head towards the end game of this match, one
Yeah.
Pitches. I want to know, did this match go according to what you expected from game one? I mean, iQOO Soul, of course, doing well. The fans are quite excited to see them win this game one. But that early fight, Team AARU getting taken out, Global Esports getting wiped out early, Carnival Gaming hitting the deck, and of course dropping the ball mid-rotation over there. A lot of expectations already shattered in game one, but this is just the start.
You know, iQOO Soul at this point cannot get complacent, right?
Yeah.
We've got a different fight happening, however. Team LIMRA, they've sensed the players of Team TAMILAS right beside them. Dragon, a little alienated from his pack. They want to form those angles, but Team LIMRA, we know the idea is clear. They want to get inside the circle, but how? That is the big question, considering all the places inside the zone has already been occupied. Got the northern area for the players of Keminex Venom, and now Team LIMRA having no other options but to fight.
Yeah, they have to clear the backlines before they move ahead. And of course, Team TAMILAS looking to make the push. Utilities exchange between the two sides. This one is going to be quite close. Still, Maxi falls back right in the nick of time. Gokul and Dragon looking to run around the hill, looking for the flank. It's not going to be easy. This fight is both these teams just utilizing too much time before they can find an entry inside of the circle as well. It can backfire, this fight, on both of them getting delayed. And of course, we know the southern edge under the control of Team Insane. You have the eastern edge under the control of iQOO Soul. So there's no way in, but Team LIMRA, the push is there. And Team TAMILAS, they've taken a hit. Dragon, Poco, and Hesperos doing a brilliant job over there. Gokul knocked out, but it should be an easy recovery. And I think that might be the journey of Team TAMILAS in game one.
Yeah, Mr. Erangel, he did have a little bit of a flank angle to work around with, but Team LIMRA, that push was absolutely clinical, executed to perfection. Mr. Erangel seems like he's lost his path. He does not know where to go next. Losing out on all his teammates.
Yeah.
He is almost about to get eliminated, and that is all she wrote for Team TAMILAS.
I mean, Team Insane, again, that southern edge control looks incredible, but hey, they step out in the open and they get punished. A trade between Team Insane and iQOO Soul. Mania knocked out. Should be an easy recovery, though. They have a lot of map control to work with, but it all comes down to the timing of what the players from Keminex Venom actually tend to do, or what they're thinking of doing. But look at the shifted zone. It's right on the players of iQOO Soul now.
It certainly is, but right now Reckoning could start any given moment. iQOO Soul losing out on Mania. That is going to be proving to be a huge denture in their dreams of securing this first chicken dinner. This Reckoning, they haven't made a lot of noise, but iQOO Soul, they have that feeling that somebody is watching them from the back lines. As Ronnie has got his decision to make. But iQOO Soul, look at them, all confined to that one little compound. And with Keminex Venom right on their top, with Reckoning right on their eastern side, with Team LIMRA on their south, they look surrounded, they look scared.
Yeah, they definitely are surrounded, and they have to be scared. It's going to be so much pressure to deal with. 4 different teams, all complete lineups pushing towards you and eyeing for your control. That is going to be a difficult situation to survive from, but Team LIMRA eliminated from the game. Getting sandwiched over there. Not really a lot they could have done, but this is going to be intense as well. We have the players of VASISTA looking to go for a push on the players of FS Esports.
Okay, 47, they have been silent. VASISTA Esports, but no, now they know. Got FS Esports where they wanted them to be. Got them dead to rights. It's all about the smoke starting to dissipate. It's inside that one little compound. A couple of Molotovs should do the job. Should be the one that they need at this point. A47 still trying to lead the charge. That grenade could be quite devastating. Hitman is taking quite some hit. Almost on the verge of getting knocked out as VASISTA Esports. This is where the push really comes in.
Well, I mean, the push comes to shove, and VASISTA Esports going for a fight. Hitman knocked out, Wizard stuck indoors, but I think there is not enough magic in the world to take on the entirety of VASISTA. He takes down Austin, that's the first man down, but from the flank, and it was a brilliant angle found by a Rage Guard that helps him secure that final pick of the fight, and that's the end of the journey of FS Esports in this game. But look at that. Keminex Venom Gaming, they are being blocked. The entry denied by the players of iQOO Soul.
Yeah, iQOO Soul starting to step out of their cover at this point. Keminex Venom, a little bit of that situation over there. Venom Gaming, they have got that high ground advantage to work around with. All they need to do is look out for an opening. Is Ronnie, he's starting to fire. At any given moment, if it gets taken down, things could go really awry for them.
Well, yeah, definitely things can go wrong in a blink. There it is, Altu knocked out. Venom extremely low. The nade was quite close to him, but he does still survive. Just a few more seconds left, 40 seconds for them to figure out how do they deal with this pressure, how do they deal with the fact that the only house inside of the circle is under the control of iQOO Soul right now. Unless someone else from the flanks chimes in and takes down these two players on the outer side, Ronnie and Knuckle, there is not a lot that can be done to challenge the players of iQOO Soul.
Look at this. Him and Venom getting really excited, and this is the opening that they wanted at this point. iQOO Soul, they do not have those numbers to play around with, Johnny. And a couple of more grenades. Knuckle barely surviving that. And now Fury, he's really turned in for that push, and Knuckle getting picked off. And this is where Kemin X Venom wipe out the entirety of Team iQOO Soul.
Absolutely phenomenal. They took down that nade accuracy over there, taking down S-Power and realizing that the only play the other two lads could have made was run outside. They read it perfectly, but Kemin X Venom, can you push it any further? Yes, they can, taking down the players of VASISTA. Esports now, Insane is the only team standing between them and this very first chicken dinner of the grand finals. It is Team Insane who have done exceptionally well for themselves, and it is Kemin X Venom who are looking for that revive onto Altu, but he's gone up front looking for information, now falling back slowly and steadily. Team Insane though, they are still in this match with 3 more players remaining, going for a revive there. Afu is back into this fight, 3v4, can they win it?
They've got their backs against the wall, Team Insane. They have to get inside the circle.
Oh, it's over.
They're all pincered down, and it is a barrage of grenades coming at their direction. At any point, one more knock and Kemin X Venom, we know they're starting to feel that energy gushing through their veins. But we also know for a fact that Team Insane is quite infamous for their first game chicken dinners.
Of course. And again, I think Necro is going to be quite happy with this game. Kemin X Venom looking for a win. 8 finishes secured as well. Phantom, he's off to an interesting play, going from the right-hand side, going for a flank. Alto as well, hiding behind that smoke that was popped by his team. They're looking to close the distance, but Spy spotted out. Phantom secured that opening knock. And now all the information that Kemin X Venom needed, they have it in their hands. And this is the final fight. Last man left standing, looking for the first chicken of the day, of the grand finals. And they have it. Kemin X Venom poisoning everyone around them and securing the win. What a start of their journey.
Yeah. Just having their fangs dipped into the hearts of their opponents, and the venom rushes through. Nobody stood tall, and everybody came falling down. Kemin X Venom, they had a rather slower start. They did not have that drop collision, held on to those northern ground, and once the time was right, Johnny, what a play that was.
Yeah, I mean, they were moving in extremely slow all around the map from the start till the end, playing edge to edge, maintained their calm and composure throughout the game, even in an uncomfortable situation when they ran into a cluster. I think it was stage 4, stage 5, ran into a cluster towards the northeastern edge, and yet taking fights, timing them all very perfectly and securing the win. Kemin X Venom, this was an incredible game, and of course the good luck charm for them. Necro.
Listen, keep that nerdy stuff aside. I'm not sure how the grand finals are going out for you guys, but I'm enjoying it, man. I'm loving my stay over here. Kemin X Venom, my first prediction, doing incredibly well. Team Insane, my second team that I was rooting out for in the first game. Even that team did really good. Team Insane at least keeping up that tradition, right?
Yeah, my pick just went out first.
Now, my pick had the center of the circle, but eventually they just could not do anything. Really getting picked off in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, commends even to iQOO Soul. They did have a lot of finished points to their names, and this is exactly the kind of start you would want. But for Kemin X Venom and Team Insane, this is exactly a rolling coaster they needed at this point. Who knows who might go swinging through.
But when the game was going on, when we saw the first action hit the deck off the rip, the crowd was just going crazy. Global Esports was the team to get eliminated quite early off inside of the game. But unfortunately for Team AARU, they were the one to get eliminated first in the game itself. that two-piece with the nade was something that opened up the entire fray, and AARU was not able to keep up with that counter.
And they started the fight off in a brilliant manner as well. I mean, they gained that first pick, gained the advantage, and yet, as you mentioned, Necro, that nade changed everything. 2 players knocked out, incredible moment for Ninja Jord, and of course, the follow-up from the remaining players of Global Esports was quite swift as well. But unfortunately, Team Insane, they were just lurking close by. And it seems like Team Insane, their timing on those third parties, it is perfect.
I mean, for Team Insane, I saw them struggling to enter inside of the zone, but once they did find that groove, once they did find that spot for themselves, they were just taking a lot of those fights. Not exactly head-on, but they were definitely taking those scrappy points away.
Yeah. No, not just that, right? This is Team Insane finally starting to get into those early fights as well.
Yeah.
We've never seen them do this before. Even in the league stages, during the online qualifiers, we've not seen Insane getting this aggressive right from the very get-go.
Yep.
This is something that they have done different. Now, they are getting those position points, but along with that, a lot of finish points. Exactly the right start they needed.
And we have been speaking about this, right? If you do want to aim for that championship, you need to be a little bit more aggressive inside of the entire Battlegrounds. And Team Insane, once again, on the right pathway. This is how the final few moments looked like. For iQOO, they definitely did had the center of the zone, but then later on, Cheminix went in with some precise utility utilization. They strike down the entirety of iQOO.
Yeah.
And then for Insane, it was an uphill battle. They could not really stand up against the wrath of Cheminix Wenham, and they just came crashing down. And as you mentioned, yeah, Insane being able to start things off on the aggressive note, wiping out the entirety of Global Esports. Then later on, we also saw Inferno Squad. They had the advantage in that fight, but they choked it up. And Shadow 7, that 1v4 was incredible.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing. Yeah, it was something extremely rare, right? Because in the barnhouse fight situations, it's difficult to clutch out unless the players are pushing to you on the first floor. He just ran down. Luckily, smokes over there were enough to deny the vision to the players of Inferno Squad, and they just kept walking in front of that staircase. Shadow 7 just mowing all of them down one by one. But incredible start for his team as well over there. But again, were those 4 points enough?
No, of course not. In these type of lobbies, you do need a lot more points. But knowing the fact that it's just the first game of the day, you can give them that lead
exactly.
there, right?
I mean, at this point, really, for Team X-Park and Inferno Squad, not having the best of starts. This is not what they needed, because now the pressure is gonna surmount on Shadow. We have been talking about the win conditions for Team X-Park. Now suddenly one game went wrong. They need that hard reset in Miramar. And let's not forget, they also have another drop collision with a team that just won the chicken dinner.
That is true. Cheminix Venom, the morals are going to be all-time high. The confidence is going to be hitting the roof at the Cloud9. And for teams like Team Insane and Team X-Park, things are once again looking a little bit dandy, considering knowing the fact that Team Insane, usually in the second game, they choke up pretty hard. There's a high chance the momentum, the ball might just drop out of the court if Team Insane follow the same strategy that they have been following in the past couple of stages. For Team X-Park, yes, there's a drop collision, but it's Team X-Park, man. I think so the first fight they can come through victorious.
Alright, so we got to break this down in layers, right? First of all, starting off with what you said about Team Insane. I think they might just stick to their strategy, because that is the definition of insanity as well, right?
Okay.
You do the same thing but expect different results.
Okay.
Although, for the players of X-Park, I think this is going to be very important. They need to start turning the momentum around, because we have noticed that little bit of inconsistency being there in the past as well throughout the run of the tournament, so they do not want to let the ball slip. This team has been doing well for themselves ever since they started getting aggressive inside of the matches, and I think that is what they need to stick to.
No, Team X-Park, they've been making quite a lot of errors. It in fact began with all of them just dropping down at the 12 packs. They did not expect that. They did not expect the flight path trajectory to just throw a curveball on them. And that is where everything went just tumbling down the rabbit hole. Now for Team X-Park, they need to recover. They need to recuperate. And now, considering again, it's Cheminix Venom, hey, it is going to be very difficult for them.
Now, let's speak the facts over here, right? The plane flat path was down south, so you sort of did expect the pit stop collisions, considering the teams would need a drop on the basic drop locations, get their hands on the basic loot, get their hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards the primary drop location. But MOGO Esports, this plane flat path was favoring them, but they still end up choking.
First of all, Necro, I love you so much. I was just about to come to that point and ask you what your thoughts were. Because yes, it was a big choke, it was a big fumble, just running across the hill. in towards the players of Raven Esports. And even a few moments ago, we saw the players of 8-Bit holding on to the lighthouse and the compound right in front of the road as well. Raven, they had control of the gas station, but they were forced to move up the hill. And MOGO Esports, they should have had this read every single time in a situation like this. There are teams waiting for them on the other side, but this time, for some reason, they just decided, yeah, mid-rotation fight, we're gonna take it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think? First day of the land, maybe those jitters once again hitting Destro?
It was just, they were unlucky in that situation. No, the first player decides to go for a drive-by, he misses. The second player has the perfect angle. He was just about to crush the other player down. That very moment, the player entered inside the vehicle. And that is where he just messed up. And then Raven had those angles, as a result of which, that is how the cookie crumbled for Team MOGO Esports. But guys, let's not forget, I've told this before also, MOGO Esports, day number 1 is never good.
Oh, I mean, I guess you can sort of roll with that same dice, but knowing the fact that the point structure has changed, in my opinion, MOGO Esports, they need to start hitting soon. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar. And now, even for CG, the first game was pretty bad. They got away with no points.
Exactly. CG, I think this was the worst start we could have hoped for the side of Carnival Gaming. And again, that awkward interaction against the players of iQOO Soul. They try to escape, they try to evade. And we've noticed this as well. Necro, you were the one who brought this into limelight. Like every single time in this new meta, CG has tried to play these open centers. Things have not gone well for them.
Yeah, I mean, CG, they got hunted down by the entirety of iQOO Soul, right? Especially when you do see iQOO Soul, like vultures just praying around in that area. You know, CG, you were not supposed to stop out in the open like that. Omega got knocked out in the open. There was no revival possible in that scenario. Then later on, slowly and steadily, as they try to save the day for Omega, the entire team started to crumble down. Akshat was the only man who was left alive, but then later on, other teams realized the fact that there's just one man holding the compound. For how long he can do that?
Yeah, in fact, FS really knowing and understanding the gravity of the situation, just hunted him down. Everybody was just going after the other. But I think the MVP, the best player, should be somebody from Kevin Venom.
Ooh, has to be, right? They were the winners. And Kevin Venom, they were reigning supreme in that previous game. I just love the fact that Kevin Venom's rotation was so good, so flawless. And yes, it's going to be Venom himself from Kevin Venom with 4 finishes racked up and the finish contribution of 36% with 7% map impact. Not a lot of finishes, but you can say equally divided between the players.
Well, I mean, his performance in this game was actually incredible, and of course, the team walking away with the chicken as well benefits him quite a lot. We have the top 5 players on our screens now, and Venom is going to be followed up by AARU from Team Insane. We have Evil as well there from Team Insane. 8 eliminations on the 2 players combined. We have Shadow 7, that incredible clutch finish contribution, 100% of course, and then we have Phantom from Chemex Venom. Phantom and Venom, these two have been quite consistent throughout the journey of this team, throughout the entire tournament.
No, when we talk about IGLs getting aggressive, right, it always comes that it's Manya. Look at Venom. Look at his numbers. He's been hitting them all, and he's been hitting it out of the park. So definitely Chemex Venom, they've gotten the best start they could have possibly hoped for. Exactly when you're playing those lands in an official one at that, I think this is what really sets them up for success.
I mean, you see 2 IGLs on the top 5 board right there, right? You also see Sadoshevin, and this is the first time you will see Sadoshevin just stepping up to the occasion. As we've got the point standings in front of us, it's of course going to be Chemex Venom at the top with 21 points, but then you've also got Team Insane with 15 points. You've also got iQOO Soul with 12. So in general, you can't say for the top 6, it's a decent start.
Yeah, it is a decent start, but then, I mean, for the top 8, Global Esports, I think they are going to be the happiest inside of the top 8 because they took an exit very early inside of the game, and yet they managed to break into the first half of that leaderboard. Necro, I want to know this from you. I mean, there were 2 teams. We saw them fight extremely late inside of the match, but we did not see either of them in the top 8. I'm talking about Team TAMILAS and Team LIMRA.
Yeah, I mean, those teams are completely absent, and now you move on towards the latter half of the board. Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of these upsets. Carnival Gaming, MOGO Esports, Team AARU, Team TAMILAS. You do not really expect these teams to be here on the latter half of the board, especially X-Spark. The only reason why they've got the 4 points, all thanks to the man himself, Shadow 7. If you wouldn't have stepped up, Team X-Spark, once again, they might have just gone 0 points because Inferno Squad, they had a clear-cut edge in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, for Inferno Squad, that really feels bad. But hey, are you guys even surprised? Because, again, you're going up against the DBS, it was smokes all around, and Shadow just kept tapping and hope it would connect. And boy, oh boy, you know, that luck on him. Certainly, he's going to start feeling himself. But again, as a team, they failed this time. When you look at them, Sarang, he was just caught napping in his vehicle out in the open, gets picked off. For Inferno squad, hey, they are the undergods. They've got nothing to lose. They're going to be spreading carnage throughout the lobby, and X-Pac has to dodge it.
Yeah, man, I don't think these close quarters shotgun clutches are going to let go of our lives, at least, for a while now. They have been happening, and even in this game, I mean, along with the DBS clutch, we saw a lot of S12Ks into play as well, and it was quite impressive. But then again, I think this is going to lead to a very interesting scenario soon. I mean, next map, we have Miramar coming in. You're going to be forced into long-range fights now.
But I mean, hey, listen, adaptability is one of those most crucial skills that a professional player needs to have. No matter what the meta is, you still need to be at the top of the game. That's why you're called the professionals, right? And knowing the fact that these teams, of course, they have been doing really good. One thing is for sure, Cheminix VENOM, man, the previous game, I was just about to speak about the rotation, right? Moving in all the way from the northern side, Cheminix VENOM, they were so flawless. They did not even need to fight those unnecessary fights. And now as we do see today's matches, once again, now we're going to have Miramar on the way, boys.
Yeah, of course. You know, we've been talking about Cheminix VENOM off to such a flying start, but who knows, in Miramar, anything could change. Because, hey, this is one of those maps where anything can also happen. Flight path trajectory going away from a certain team, everybody might be in for a toss.
Ooh, I mean, especially speaking of the flight path trajectory. Once again, if we do see one-sided play in flight path, so that means those pit stops collisions will definitely happen. And you were also speaking about some of the drop collisions right on the board. But this time, we also do see a little bit of a switcheroo on the desk. Johnny's going to take a leave, and the Neck Bros, once again, back in fashion. How you doing, my friend? First ever land.
Yeah. Already kicking me, at least at this energy that we see behind us. It's impeccable. And just seeing the first match itself and the results that we see from the boys of VENOM, it's so enlightening. I mean, the boys literally slayed on the very map, which they were not that quite strong on.
I mean, I have got strong opinions about this.
Yeah,
come on, Cheminix VENOM, they are the hot favorites. We've been having this chatter. We asked every single player, all the managers, the coaches, they had Cheminix VENOM, cannot rule them out. Especially that fight against iQOO. So let's not forget, this is what iQOO Soul did to others previously. And now that being done to them, it is sometimes painful to watch, but it is delightful at the same time.
Being on the receiving end is never good fixes, and I'm pretty sure iQOO Soul now, they've pretty much learned from the past mistakes. Now let's speak of the drop collisions that you were speaking of, right? Team X-Park, yeah, getting wiped off the rip like that in the first game, but if that same thing repeats to them once again on the map of Miramar, it's going to be a massive stinger.
No, it's all about that mental game, right? We all know for a fact that Team X-Pac, Ninja, Spray God, and Sarang, they collapsed. It was Shadow, and it was just a moment.
Yeah.
But for Team X-Pac, they need to step up collectively as a team. We've all been talking about LAN, how important that confidence game becomes. And for Team X-Pac dropping down at San Martin. And let's not forget another thing. We've been witnessing a lot of those third parties, Neko.
Yeah, we have.
Imagine X-Pac and Cheminix VENOM fighting it out amongst each other. Then somebody from the sidelines is here to salvage whatever remains.
And once again, iQOO Soul and Global Esports, they're going to be even more hungry. Global Esports, yes, they did get wiped out early off the bat. iQOO Soul did get decent amount of points, but we know iQOO Soul is always aiming for that win. Now they're going to be even more thirsty for the elimination points. For Global Esports, it is the map of Miramar. I think so for them to rotate on the higher points, it's going to be pretty much easier. But then you speak of moving on towards some of the spots where Global Esports is definitely going to be challenging a fight against the top dogs. That's when, once again, we might just see the real struggle hit the deck.
Exactly, and even you were talking about the drop collisions, right? I was wondering that FS Esports, they have their drop around the areas of water treatment. So about the third party factor, I still feel like FS Esports will be very hungry for this finishes, because this match, it did not went that well for them, right? So every team, we have seen the aggressive approach coming up from the previous stages of the previous rounds. The approach has changed drastically for the teams. They are more hungry for the finishes, and for that, even VASISTA Esports, they might be looking for the late game fight, but FS will be going for the third parties. There is no doubt about it.
FS Esports, VASISTA, these teams in the previous game completely inactive. For VASISTA Esports, we had to talk about how they need to amp up the aggression. The previous game, still you can give them that leeway, the fact that, yeah, it was just the first game of the LAN, maybe the players trying to get rid of the jitters. But what do you think is going to hold them back in the upcoming game?
You know, I really feel they had a good rotation, right? Had the Northwestern Circle all to themselves. They kind of survived pretty late inside the game. They wanted to go in. They got a couple of finishes here and there, but a little bit more punch, a little bit more oomph is what I feel like VASISTA Esports need at this point. You know, we've had that chatter with the players. They say they've got nothing to lose, but everything to gain for them. So VASISTA Esports, definitely could be a foe that we would all tremble on.
Yeah, and then speaking of some of the newer bunch right on the lobby, you've got LIMRA, FS Esports, right, the players, of course, right there. And then you've also got some of the returning names in that lineup, too. For FS Esports, moving inside of the Grand Finals, I personally had a lot of expectations from them.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And even a lot of teams, like even Insane, I would like to bring them up on this topic because Insane, they had a very good streak of having chickened in on the very first Erangel. And even this match, they finished in the second spot. I would say the little bit of downrange disadvantage actually kind of made them fall down in front of the boys of Venom. But impeccable performance already have been done. But in front of us, we've also got the players of iQOO Soul right now. Those who will be very desperate for this match's chicken dinner.
I mean, for iQOO Soul, as I mentioned, now they're going to be like a pack of hungry wolves. Even for teams like Team AARU, this game is going to matter quite a lot, considering they got eliminated off the rip. For AARU, they know how much at the stake. For the other teams, they've got nothing to lose, but a lot to gain. For teams like CG, the first game was a bad start, but we know what they're capable of. And even for MOGO Esports, usually the first game is supposed to be a setback, but this time, in this new point structure, they cannot afford to play for that same way.
Oh, they certainly cannot. And at this very moment, I think the first circle really means a lot. And who knows who the circle might favor. Necro, and let's get started once again.
Yeah, speaking of the circle, it's time to step on the deserty lands of Miramar. As the plane flight path once again is going to be in front of us as the Big Bird hits the sky. Plane flight path starting all the way from Petrona towards Campo Militar. This plane flight path, it's decent.
It is decent, at least better than what we saw previously, didn't we? And of course, a lot of these teams, they will have to go for this long stretch, especially when you're iQOO Soul heading towards La Cabrera. It's not going to be as easy as it looks. But San Martin, this can be there. Of course, Kevin Venom and X-Park, this is a storyline that we come in with. Even for the likes of MOGO Esports, should not have any trouble getting down at Impala. But Necro lost Leonis. Got a couple of teams dropping down there. It has been peaceful so far.
Yeah, they have been the happy neighbors, right? You don't see 8-Bit or the other teams trying to collide with themselves because they know the loot is important and surviving till the later stages is really important. And specifically, when you know that Los Angeles is a very big city, so even like 3 to 4 teams, even they, if they take the drop, there is ample amount of space to work out with. But again, I'm looking forward for any early collisions that we saw earlier in the map of Erangel. That was due to the flight path that we saw, but this one, I think there might be some chances over the areas of San Martin and Power Grid.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. We've seen those defaulty circles sometimes just going around those Power Grid, or maybe at situations going down south. But who knows what's coming next. Reckoning Esports a little up top over there. Team LIMRA, look at their spread. iQOO Soul not far away. MNX Venom right beside them. And Akshat, I do not like the feeling of this. He's out in the open. Raven. VP's got that SKS in fact. Take his take. Maybe just a few scratches here and there. But Akshat, that was a narrow escape.
That vehicle is not one of my favorites fixes. And you don't actually survive that long. Akshat will be definitely kissing his stars for the fortune that he had right now. But eventually, Carnival Gaming will be reaching their drop location without any scratch. And instantly, as it seems, the circle is even in the central part, right? iQOO Soul will be there in the Power Grid area, but for now, even the side of Carnival Gaming, I will be coming back to that they will be needing a lot more points. At least 10 plus points is what they require.
I mean, at this point, anything could happen for Carnival Gaming. Not have the best of starts. And seems like the voice in my head says that we're going to be going off for a rehost over here. Few tech issues and yeah, that is it. But who knows when the circle goes next, where does it go, and how the flight path trajectory could be. Because this time, looking at things, right? Team X-Park did avoid that early drop collision, or they actually were intending on heading off towards San Martin.
Yeah. Even it seems like, the teams have taken the drop equally. They have their own places. They will be looking forward to play around with. They're waiting for the confirmation with Goblin. Look at him. Just popping out the tires. And we instantly see the players, the coaches or the managers we see from the other teams of FS, VASISTA as well, sitting out there enjoying the finals, just being in the stage itself as we go for a rehost.
No, of course. And this is something that is a part and parcel of BGMI. It's a LAN event. Everybody is over here in the audience. We're loving their energy. First game, MNF's Venom off to such a good start. Even for the likes of Team Insane. They've also been running still and they've been fighting it out. But hey, Necro, you're back once again. And let's not forget, at Insane, I really feel like they have that little thing that could push them through the edge.
I genuinely think so. The first game is definitely going to be helping them a lot this time. Yes, I do understand the past speaks something completely else. But this time, Team Insane, they've just got something different in them. And I can feel it. I don't know why. What do you think? Do you feel it?
Yeah, I mean, they're all in. They don't care about which team is in front of them. And they are like, we need the finishers to win this tournament. Because everybody, all the 16 teams out there are having that one motivation, that one thinking in their mind that we are here to win. We're not here to finish in second, third or fourth.
Once again, the previous game, the timings were flawless, be it entering inside of the zone, be it third party in the fights. But in the past, we've also seen those timings being a little bit off. And that's why Team Insane, they have been punished on those third parties too.
Yeah, for Team Insane, this is one of the discussions we had earlier, right? This time, them really committing for those early fights, engaging, involving themselves in those third parties, getting those extra points. That has been the change that they've made. I think this is exactly what they needed at this point, because in LAN, like we said, it's all about having a good start. Now imagine the idea for all of these teams is all about trying to have that 20 to 30 point lead. Because we know comeback in this meta is easy. We've seen teams coming back right to the top from maybe as down as the 7th or 8th position. So that is going to be there. But for Team Insane, it's all about trying to get around 50 to 60 points by the end of the evening. Have that good average going on. Maybe a couple of games might go awry. But that one chicken dinner game, they ought not miss it.
So you can't say Team Insane right now, they've got the cushioning to work with.
Yeah.
But if that cushioning fades away, once again, the players will be back under that pressure. And that's something Team Insane would need to avoid. Knowing the fact that these players, they're quite new. Let's be honest, not as experienced as some of the teams like Team X-Bark, be it Carnival Gaming. So once again, the pressure can get to them easily. They haven't been put in these type of moments a lot of the times. Yes, they have played a lot of LANs in the past, nothing taken away from that. But still, man, it's all about that experience that the other players, they might just possess a little bit more. And moving on towards another conversation, Reckoning Esports.
Yeah.
The first game was not that great. Moving in towards Miramar, you can't say Reckoning Esports, even they have a really formidable firepower inside of that map.
Again, for Reckoning Esports, sorry to say this out loud, but they're starting to feel the heat. Because, again, for Reckoning Esports, I really anticipated the moment Team Insane went in for a third party on Global Esports, I thought Reckoning would also chime in because they were just around the hood. They've been reading that finish feed, but they did not do that. They avoided all those early fights. I think the first finish they got was on Manya, and that happened pretty late in the game. And that has never been in their DNA. Reckoning Esports, we were talking about this. Their success lies in the fact that they need to engage in those early fights. That is something that they're not doing, which kind of forces me to think that they're taking a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I also think that the planned flat path was playing a major role in all the setbacks that we saw, right? Off the rip, teams like Global Esports getting eliminated. It's not something I thought would happen. Definitely, yes, Global Esports is a ticking time bomb. You never know. Sometimes they can blow themselves up or the opponents.
I mean, they did a fantabulous job right there. Team AARU, they were completely thrashed out, but still, I was really surprised how AARU, with just one pistol, was trying to clutch it out, and he almost did it, right? He got 2 knockouts, and I was like, okay, this might be the historic moment that AARU's about to create, but, well, that one disadvantage played the game.
You forgot, AARU was going up against the mighty Beast himself.
Yeah.
And Beast has pulled off so many momentum clutches. It's crazy. This man has been monumental for that team. The way Beast has been able to perform, I still remember Sanhok game in the past that we witnessed, and then the Erangel game as well, where Beast was able to clutch a 1v3.
You know, I'm going to make a case for AARU also. You talk about Beast being the clutch meister. AARU is also one of them.
Oh, NIY.
You talk about those moments, right? It was that Vikendi, NIY, 1v4. And this time, you know, if he had done this with a pistol, this would have been edged in the history books.
But once again, NIY were getting treated as the free points in the lobby, so you can't say it was much more easier. I'm just messing around, guys. Let's move on towards a short little promo, and let's see what's on the stake.
Fire in my veins, I feel the vibe, life is a game, I got the power. iQOO Neo 9 Pro with dual chip power. Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
I want to let you in on some secrets about the iQOO Neo 9 Pro. It's got some of the best features, of course, 144Hz display. What else do you want for gaming, my friend?
You know, a better processor. And we get that. Not just one, but two, in fact. You've got the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 along with own iQOO's inbuilt smart chipset. That really enhances your gaming performance. And you know what? I'm going to give you an insight.
Okay.
I already have it ordered. I needed another phone, a gaming phone to be precise, and I have it.
Hey, you know, what are you talking about having it ordered? I've already got it in my palms. I've got the phone right with me. Yes, this is mine, my friend. You didn't even know it's mine, but you know what? This is also the most powerful phone in this price segment. So what are you waiting for? Move on towards Amazon, order yourself an iQOO Neo 9 Pro. It's of course quite amazing for gaming. But let's move on with the conversation a little bit more. We know on the horizon, once again, it's going to be the map of Miramar. We did see that rehost, but that drop collision between X-Park and Kim and X1, what do you think? Is it going to spark up even higher?
Really depends on the flight path trajectory, because I really feel like X-Park taking a little bit of that extra pressure. Now, let me just clarify for one thing for sure. Kim and X-Venom still headed on towards Yasnaya despite the flight path trajectory, whilst X-Park did not. That goes on to speak volumes that Kim and X-Venom, they're prepared for fights, but our team X-Park up for the task.
Hey, I mean, you know what? Let's just look at the faces of the players. They do seem locked in and loaded. Every single player is waiting inside of the lobby just for the game to be started and for them to be unleashed against each other. They're just here to rain down the hellfire against each other on the hot lands of Miramar. As we do see Team AARU as well, they know how much is at the stake for these boys.
Yeah, it's really important for them. They didn't have a great start, but we know how Team AARU plays. The aggression that they have, the potential that every player has, it's impeccable, and I really hope that they bounce back this time.
Exactly. Even VASISTA eSports, the same expectations are going to be there. But here we go, once again, ladies and gentlemen, in the deserted lands of Miramar, as the big bird is going to hit the skies for the second time. The plane flight path starting all the way from the southern side of Los Leones towards La Cabrera.
This is much like it. This is what everybody would be wanting to witness if you're a player right now. The flight path trajectory almost dissecting the map into two halves. But the previous circle we had, yeah, I was kind of bored with it. I want something to go around the extremities, and don't you want that as well, Necros?
Yeah, this flight path is really, I'm so happy with this one, you know. Every team will have that opportunity to reach their particular drop location without any kind of hassle. So, it also raises a lot of question whether X-Park, they have the privilege to go to San Martin, even Venom can go to the San Martin area. Will that drop collision happen, or they might just sign a treaty and just walk away from it?
Nah, that's not going to happen. They do not know to back off. That's the problem. They're quite stubborn, aren't they? And yeah, X-Park, they're already heading on towards San Martin. We know Global Esports might head towards Hashi and the Del Patron. That is what I'm starting to worry about, especially if you are X-Park at this point. Now imagine a world where they take down Kemin X Venom and Global Esports. They will be on the hunt because they've already been wounded.
Definitely. There's no questions asked about it. Well, every team has got that approach for the third party. Every team has the hunger for the finishes. And nobody is going to leave you like a single inch of the land. They will look forward to hunt you down even if you try to escape from it. And Global Esports are just on the top. And it seems like X-Park, they've decided not to go to the San Martin or maybe have some different split around, because I also see the players of Venom Gaming going a little bit far away from that place.
Yeah, when you talk about Global Esports, what a journey they've had so far. Redemption arc for Mavi, the way he played inside of the semi-finals, again being the table toppers. And boys and girls, when I say the table toppers, it was in week 1. Global Esports, definitely one of those hot favorites. And this is what we're witnessing, right? Team X-Park deciding on a different split. This is the pressure really starting to surmount over them. But look at this. Shadow in such real proximity to Mavi.
They don't want to get any early collisions once again. Murphy, I don't think he's quite aware of Shadow's position, but Shadow knows it pretty well. The way he's holding, he doesn't have a helmet or a vest, not even a lot of utils, just an AK and a Win94 in his hand. This is the moment. Shadow, he can bring the ideal start for the side of Team X-Park if he takes down Murphy and can again give a big setback to the side of Global Esports.
Two IGLs almost about to lock horns against each other. Shadow, one of the players, just recently clutched a 1v4, but Mavi not really having best of starts. This is where both of them needing that assistance over here for Global Esports. Mavi, he's got a really good position to work around with. And this is as mechanical as it gets because Ninja Boy, the aid arrives and all right, Global Esports, they decide to back off. I feel like this is quite a smart decision to make.
Very stable gameplay coming up from them, but even X-Park, Ninja doesn't want to let them leave that place that easily. And he's taking the shots, he's got the already ammunitions and the guns, he has looted from afar and will be looking forward. But even X-Park decides not to engage any further. Having a stable start is very crucial for the boys, for both these sides, because they did not had a great one previously.
Oh, this is what came in next. Venom also did not really anticipate Raven Esports being right beside them. A lot of these teams making those small little changes. And this has been quite visible, hasn't it? We've seen so many of those early fights breaking out. Yeah, of course, the flight path trajectory is throwing span into the works of so many of these other players. At Raven Esports, they had a really good start. A very clean vibe on the players of MOGO Esports, but their happiness could not really last longer.
Yep. Even talking about teams, we are seeing a lot of cluster down in the southern area as we see in the map. We see 8-bit, we see Team TAMILAS, INFERNO squad, even Reckoning going to put the Parasio. I'm really looking forward to how are they going to rotate, because in the eastern side, in the Impala, you see MOGO Esports, they have the drop for a very long time. So every team are aware that, you know, if you rotate from the eastern side, you will have a chance to collide with MOGO Esports, which you don't want to do it, right?
Yeah, especially when the likes of Reckoning, who've not had the best of starts. Yeah, that is something that's advisable to not engage in. For MOGO Esports at this point, they did not even have a good start, right? Kind of relied on their instincts, on their hunch, and they fell flat on their faces. But when you talk about teams taking over center of the circle, of course, Global Esports and Venom Gaming have a good spot to themselves. Carnival Gaming making an early rotation though.
It's a position I'm really looking forward. Even I would like to bring the advantage of FS Esports. I mean, they had the entire draw, which was previously captured by iQOO. They've changed to El Pozo. FS has decided to go to Laco, and they have the entire northern corridor control for them all to themselves without having any neighbors around the corner. But talking about the neighbors as well, we just saw one player just fleeing away just beside Global Esports Mavi.
This is what is really getting me riled up, because I thought we were going to witness some early fights, and you know, teams are starting to really feel the brunt. They're starting to avoid those fights. They want to take it to the late game scenarios. And when you look at the center of the circle, look at that cluster building around the center. You've got so many teams. And a very interesting point you brought up, Necros. Black Ubraria being again taken away from iQOO. Soul, what are FS even thinking?
They're having a 2-2 split, which is good, but they want to utilize the northern corridor control, which we usually see iQOO doing it. But even though, I still feel like if we are seeing iQOO from the El Pozo in the western side, but they will flee towards the north and will engage, will try to engage with at least FS Esports and take down 2 of the players to gain the majority of the control. But as we talk about, there are still a lot of teams in the question in the central part, and Venom Gaming, Raven Esports will be one of them. But talking about the other teams, we have also got VASISTA on our screens, a team that we really look forward to perform at their best.
Yeah, for VASISTA Esports, it's all about those beautiful rotations, right? And you know, this is one of those teams that has the perfect mix of things. Got some experience, they've got some young blood in them. H-God definitely one of those players to watch out for. And every single time you root them out, they somehow fight back. They never have faced a situation where you could say it's quite rough. Have had one of the cleanest runs in BGIS so far.
Yeah, exactly. But one thing is for sure, right? The first day we don't see VASISTA overpowering the other teams. It's always the second and the third day we see them coming back with all those bangers and literally stunning every other team in the lobby. And I really think that they might have a similar approach, but you know what? You can't just win this tournament like that. We had a discussion already previously, but VASISTA Esports, they want to go all in and they will be looking forward, at least in the third or fourth stage. They might be trying to engage with other teams, but I'm still looking forward. You can see Reckoning again, going for the eastern side rotation side MOGO Esports, and this is challenging because MOGO Esports, I don't think they want to engage.
Feels like they're unaware. Destro has gone unchecked at this very moment. Because for Reckoning Esports, they do not have their backlines clear right now. In the previous game, however, they really love doing that. But this time, if MOGO Esports strikes from the backlines, and it feels like they've already started their carnage, Viper taking quite some hits over there, but somehow has managed to score free.
Lucky for the Reckoning boys, definitely don't want to engage in early contests. They definitely want some peaceful rotations to enter inside the circle and grab a good spot. Because the circle, as it seems, it will be a very late game fights that we will be witnessing here on. Because majority of the teams, they're holding the compounds, those are in the central part. And as soon as we will be seeing a hard shift, the rotations will start, but it is still, I would say there is still about a lot of time that we are still, way to witness this. Even though a lot of teams are outside the circle, still trying to enter.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams, I think now we've got two minds happening, right? Couple of teams are over here, they want to play in from the edges. Most of the teams trying to play around the center. This is one of the circles that's not relatively new, to be honest, Necros.
Yep.
You've seen the circle either head towards that water treatment area or maybe towards power plant. iQOO again. This is also something that they've done in the past, just holding on to the Crater Fields hills. Don't have a lot of trouble though, but for Carnival Gaming, they really need to strike back. They really need to strike hard.
Wow. Look at the circle shift fixes. Down southeast. Keeping X-Park in the very dead center. And it is a very favorable position for X-Park if they can play around it. But also, when you are in the dead center, you're also the center of attraction for every other neighbors around you. And Carnival Gaming, Reckoning, and teams like Insane, they are not the good neighbors that you want for yourself, that too in this kind of circle.
Especially this Insane is quite deadly, right?
Yeah.
The team that's really starting to feel themselves and can never really rule them out. But we've also known that 8-Bit was also quite famous for this success in the games of Miramar. Aditya, previously in the BGIS 2023, it managed to get that third position for him. He was playing under a different banner. He was playing under Team X-Park, and this time, what a storyline he brings along with him, the entire team. But then again, there's so many of those teams, Necros, are still outside the circle, still inside of the blue. You've got Team LIMRA, you've got Inferno Squad, you've got VASISTA. And Team LIMRA is one of those teams that has some stunning rotations in Miramar.
Never disappointed us, isn't it so?
Yeah.
They've always done a tremendous job, always made it to the very safest part of the circle. I don't know how, I really want to get in the minds of their IGL if I can get to, but well, the circle, it seems like it's going to be very hectic, but for how Team LIMRA is rotating right now, as we can see, they might be looking forward to grab some spots around the ears of Picardo or maybe around the corners where Reven Esports or iQOO they're holding. But talking about the fights, FS Esports still now maintaining the concrete corridor control of the northern side, and they will be looking forward to not let anybody slip inside of their radius.
Yeah, for FS Esports, they've got their work cut out, right?
Yeah.
They want to hold on that northern area, like you said. And want to ensure their backline should be clear. This is what gets me worried, because from what I really feel like, Team LIMRA, they're going to rotate up north. Look at this. Storm is starting to brew up. Team X-Park, they understand for a fact that Reckoning are just beside them. It's all about the fact that our Reckoning aware that Team X-Park is present over here.
Spray God literally not giving a single sound, but finally the shots have been fired. We see Cheminix Venom's Venom taking the shots on the players of iQOO, a rotation clash that we were anticipating for a longer period of time, but it seems like iQOO, they don't want to engage right now. At least they want to wait for the next circle to pop up so that they can rotate and find a good spot for themselves, and then might be trying to involve themselves in any fights.
I think seems like Cheminix Venom, really cracked the code, to be honest. The way they played in the game of Erangel, had a rather slower start, just keeping their backlines clear. And when the clock struck 9, they just went ham over literally everybody on the map. And that was quite a clinical chicken dinner that they accrued for themselves. Like I said, right, Team LIMRA executing a northern rotation, and this is what FS Esports really needs to watch out for, because Erangel Gokul has been doing a lot of magic lately with the squad.
A lot of experience for this guy.
Yeah.
Definitely he's providing his team with all the experience he has gathered for these years, and he's got a beautiful lineup. If you talk about the gun game, that Hesperas and all the players like Dragon, they carry with themselves. Individually they stepped up, and they will be looking forward to step up more, especially in this match as well, because the rotation that they're having for now will grant them a lot of time. Even for Inferno squad, they are still afar, and they're looking forward to enter the circle as quickly as possible to grab a good spot, but they will have to face a lot of gatekeepings of VASISTA Esports, maybe Team AARU as well as Team MOGO as well.
It's such fluttering emotions, isn't it? When you talk about Inferno squad, a little bit of that insight, right? Owen, we look at this player, former teammate of Ninja Jord, and look at how times have changed in the previous game. Did manage to take him down and finish him off. And of course, Owen, he's gone through such a rough patch, finally getting that recognition. But again, for Inferno squad to go tumbling down like that, that ought to hurt. But again, you know, I've had a chatter with the boys. Yeah, they also have that Viper mentality in them. What do they have to lose? And everything to win. And similarly, same goes with VASISTA Esports as well.
Yep. So now even gatekeeping the other teams, trying to clear the backs and play the sideline game, which I really like, you know. They have got the gunpowder, so when they need to go aggressive and clear the grounds for themselves, they can do it. Even just trying to play it safe till the circle is ending, because they know there will be a lot of fights that will grant them the privilege to go up the ladder and grab a lot more placement points. We know that this is a format where finishes matter a lot, but you also need to balance the placement points and the finishes in order to be on the top chart. And VASISTA Esports, they have done a little bit in the previous map of Erangel, but this time the top 4 or at least the top 3 will be in their eyes.
I really feel like VASISTA is one of those teams still stuck in the old days. One of those teams still prioritizes a lot of those position points instead of going for those finishes, and that's not really going to earn them that trophy, right? They've always qualified, fine, but they still need to strike hard. MOGO Esports having that little bit of that high ground advantage, and Delta seems like he's got a slight inkling that says that there's somebody beside him. Taking in the wrong direction probably, but this is the circle shift that we were looking out for. Carnival Gaming, again having the central's position to themselves. But look at the teams around the southern side, Necros. Oh my god, hell's gonna break loose now.
Carnival Gaming, they have to hold their grounds no matter what it takes, because you will be seeing swarm of teams fleeing down south as well as from the northern side. Everybody, not a single player fixes have been still eliminated from this game, so that raises the temperature, that too in the map of Miramar. While Carnival Gaming, Global Esports, Reckoning, the only thing that they have to do is get the finishes as much as possible.
Oh, that could have been really close. Team TAMILAS and MOGO Esports almost locking horns against each other. But for the boys of Team TAMILAS, previous game, really quite unfortunate the way Raven Esports went after them. But this time they also need to redeem themselves, because for Team TAMILAS, Miramar has always been their home ground. This is one of those games that they ought to win. Still playing around the edges, a little bit of change in the style of play. Look at this, Team Insane executing those early rotations, always trying to stay somewhere around the center of the circle. The big question, howsoever, that are Raven Esports aware of Insane's positioning?
I really don't think so. But we can see iQOO sold from the back lines. Insane is there, Raven is there. In front of them, it's Global Esports, and even 8-Bit coming down south. A lot of teams still outside of the circle, while you see VASISTA Esports still rotating in the extremities of the eastern side, dealing the blue zone damage and trying to enter the circle from the safest part possible. But Raven Esports, on the other hand, wants to lock horns with Team Insane Esports, it seems.
Like, I really hope the deadlock gets broken. Nothing has happened, not a single muscle has budged at this point. Not a single player taken down. 64 still alive. It's almost stage 3 starting to close in just the next couple of seconds. And we might get to see another shift. But this is where iQOO, they're deciding to start make a move for themselves. And they've got a lot of foes to deal with. And Team LIMRA being first of many.
Can you just imagine, Fixes, the first match of Erangel, we saw so many fights going underway in maybe in fractions of minutes. But right now, we are almost about to hit stage 4 and not a single player has been decimated by any other team. We had some kind of shots being fired against each other, but not a single knock, neither a finish.
Yeah. And sometimes I get it, right? Understanding the gravity of the situation, these are the grand finals. Every single match matters, every single point matters. And what is going to be really hurting is the fact that in the blink of an eye, we're going to have hordes of teams getting eliminated. It's all about another curveball hitting. So far, Carnival Gaming, they've held on their ground. They're having that beautiful central spot to themselves. But I really like Kevin X Venom's position as well.
Not gonna lie, Fixes, but I really don't like the spot where Carnival Gaming is holding, because you see they have a lot of ridges around them. So if any team like Reckoning goes above, they might be looking forward to kind of stack them out in that compound itself, maybe flood them with the nades. It can be very deceiving. But for the other teams, yes, still rotating, playing around the corners, but we see the first knock come into the question. Reven Esports opens up against iQOO, and Manya is down and out.
Quite unfortunate. Again for iQOO, losing out on the IGL yet again. Before he could even do anything, Manya was caught stranded. Something that he's not had imagined for himself. And look at this now, Team AARU trying to squeeze in, trying to get inside the circle. Inferno squad right beside them. AARU ensuring he's got all his angles checked, and this is exactly the call that we were looking out for. FS Esports, they've got the best position inside the circle, but Team LIMRA, they're going to have the northern grounds.
Oh my god, this is literally, I would say, phenomenal circle for FS, even for VASISTA Esports. With Team LIMRA, they have to take care of iQOO coming from the backlines. If they can finish them off, this can be very, very interesting for them, but it seems like iQOO doesn't want to leave a single round, instantly knocks and confirms Dragon out of the question.
That is what is concerning at this point, especially if you are Team LIMRA. Quite famous for their immaculate rotations in the game of Miramar. And already having one of the players down and out is going to be quite concerning, as Inferno squad, they're aware that Team AARU is starting to surround them like hyenas at any given point. But Omega finding that swift success, getting that knock onto its Veron, getting that quick elimination. Inferno squad starting to look quite deadly.
Flanks are working, but Inferno squad, they have a head-on competition. Team AARU wants to go all in, and Zin has to provide a lot of cover to Owen. So all the boys are coming in the right moment. Owen goes down instantly as Team AARU barges in and gets Zin down as well. Inferno squad, they're into shambles right now.
They certainly are. Jatin still fighting back though, trying to salvage whatever he possibly can. But look at this. Team X-Spark from afar. They also strike. They also touch grass. For Team AARU, losing out on Veron has been a huge hurdle. Has really caused a lot of those fumbles, but for now, they really have to rise above everything. As now all those grenades, this is what I've been talking about, right? This is where panic strikes. But AARU, is he up for the task?
So much pressure on that one man. Jatin has to do. X-Spark will be looking forward to capitalize on, because they know that there is a fight going on down in the compound and they can benefit from it. While Jatin still cooking up the nades. Looking forward to get a knock, but Atangi goes all in. I don't think that pre-good nade, how much damage will it be able to give? He gets one, he gets the double. Jatin, oh my god, he's just clutching it out. Inferno squad, they're back at it.
Oh my god. Once again, Team AARU in a whole world of trouble. The final player surviving, Dionysus, has another grenade, and Jatin seizes the moment. Previously, he might have been clutched out by Shadow, but this time he ensured that the 1v3 was his. And Inferno squad, what a way to start things off. But hold on, trouble still knocking at their doors. They're not out of the woods yet, as now fights have started breaking down left, right and center.
Team LIMRA against Reven Esports. iQOO's Rod is also behind that position, still trying to just be the sneaky snake out there, but AimGod spots one of the players down, deals a lot of hefty damage, but Reaper gets his power taken down. That is really problematic for the players of iQOO Soul, while Justin even gets taken down by on the other side by the players of Reven Esports.
Oh my god, this is as worse it could get. iQOO Soul being bodied down by the players of Raven Esports. At this very given moment, did not have a lot of vehicles to walk around with. As look at that, MOGO Esports, this time they want to strike back. They've got vengeance in their mind, and they've got K-Minx Venom right in front of them.
Reckoning, they're literally coming from the backlines. MOGO did not anticipate this kind of fight to happen, but even at this point, Carnival Gaming wants to barge in and be the third-party team to the side of Venom Gaming. They don't want to let them slip away, and by that, one of the finishes might be confirmed with a lot of nade exchanges being happening, and the nade gets Goblin down. K-Minx Venom, they are fighting back.
Yeah, it's a reply. And a reply serve cold. Especially for Carnival Gaming, they really need to get Goblin back up. They did get a couple of knocks here and there though, but still, the numbers matter at this point. Considering how the situation is, Neo really closes in, drops in that smoke, but now look at this, it's a trifecta happening. MOGO Esports against Carnival, and again, they are also against the players of K-Minx Venom. At this situation, Destro really out in the open, but look at him, how he's being sprayed at, and it is from the backlines. It is going to be the players of Team Reckoning.
Reckoning, they're just having the feast, and the platter is served in front of them, and even Viper gets Destro knocking out, so this is very problematic, and MOGO Esports trying to survive, but the nade of Delta PG, what a beautiful nade it is, gets Venom down, and even they are being sandwiched from both the situations. MOGO, they're fighting for the survival, but it's not easy. Delta PG goes down and out. MOGO Esports, down to a single player.
And now that is all she wrote. MOGO Esports outside of the game. They are the defending champions, but Reckoning Esports giving a run for their money. As now they also want to inch in very close, trying to collect as much util as they possibly can. As Global Esports still alive, still kicking, getting the better of the players of Raven Esports. But for Reckoning, the work's not done yet. They've got another 4 to deal against, and it is going to be K-Minx Venom, who are apparently a patty in the sandwich, is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Few moments ago it was MOGO Esports, and it's now again K-Minx Venom as well. Spray God being taken now by Inferno Squad. Jatin, the man is having a golden run for himself, but finally on the other hand we see Team TAMILAS getting eliminated, but Carnival Gaming, they're up for vengeance. They want to finish K-Minx Venom, and then only they will decide to rotate deep inside the circle, but Goblin goes down. Fury gets the opening, but instantly traded off by the nades.
Oh my god, it is fights happening again, and K-Minx Venom get wiped out from the face of Earth. Reckoning, they've got the players of Carnival Gaming dead to rights, but look at this, Team X-Buck poking from the sidelines, throw a severe spanner to the works, and suddenly now Ninja John having spotted out Juicy from the far line. That is a spray and a half, traces it away, and 8-bit, they get deleted.
Team X-Buck back into the form, 8 finishes registered in their name. They want to enter the circle, but there is still one party spoiler in the backlines. They have to take care about Jatin from Inferno Squad, because he can be that one nuisance to their nose. But on the other side, the circle is still favoring FS Esports, who are still patient. But look at this, insane. They're also being decimated one by one.
Oh, last ray of hope for them, as now at any given moment, Global Esports, they might want to close in. Apu inside the vehicle. Is it still going to force that revive? I think time has passed by. Global Esports not shying away. Look at Ninja Boy, 5 finishes already, 7 in total for this team, as Jatin finally decides to fall. But for Team X-Pac, no stopping these lads, as they've become the madmen, and behold their wrath, is all she said.
Afu is just surviving in front of those big boys of X-Pac, as they are literally feeling the spark within themselves, and they're creating the impact inside the match. 11 finishes. Ninja Jord has 5 for his name, and the other 2 have 3 individually. But X-Pac, they're in no way to stop their run at this point, but they have to clear the one last player of Team Insane to get an easy position for themselves inside the circle.
Let's not forget, Sparrow is still alive. It's been one of the clutch meisters we've seen in the online stages. Carnival Gaming getting the better out of the players of Reckoning. Shikari Jord being dealt with, and Reckoning, they've also been decimated. But now this is where pushes come to shove. Global Esports deciding to initiate this fight against the players of FS. Ninja Boy, Beast, both working in tandem, pushing together. Beast, he's taken quite some hefty amount of damage. Wizard gets the first knock. Ninja Boy does get the trade, but Global Esports, they get eviscerated, and FS, they're causing a lot of ruckus.
The hard compounds are actually favoring, but two of the players of FS Esports have been taken down. Carnival Gaming, they're getting inside the circle in a style. You see X-Park, you see FS, you see Carnival Gaming, down to the final 3 teams we are here. FS could have got a lot more finishes if they went a little bit aggressive, but right now, the only thing that they have to do is hold the compounds and get all the finishes that are out in the open.
Carnival Gaming, this game is supposed to be theirs. It's already in the back. 6 finishes strong. They've got the control of the circle. FS Esports, however, just around the edges, but for Team X-Park, it's going to be such a tough stretch right now. They've got to go leaps and bounds, but still Team X-Park, they've got so many good finish frags on them. Around 10 plus already. Seems like they've recovered from that huge fall in the previous game. But look at this. Clutch gets that opening against Sarang. How do they respond back? Yes, there is Shadow.
Oh, you can never count that man out. Even Carnival Gaming trying to create a smoke path and enter the circle. Both the teams have their eyes strict on FS Esports because they know FS Esports, this time they have to come outside of the compound areas to enter the circle, and they can prey on them at every way it's possible. And Akshat creating an impact, making smoke path, but Omega goes down. Wizard, what a beautiful nade from his side.
At this point, Carnival Gaming can prove so deadly for both these teams, right? And with Omega getting taken down for FS Esports, a little smile on their face. They would want to ensure that none of them really come out swinging. A lot of developments happening over here. There's a little bit of a standstill, a little bit of a pause in the grand scheme of things, as now Team X-Park players starting to fall down from the circle. A lot of happenings over here, as now this could go either ways. This is such a huge debacle. We do not know how this ends. But for now, oh my god, Necro, what's going on? It was such an intense circle, and a standstill at a moment like that. I can't fathom who would have won the game.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, for FS Esports, the gods were just gracing them with the zone, right? Off the rip, they were inside of the smack center. FS Esports, even in the final few moments, they were right there. But did I just see Global Esports retreating from a fight off the bat?
Yes. Yeah. And this was something that even I was taken aback, right? We're witnessing so many of those changes being made over here. But finally, Global Esports getting a little bit of that consistency. 6 to 7 finishes already on the board. And I must say, it's a decent Miramar for them.
And how can you forget that clutch from the side of Jatin too, right? A 1v3 to close things off against Team AARU. But Team AARU is really now starting to choke these fights, man. They need to do something.
They have to, because 2 consecutive matches, the results have already dipped down, and both the times it was almost a clutch situation. We saw against Inferno squad, like Jatin is trying to pull the strings, but it's not easy for a single man to every time step up front and get his team carried away. The other players also need to step up the game and get the finishes for themselves.
I mean, in general, so many of these known names are starting to get eliminated early in the lobby, right? Even iQOO Soul was a part of that. I think some Raven Esports, one of the man, Aim God, was the one to take down Manya off the bat like that. And for iQOO Soul, right then and there, things just came tumbling down.
Really felt that they lost control over their vehicles, because the moment you could see the other players getting knocked out, they're out in the open with their pants down. Espower, he was trying to make a run for cover, and instantly he was decimated. Even for Ronnie, he looked lost. One of those things that you both have witnessed in this game of Miramar, nobody was taking those early fights. Everybody was getting close, but then they were moving away. That sort of caused a huge uprise of so many players clustered inside of the circle. And yeah, that was not to happen.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the action just started way too late. But this is what you expect in the grand finals, right? Every single team just playing it as safe as possible. And that's what everyone was doing over here. Cheminix went into, they tried to play it safe, but unfortunately, they got surrounded with so many teams that they had to take a fight. And for CG, that one single nade was incredible. Just wiping out the entirety of Cheminix Venom.
Yeah, exactly. The way they were holding off to that position, even by knowing that Reckoning from a distance were taking shots on them. Yes, MOGO got decimated by them, but still trying to go up front and finish Cheminix Venom. That approach was really, really brilliant for Carnival Gaming, because they know they are on a hunt and they want the finishes.
And once again, MOGO is getting caught in those rotations. This is not something you expect from a champion team like that. But what exactly is going on with their rotates, man?
course, again, the lack of the will or the urge to engage in those early fights. You saw what happened to MOGO Esports, right? They had their eyes pinned on the players of Kevin X Venom. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, it was also the players of Carnival Gaming. And just when they had enough on their plate, you got reckoning from the backlines. They were the ones dishing out some massive amount of damage because Destro was still trying to find some cover. The moment he went out in the open, it was Shikari Jor from the backlines who did the deed.
I mean, the funny part is, at the start of the entire game, we expected Team Xbox to go off against Kevin X Venom, but then it was a pit stop collision against Global Esports. A complete opposite rival, but the fact is, both these teams, they do possess that aggressive nature, but the funny part, another one is that Global Esports, this time they backed off.
Yeah, they backed off, and that was a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
To be honest, you know, there was a moment where they gazed into each other's eyes, into their souls, and then decided, let's part our merry ways, because both of these teams did not have a good start in Erangel.
I mean, especially if you do want to have a great start off the rip, you do expect the teams to play it a little bit more safe, but it was complete opposite this time. Erangel started off in quite the aggressive note, and now look at the second match. It was so slow that till the stage 3, we barely saw anyone hit the deck.
I really thought, you know, that they have felt the heat. The first match was an experimental one that they want to go and let's see, you know, if we go aggressive, what will happen? How many finishes can we accumulate from the very classic map itself? And that was a kind of experimental approach that I think, and when it came down to the Miramar, every team thought, okay, we have seen what we can do it being aggressive, let's play a little bit steady, and almost, the funny fact is, everybody thought in a very similar way.
I mean, especially for Team Insane too. Now, we talked about the consistency. We said that, yeah, maybe this time the script can be flipped. But once again, they dropped the second game just like that.
Yeah, I think it's the storyline repeating again and again and again. For Team Insane, however, we hope that they have one more success in some of those matches, right? Maybe in the next, in fact, the final game that we have, that will be in Erangel, they find another success. But again, you know, this is something that I really do not like, this approach from the teams. I understand the pressure is there, but the very idea of this point structure being introduced was for the teams trying to engage in those early fights. That not happening for these teams is throwing such a huge spanner to the works of them, because now look at what happened to MOGO Esports. They were really not prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was commending how MOGO Esports rotates. Their recent rotations, they were looking pretty flawless in the past couple of stages. The timings were looking perfect, but then now the transition towards the grand finals, at least the first 2 games, things are not looking that fluid, and they need to start to buckle up as soon as possible. We've got some of the IRL moments so far, how exactly the show started. We, of course, had the players walk in. The players are feeling quite confident, but some of these players, they're not having a good start.
Yeah. Eventually, everybody wanted to have a great start, a great day at least, but you know, every time there are certain teams, those who will reign supreme, and this time, so far, it's Kevin X Venom again being consistent because in this match as well, they were performing until unless they were in a sandwich situation. They had a good control even after being in that position. They try to go and utilize their nades and Molotovs to push the players of MOGO back, as well as Carnival Gaming. They were actually in a fight that they were playing in 2 ways.
Yeah, I mean, just like last time, right? I want to move on towards the Inferno squad conversation over here. In the previous game of Erangel, they got eliminated 1v4 by Shadow 7, and this time Jatin, he unleashed the Hellfire against Team AARU. Unfortunately for poor Team AARU, they got eliminated early in the first game too, and now they get 1v3'd by Jatin.
Yeah, I get the idea that Team AARU is trying to implement, right? They want to move in packs, they want to move in together. But that sort of has been their kryptonite, hasn't it? Even in the previous game of Erangel, Ninja Boy, 1 grenade, 2 players knocked down. This time also Jatin, 1 grenade, and then 1 player gets knocked down and he wins that duel. And as a result of which, 2 players get taken down. Suddenly the pressure kind of shifts and Dionysus bottles it down. So for Team AARU, this is as worse as it could get. But hey, they've been in this situation previously. It's still those first few early games. They really need to step back. They have to do it now.
I mean, we had to talk about FS Esports too, right? And finally, FS Esports stepping up in that game of Miramar. We did see them in the final few moments, and this is the exact performance that FS Esports needed. But knowing the points table, not having a lot of those elimination points is definitely going to hinder them. But in the overall standings, they will be in a decent spot.
Yeah, exactly, because they were holding a compound, but they did not get a lot of finishes. Because I anticipated, when you're inside the circle, we have the hard compounds, it is very evident that you will actually look forward to get a lot more finishes. Because even if you get knockout, there is a big chance that you will get the revival done, because you have the teammates just beside you. Because that point, every team was there in front of them. MOGO was there, Venom was there, even Carnival Gaming was there, but FS were completely shut, so they did not get a lot more finishes for themselves.
I mean, they pretty much had the best spot inside of the entire final few moments. moments, right? So they're, of course, going to be that center of attraction. But for FS Esports, as I mentioned, the main concern was those elimination points, and they haven't really got a lot. But I can still say, considering it was the game 2, that's a great start.
No, for FS Esports, really, that final circle would have been so difficult, just considering the fact that Carnival Gaming, they were the only team inside of the zone. And it was pretty much, again, another trifecta where even Team X-Park, they had to enter it, and even for FS Esports, they had to enter it. For FS Esports, the win conditions were quite similar, right? Somebody needed to take down a couple of players from Carnival, and at the same time, a couple of players from Team X-Park. Because boy, oh boy, Team Expert, they were deadly.
Yeah, they were on fire. Nothing taken away from that, right? But we also saw Team LIMRA taking quite the late rotation. I'm not even sure what exactly just happened to them. They just poofed into thin air, I guess.
I mean, for Team LIMRA, to be honest, this is what they've been doing, right? The idea was try to rotate from the northern sides. It was just about them being caught off guard.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially for Team LIMRA, they have been utilizing the same strategies over and over again, and they're also quite known for their rotations. But I guess this time, the rotations just did not really pay off.
They had a decent one, I would say. They had a safe spot for themselves until and unless it was iQOO Soul coming up from behind, because they never anticipated that even they are entering so late that there will be at least 1 or 2 teams wandering around the side edges, because that's how the entire game went.
But once again, they also should have realized the fact that no one got eliminated until that stage as well. Team LIMRA should have realized the fact that even the edges will be secured by the teams, because all the center of the zone was stacked up with so many of them.
It felt like it was a still water.
Yeah.
Somebody needed to put their finger in it.
Yeah.
Somebody needed to poke the bear. Somebody needed to open the floodgates, right? Everybody was waiting for that opportunity. And it was like, you know, you guys, you can go first.
Yeah.
So it was all about the entire, you know, the previous game of Miramar was all about, you know, letting teams fight it out amongst each other and try and engage in those third parties, right? We saw so much of that bloodlust happening over there. Carnival Gaming, Venom and MOGO Esports. 3 of the biggest teams were colliding, and Reckoning Esports, they were on the back line just looking out at them, and when the opportunity was right, they struck, and they struck hard.
Oh yeah, that's a really great point that you brought up, right? Reckoning Esports, just from the far fray, collecting those scrappy points. And slowly and steadily, I think so this game was quite decent for them. Of course, the placement's not going to be there. But you can still say this is kind of like the head starter that Reckoning Esports needed. This is kind of like that backup plan that Reckoning Esports needed. And now that they've at least opened up the account in the overall standings, things can look much more better for them.
Yeah, I believe that Reckoning Esports, this strategy that they have adapted right now, just to stay afar and take as many finishes as possible, because you know there are a lot of teams that will anticipate for the fights, they will involve themselves, and if you're in a distant position, that too in a map like Miramar, where there is literally so many open fields that you can literally prey on, they did the exact job that I really wanted them to do, and I'm really happy because this match, it went good for them, and it should bring back that momentum, the old Reckoning boys, the hungry wolves.
But once again, the main question lies, the defending champions are struggling a lot. I do understand day 1 is not supposed to be theirs, but once again, knowing the point structure, man, if the opponent team is already gaining a decent amount of lead on you, it will be tough to catch up, but you need at least some sort of points to make it a little bit more easier.
You know, what's even better and what really gets me excited is the fact that none of these teams are actually consistent.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at the teams that were in top 3 in the previous game, are nowhere to be seen now. And this sort of really has me excited, because now we do not really know where we are heading towards. Because then we've got some Sanhoks, you've got Vikendi into the mix, and the teams aren't really building up that lead, right? So you find that little semblance of you know, cover. You need something to hold on to, a little bit of that extra edge, you know, propelling themselves up top. That's not happening. That did not happen in Miramar as well.
Yeah, that definitely did not happen. And now you guys were also speaking of that silence being broken down on the map of Miramar, and it broke down with the name of Marnia. He was the one who got strike down early in that game. He was the one to get hit, or to hit the deck pretty much for the first time on the side of iQOO Soul. You did not really see that happen a lot of the times from the side of iQOO Soul. Usually Marnia is supposed to be the man who's supposed to survive till quite the late zone, and usually it's also Knuckle to back him up, right? But this time Marnia, I guess when he was on his scouting duties, he got knocked out.
I think both the situations, right? This time I found that Team iQOO Soul were in real top spots, to be honest, Necro. Because even in the previous game of Erangel, we're all cornered down to that one single little house. And just when they were trying to escape, it was Venom Gaming from the backlines. This time also, if you notice, they were really lost. Out in the open, middle of nowhere. Something has gone wrong, terribly wrong for Team iQOO Soul.
There's so much more to talk about. Let's move on to a short break.
हम लोग खेल रहे हैं बॉल इन द कर्व चैलेंज और हम लोग को मार्किंग पता नहीं बट इतना पता है कि नेगेटिव मार्किंग भी होने वाली है एंड दिस इज टीम एक्सपार्क वर्सेस टीम 8-bit।
और सबसे मेन बात है गाइस और तुम लोगों को पता है जीतने कौन वाला है इसमें, बट पहले अभी हम दोनों का मैच होने वाला है 1v1, इसके बाद ये दोनों आएंगे 1v1 करने। स्टोन पेपर सीजर, स्टोन पेपर सीजर।
चल ठीक है, तो
डाल।
अच्छा मैं डालूं?
हाँ टाइमर पे भाई यार नहीं होगा गाइस,
गलत बात है भाई, गलत बात। गाइस देख लो भाई,
चल ये वाला जा रहा है, चल अभी चल
भाई तो
अबे देख ये पकड़ मैं तो बोल। हां लेट्स गो। अबे देख ये कहां चला जाता है भाई भारत। एक तो प्लस में गया, बोल दियो भाई ये बॉल पकड़ लेना पहले से। और तेरी
मेरी तो कहीं भी नहीं, मेरी तो कहीं पकड़
जल्दी आ जा। वैसे पता किस्मत वाली ज्यादा गेम लग रही है। चल डालूं अब, हट जा एक सेकंड, लास्ट है मेरा, हट जा अब देख
भाई कैसे दूसरी भाई फाइनल।
ओबे यार ये भाई कैसे बीच में से जा रही है।
-10 कूद चेक करो भाई।
एक लास्ट ऑल इन कर देते, बता ऑल इन करेगा? एक ऑल इन कर देते अपन दोनों।
चल बाहर जाएगी तेरी सारी।
ओ बैक भी नहीं गए बस देखो +5 भी हुआ है यार। तो गाइस जैसे कि आप लोगों ने देख लिया कि अभी ड्रॉ हो चुका है, बट हाँ अभी हम दोनों पे चांस है।
ये क्या किया, ये क्या किया
भाई? एक भी बहुत ज्यादा तेज से मुझे स्मार्ट फील हो रही है अभी।
चेक करो,
गोल्डन चांस है, ठीक है
आदि
पर माइनस मेरे डालना। देख लियो भाई। तो गाइस यार फिर से थर्ड बार ही वापस ड्रॉ हो चुका है, तो अभी एक हम गोल्डन बास्केट करने वाले हैं। अगर माइनस होगा तो बंदा हार जाएगा, लेकिन अगर प्लस होगा तो वो जीत जाएगा, जैसे कि हम जीतने वाले हैं। तो हाँ
अबे भाई देख तू भाई यार, देखिए रहा है वो भाई ऐसी वो डाल के भाई
चल चल क्या हो गया
स्टार्टिंग से ही बोला था हम लोग जीतने वाले हैं और हम जीते भी। क्यों आदि?
ठीक कोई ना गाइस, कोई बात नहीं। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि ये लोग एटलीस्ट इधर जीत रहे, और जिधर जीतना है उधर पता चल जाएगा कौन जीतेगा।
कोई बात नहीं, वहाँ भी देख लेंगे।
हाँ वहाँ तो देख लेंगे गाइस, वहाँ देख लेंगे।
चेक करो बोलेंगे, चेक करो
वो पता चल जाएगा। टेंशन ना लो तुम लोग, इधर इनको इधर बॉल डालने दो, उधर तो फिनिशर्स निकालने पड़ते ना।
कोई बात नहीं, अच्छा बहाना दिया, कम से कम बहाना तो अच्छा दिया।
Everyone's having fun in the arena, even the boys over there who are currently playing inside of the playing field, even they're having a lot of the fun. Now, considering the previous Miramar is done, we're going to move on forward towards the rainforest of Sanhok, and we know this time things can be a little bit more aggressive, and knowing the fact that we've also been witnessing a little bit of these changes in the drop locations, would you like to touch upon them?
Yeah, we still have a lot of drop touches. If you're Carnival Gaming, you better hope you had a chicken dinner, because right now they're going to be rained over by another team.
Ooh, I mean, looking at Sanhok, you're usually expecting that aggressive start, but you never know. Sometimes it can also be the slower Sanhok. What do you think?
I really think the approach has changed. Yes, the first match it was way too aggressive. The second Miramar was way too slow.
Yeah.
But this one, I would say the Sanhok won't be way too aggressive or way too slow, but a middle of that, a little steady approach for the teams, trying to not collide for the drop locations. But there is still a point that Carnival Gaming might just face some backlashes. But though, it's a good sign that Global Esports have also changed their drop location.
And once again, if it is going to be a Camp Alpha Circle, we know iQOO Seoul, they're up for a party. Usually, they are the one who's supposed to rule all the top left island. And if there's does not really happen once again, well then we know what iQOO likes to do. They like to just instantly go and barge on the doors of the opponents. They like to start things off on the aggressive note. In my opinion, even Cheminix Venom once again can stand a chance for a solid game.
I'm giving you that look, right? Okay. Talking about iQOO, have you forgotten that Team X-Pac drops down our Hatin, and now they've got a really good game.
They do, I understand, but X-Pac, they end up taking a lot of those fights, and that's why they also do lose out on the man number. While iQOO, they prioritize the temple position. That is the highest peak in that Camp Alpha Island.
You know, I'll take this. I'll take your point. But yeah, I also need to focus about the fact that iQOO, they've had, in fact, the worst starts ever possible in the BGIS, right?
Yeah.
Certainly the morale would be low. Considering we've got a little bit of that hiatus, I hope they've got that reset, because iQOO and Team X-Pac fighting it out, I would love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, the second game was definitely a bit of a setback, but you can say the first game was decent. So they should still be in a really good spot in the overall standings, in my opinion. Moving on forward towards the game of Sanhok, yes, things will be looking a little bit more difficult if the circle does pan out towards on the right side. For teams like VASISTA Esports, once again, they're going to start to rack up that secondary strat, which is going to be the med strat if things just don't work out.
Well, I have a mixed opinion, but yes, the way VASISTA Esports they are playing, they might go for the heal battle genre again, which we don't see often. But Sanhok, it's again like you need the points, you need the placement points for yourself. But the way VASISTA Esports is playing, they will be looking for some finishes. They at least will be looking forward to 5 to 6 finishes to go for the heal battle strat.
Hey, but jokes apart, now teams like Team AARU, Raven Esports, LIMRA, they need to step up right now. Even Team TAMILAS, these guys are struggling way too much. What do you think they need to do to sort of make things a little bit more better on the map of Sanhok?
I really believe they need to play a little bit in a more split, because they were playing a 1-3 split as far as we saw previously, but still the fight-taking approach has to be there.
Now, especially looking at Team AARU, I feel like they're definitely changing their approach in the Grand Finals. They're looking a little bit more on that aggressive stance. In the first game, too, they went for the early fight. In the game of Miramar as well, they went for quite the early approach against INFERNO squad. They were winning that fight until they entirely choked.
I mean, would you agree if I just say they were kind of unlucky? Because all they're trying to do is just play by the book, sticking with each other. They have just been facing a lot of grenades, and everything goes tumbling down.
You cannot be unlucky over and over again, right? Team AARU, the second time getting unlucky like that. You cannot afford to be unlucky at that point in time. We've got today's matches on the screen, as it is going to be the map of Sanhok soon enough on the board. Aggressive stances are expected, but you never know. This might just be one of the most passive Sanhoks you guys have ever witnessed in the BGIS 2024. So many things can be expected. So many drop collisions as well can happen. But now I've got iSuper Johnny on the desk. What do you think, Johnny? Any drop collisions, early actions?
I mean, yeah, it's Sanhok, and we all know what happens up on that Temple Hill when Global Esports and iQOO are in the same game. That is that one fight I want to witness.
But here's the twist. Global Esports, they have changed their drop location to boot camp.
It's day one, Necro.
Yeah, it is day one, but Global Esports, they mentioned themselves that they have changed their drop location towards boot camp, considering it was completely empty. So I guess we're not going to see that drop collision anymore. I want to see some shanking, man.
I mean, exactly. I want to see some shanking as well. And that did happen the last time these two teams collided against each other during the semis as well. We saw that incredible fight, just one M16 amongst the 8 players that were there, and it just changed the tide of the fight completely. But along with that, I think a lot of momentum building still left to be done in this upcoming match, and it's going to be an intense one for sure. We are seeing those teams bounce back after the drop in Game 1 to Game 2, but now this Game 3, this is about stabilizing yourself for the rest of the day.
I mean, you can't say the previous game was quite decent for teams like FS Esports, who were still on the struggling side, but then for Global Esports, even they need to start to rack up a little bit more. For Cheminix Venom, they have been on the consistent approach. They're pretty much going to be at the top.
Yeah, definitely. The kind of performance they've already put up in both the matches that they've already played, the Erangel and secondly the Miramar, I really believe that even in Sanhok, if they can make it up to the top 5, it should be more than enough to keep themselves in the #1 position, but also the kind of approach that the boys of Venom has is going all in and get the finishes for themselves.
I mean, especially for Cheminix Venom, with the way things have been looking like for them, yes, they are the aggressive bunch, but if you remember that game of Erangel, they were looking quite methodical as well. They knew exactly what fight to challenge and what not to. They were also disengaging from those fights. They were also rotating away, and repositioning has always been a key aspect of the game.
There it is on our screens. FS Esports, of course, an incredible performance on their previous map of Miramar, looking to replicate the same thing on Sanhok. We know things can get extremely chaotic in Sanhok. As you mentioned, those early fights can happen at any time. Recently, we've seen teams prioritize the southwestern quadrant quite a lot as well. Tambang, Nakam, Shami, all locations where we have seen a few clashes throughout the journey of the BGIS. And of course, out of nowhere, for some reason, Camp Bravo also became a pretty big priority.
Oh yeah, Camp Bravo definitely was one of those hot drop collisions as well, right? Until Prime Esports and Godlike were colliding against each other. But you know what? They're not in the competition anymore. Let's move on and focus on the future. As what's going to be on the screen? It's going to be the Red Forest of Sanhok. As the big bird's going to hit the sky once again, and this time the plane flight path is one-sided. But considering it is the map of Sanhok, it does not really matter.
Yeah, it is the smallest map inside of the game, and as Necro said, it does not really matter that much unless you get dropped upon a hard drop to challenge to start things off in the game. But it is going to be an interesting start nonetheless. From Mong Nai to the southwestern edge of Camp Alpha is where the flight path is, and we see the splash of colors take over the map now.
I'm really not anticipating any drop clashes, but I really want, as an entertainment purpose, if you ask me. Firstly, we saw iQOO and Global Esports. Now they have parted their ways. They've signed a treaty to not engage on the early node and save their players for the later part of the game. But a lot of teams in the question are really looking forward to those split fights that might happen. We see the boys of Cheminix Venom against VASISTA Esports. This is what we were talking about. And also gets taken down. Fury gets the trade instantly as both the ends have faced the consequences. But Cheminix Venom, they have started off pretty well.
Yeah, off to a great start. That first frag in their hands. And of course, some of the pressure from that early drop fight already relieved. But hey, this should make Necro happy. He asked for people to get shanked, and well, that is how we begin the game. But there's another fight breaking out on the map. Raven against Team Insane. We're going to try to keep a track of how things are going over there.
Hey, I really wanted to be this a steady map, but it seems like teams are like, we can't be playing steady. We want to go aggressive and get the finishes. Even Team 8-Bits Aditya, he was so close with Trace God, and he could have been taken down. But Trace God decides to just get the vehicle and just head on to their drop location.
Again, but the game off to a start that we expected. We did see that Camp Bravo drop clash happen between Cheminix Venom and the players of VASISTA. And of course, a lot of teams trying to move towards the southern half of the map as well, leading into those mid-rotation fights, especially very early inside of the game, like the one we saw a little bit of a collision between Team 8-Bit and the players of Raven Esports as well. Insane not too far away from the fiasco. So those southern rotations are becoming more and more tricky. And of course, we have the circle up north.
Every time we see the circle, there are so many rotations that we will be seeing. You see Hatin is completely conquered by X-Park. Shadow is playing a little bit split. Even there, you see iQOO will be rotating, maybe breaching through the teams as well. But you know what, we'll be keeping that aside. But talking about these boys of Cheminix Venom, my god, 2 finishes already and all the 4-man still stacked up.
Yeah, all 4 players still alive. They have managed to take and in fact maintain control of boot camp, my apologies, not boot camp, Camp Bravo area as well. They have expanded out of there. And of course the early finishes shanking, as Necro likes to call it, happening to the players of VASISTA Esports. Fortunately for VASISTA, 2 of them are still alive, 2 of them are still present in the game. They've decided to go towards the northern shorelines and play from there. Now, there's only one option left for them inside of this match, and that is go for the Zeal battles. Gather as many first aids as you can. The problem is there's not enough compounds to go around along that northern shoreline, and of course towards the northeast as well. So that is one place where they might struggle with a bit, but let's see. We have seen incredible comebacks on Sanhok a lot of times.
Exactly, but I really doubt about it because I'm afraid they don't have the man advantage, and in specifically in the map of Sanhok, you need at least 4 of the players to remain in the end circle to get a lot more finishes. Yes, VASISTA Esports, the approach might have changed. They will be going for a passive approach this time to gain a lot of points, but I'm really looking forward that can they even go for a little bit aggressive approach in the later part of the game?
I mean, let's see how things are going to turn out for them, right? I mean, already not a great start. They have to play extremely adaptive from here on out. It's not going to be easy for them. Although we do see the players of MOGO Esports now on our screen. Paradise Resort, of course, their favorite paradise. Luckily for them, at least no contestation this time early upon them. Maybe during the later stages of the game as well, they are going to feel a little bit of pressure. It is a high priority location, and of course on Sanhok, unless the circle moves, takes a drastic shift towards the west, their position, their compound, the Paradise Resort, it will be in play for a long time in this game.
Yeah, they will be cherishing this drop location for a long time. But talking about Carnival Gaming, We don't even see any neighbors around them until and unless they're heading towards the direction of boot camp and trying to contest the players of Global Esports, because everybody has already known about it, that Global Esports, they've changed the drop from the temple area to the boot camp because it was empty once again, and will be utilizing the central part.
But I don't like this. I mean, I was a big fan of those early fights.
We all wanted, Johnny.
Exactly. But I understand their decision as well, because if you look at the stats of who has converted the fight multiple times in their favor, it is iQOO Soul. iQOO Soul have beaten Global Esports for that Temple Hill control multiple times throughout this BGIS itself. But it was that one game where GE found that one M16 and iQOO Soul were left empty-handed, and they made them run for their lives. I still remember that moment. Mane was the last man left standing for his team. He's trying to hide on the hill and he still get picked off. But anyways, I mean, this is VASISTA, and it seems like their bad luck, it's not left them alone. Rage got knocked out as they run into the players of Inferno squad.
Free finish being registered by the players of Inferno squad in Jatin again. Trying to have a look around the corners, trying to just clear those stones because they don't know how many players came into the question to just push on the compound. But luckily for VASISTA Esports, it was just only one, which also makes it that there is only one player surviving from their end, and that has to be Austin. And he has to pull a lot more strings, while Jatin and Inferno squad will be cherishing this first finish for themselves.
Yeah, easy frags. But are they going to look for the last player? That's the question. Of course, they do not know. It was just two players from the side of VASISTA. They are going to assume there's going to be an entire team waiting for them. Although, Austin, we spoke about him at the start of the day. A lot of experience under his belt. Incredible performances in the past as well. And now he's paranoid, expecting anyone to peek from any window. A lot of off angles to cover, not really a position from where it's going to be easy for him to survive. Although, another squad playing the northern shorelines this time, it is going to be the side of X-Park.
Definitely looking forward to not go for any desperate pushes or maybe involving themselves in those unnecessary fights. X-Park wants to play it pretty stable and confident in a confident manner because they know this match is really important. They got 11 finishes in the previous match, which also reminds them that they are going up the ladder and they need to maintain this consistency in the next few matches as well to remain on the top.
I do agree with that. And X-Park, they have a lot of firepower to actually pull it off. So, I mean, them backing off is basically them chaining themselves to a wall and not really moving forward, right? I mean, we have seen how incredible this team can be, how talented the individuals that play for this team are, and if they are let loose inside of any of the games, they can definitely pile up a lot of points in that one match itself. Let's see if that is going to be this game as well. I mean, as you mentioned, momentum in control after that previous game of Miramar. But Reven Esports now, I want to know your thoughts on this team, Necros.
They have always been that one team to play a little bit in a steady approach, play for those late game fights and try to convert a lot more finishes in the end. They were never a team to go for these early contentions, but they have got so many teams around the corner in the southeastern corridor. You see Carnival Gaming just holding around these edges. They might be the Knights to gatekeep them and not allow them inside the circle.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of roadblocks in their way, but with how Carnival Gaming are moving forward, I think they can suffer the same fate as they did earlier on in the map of Erangel. Moving quite close to the players of MOGO Esports and Team AARU Carnival Gaming, but we switch focus. Here it is, Kemenex Venom on our screens again, and after that early two finishes they were able to secure against the players of VASISTA Esports. They did stay quite close to that eastern shoreline, having completed their early game loot, and now finally will move along that northeastern shoreline, trying to breach the circle from Kao, but Carnival Gaming against MOGO.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Destro gets two. Goblin and both Neo are out and out, but MOGO Esports wants to go all in. Carnival Gaming, they're in a big dead hole right now as Akshit. He's clinched himself to the corner. The pre-nades are not working out for the side of Omega, and Akshit, he goes down as well. The defending champions, they're back in the track as Omega is the solo survivor from the side of Carnival Gaming, and MOGO won't let him survive.
Oh man, an awkward fight. Omega with the nade, lobs it out, takes down to the DBS. Can't help him secure the frags, but he looks the wrong way and gets shot in the back. Just 1 point secured by the players of Carnival Gaming, MOGO Esports. This could have been extremely clean, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Even Delta could have survived this fight, but Omega, I mean, you were desperate for points. He was quite desperate, and he did succeed in securing at least one.
It was a really, I would say, unfortunate push for the side of Carnival Gaming. Never anticipated a team to be there, but again, it's the grand finals. You cannot just go blindly inside the circle or inside any compound without even having a proper intel. And that actually made this backlash happen. MOGO Esports, they might have got 4 finishes, but I'm still looking forward what endgame play they're going to pull off.
But hey, I mean, the way we are seeing the circle move, right? I believe we are going to have a very exciting endgame of Sanhok. I mean, it is still split between the 2 islands. Half of it is still towards Camp Alpha, half of it is still all the way towards Cow, and the IGL still deciding where they want to go. Now, amidst of all of this chaos, we know iQOO, they've been holding on to that Temple Hill for a long time, and they've been doing quite incredible for themselves. But now the question is, do they expect Team LIMRA to be right on their tails?
Oh, I don't think so, but Team LIMRA, the way they have collided previously in the map of Miramar, I mean, they can just do it. But talk about this blue zone circus. We see Reckoning out there dealing the damage, but it's not only a Reckoning. I remind you, 8-bit, they're tailing behind, and you can just imagine so many teams outside there dealing the blue zone damage has to go such a way far deep inside the circle to find a sweet spot for themselves.
Exactly, because as you were talking about Reckoning Esports all the way down towards Camp Charlie, 8-bit as well, all the way towards Bantai, and both the teams making their journey up north. The closest they can get to the edge is Boot Camp, and even there they have to face the resistance in the form of FS and Raven Esports. But now switching perspectives, we have Global Esports on our screens, and we see in the distance Inferno squad not too far away. So the scouts for Global Esports, who is Slug right now, has to be careful. He's an isolated player, a little bit far away from his team. You can see it on the map. And the rest of the team as well, they won't really be able to follow up. They are surrounded in their own cluster, but Necros, we called it, right?
Yeah,
an exciting endgame on Sanhok, buddy. Are you ready?
I am already pumped. We saw that coming way far, but it seems like X-Park versus Inferno Squad, this is bound to happen right here, right now. X-Park, they have been very, very steady so far, but now this is a big moment for Inferno Squad. If they can just wipe out X-Park, they can get the entire control of the northern side. And this is the moment, Inferno Squad, all those grind, all those matches, all that they have done to reach this stage will be paying off right here, right now. If they can start it here, I really believe this team can pull off big games in their name.
Yeah, but the problem is that they are getting sandwiched right now. You have Chemenex Venom from one side and Team X-Park on the other. And to kick things off, X-Park secures the opening knock. Inferno Squad, they're down a man. And Chemenex Venom, they are also looking to capitalize. Venom leading the charge this time for his team. A brilliant nade lobbed out, but it doesn't really connect. Although the smoke does allow them to push further beyond the ridge. But from the backlines, here it is. X-Park putting the pedal to the metal. And here comes the push.
Oh, Shadow, he just survived that nade that easily, but Sin cooking up the nade. No, won't be an easy job. That can be the opening, and oh, he's a little bit of damage, but Shadow gets the retaliation from the side of Sin, and instantly Team X-Park, they are seeming to stumble down. They might have got 2 knockouts, but needs to get the revival done on Shadow, because this is not an easy job. Omega is down and out. Jatin is still barely surviving, while Inferno Squad's Jatin, he will be getting the revival thanks to that knockout that was done by Zin to get and pressurize Team X-Park to push back.
Yeah. A little bit of a fumble from the players of X-Park, but Inferno Squad, they have to be careful and cautious that Chemenex Venom isn't too far away from them. They get, in fact, if they slack off even for a second, the third party will annihilate both sides. X-Park is also going to have to deal with that pressure. But now MOGO Esports on our screens after having abandoned Boot Camp and losing Delta PG. They are still struggling to find a safe haven. It's a small little cluster of shacks that they have to work with. But how long can they stay alive in this position? Especially considering they are being surrounded as we speak.
Yeah. You can see a lot of teams there on the top, and MOGO Esports, they have the intel. It's not like they don't know that there is a team. It's Team AARU above their heads, and they don't want to anticipate any bad fights. They have to wait patiently for the right moment to strike in, and they know how to do it specifically. But talking about Reckoning Esports, they were literally having a different kind of play style in the map of Miramar, trying to stay up far and get a lot more finishes from a distant position itself, and they will be looking forward to do it more. But iQOO, they are trying to cut down the rotation of Team LIMRA.
Yeah, LIMRA spotted out, and iQOO, holding on to that Temple Hill for a long time. Like they always do gather the information. There it is, the knock secured. They're going to try and convert this into a finish, but Knuckle needs to be careful as well. It is stage 3, so the damage from the blue zone, it is going to stack up pretty quickly now. On the other side though, Team AARU against the players of 8-bit, a fight breaking out close to Tatmok.
This is not a place you want to go in. AARU, look at the positioning. They are in a split, but so many nades being exchanged altogether. Mighty has dealt a little bit of damage, but they need to end this fight as quickly as possible. While it seems 8-bit and both Team AARU, they're in a very comfortable spot, but Reckoning can be that one team to just try to take shots from a distance and convert those finishes.
I mean, they can be, but the question is, will they? AARU and Aditya up against each other. This is going to be an interesting fight. And Aditya, he's holding quite an important flank for his team. But look at the zone. It's finally decided that we are going to go close to the bridge. And Team AARU, as they try to escape, the tires go out. And one player is knocked out. Dionis is put down on his knees, but the finish is not secured. And 8-bit, they found the opening they were looking for in this fight.
Oh my god, look at Might. He wanted to just pick off Aditya and get the revival done, but has to give it right here, right now. While AARU Gaming, they have got all the intel. AARU will be looking forward to rush on him. This is the ideal spot. He can run over him, but instantly, this is the entire squad being wiped out just by a buggy. AARU Gaming, they are back at it.
Who needs guns when you have these insane driving skills in AARU Gaming? As you mentioned, the entirety over there of 8-bit getting taken care of, just a single run over, and AARU finds that important frag, allowing his team to survive. Although, the job is not yet done. They're outside the circle, just 90 meters to go before they find the safe haven for themselves. And VENOM Gaming right now are the ones blocking their way, blocking the entry from the north. The Global Esports present towards the eastern side, and they have a rich to play with as well. This could be the end of AARU Gaming in this game.
Oh my god, look at the shots being fired. Dionis has stepped down from the vehicle, wanted to get a lot more cover. I think he tried to provide as much as cover fire from the behind. Global Esports, they're in shambles right now. Austin might have been taken down from a different end. Dionis has been taken down, but Slug is knocked and confirmed. While AARU Gaming, they are having quick maneuvers for them.
Yeah, they are going to have to be quick about this. They're surrounded from 3 different directions. You have the players of MOGO up north as well. Global Esports, Reckoning closing in from the flank, and so much pressure to deal with. They have secured 5 eliminations already, so they have that going right now. But it's not going to be easy now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, GE, they're quite... This is the first time I've seen Global Esports a little bit hesitant to go for the push.
Exactly. This is, I would say, the second time. We also saw Global Esports backing off from a fight in the previous match with Miramar. So it is something that it's raising the question that are they going to go for a passive approach? But Veron, what in the world was that? Instantly gets Moby taken down, and it's all down to the one single player beast. Can he do it once again for his team?
I mean, he is a beast after all, but AARU Gaming looking to secure the finishes first and then go after the remaining players of Global Esports. The nade does put one man out of his misery. Beast also getting knocked out. Mavi, the last man left, gets swatted out mid-air like a fly by AARU Gaming himself. 8 eliminations secured now on the board. And now they turn their sights towards the players of Reckoning Esports.
They are just not here to stop down AARU Gaming. They're all up for the vengeance. Hunters has been capitalized by the players of Reven Esports, while Veron gets Shikari jot down. They are being completely sandwiched right now. Reckoning, not an ideal spot.
Not in an ideal spot. And the third party is also there from Reven Esports.
Yeah, already Reven Esports looking forward to grab some good points, but eventually the nades are just pushing them away, while Gravity Jord barely surviving out there. He needs to get Shikari up, but it's not an easy task if you ask me. Reven Esports, they're desperate for those finishes, but they know the exact location of Veron.
Yeah, they know exactly where the man is, but they do not know where his teammates are, because look on the radar. AARU Gaming, they're moving in from the high ground, and Reven Esports, they need to be extremely careful, because there are 2 different teams moving with 2 different plays. Veron knocked and finished. And Reven Esports finally have the upper hand in this fight.
Already, even Hulk, you can see him from behind trying to find some capitalization. AARU Gaming and Atanki, both of them have dealt so much damage from behind, and they have to back off from this position, giving a breather for the side of Reckoning Esports to still survive in this game. But Hitman from behind, it's FS Esports coming into the question, just trying not to make the similar mistakes what they did in the map of Miramar.
Looks good. And he gets the knock. Atanki definitely living up to his name, and AARU leading the charge from the front lines. What is this game? Look at this. AARU, they have 9 eliminations. MOGO has 9 eliminations. It is 2 teams just dominating the entire lobby right now. Double digits on the board for AARU Gaming as well, as they get the 10th finish of the game. Reven Esports, though, I think they can make sure that the journey of AARU Gaming comes to an end. And well, it wasn't Reven, it was Reckoning. Gravity Jord from the backlines who gets that final player out of the picture. And the journey, as I said, for AARU Gaming in this game comes to an end.
Revenge accomplished for the boys of Reckoning, but Reven Esports, one after another, they're being taken down. Hulk and the entire squad of Reven Esports flushed down right now as FS Esports takes the entire control of the southern eastern corridor. Gravity Jord, I don't think he has much more to do, but eventually FS Esports will gain the southern control for themselves. And in the eastern side, I would say we have still got iQOO Soul and Team TAMILAS out there.
Oh yeah, and Team TAMILAS, it feels like they are in the perfect position to win this game, but not much can be said when iQOO Soul is watching your back. Although they're going to have to make that push for those shacks before they can actually engage in the fight. FS Esports as well, actually, in the prime position. They're completely isolated towards the southeastern edge of the circle, and there's no one standing in their way. All they have to do is just take care of the players down below, and they kick things off by picking off Destro from the side of MOGO Esports.
This is the match for FS Esports, Johnny. No doubt. They can't mess it up. They have to get this chicken dinner.
And we were talking about this. 2 incredible performances in a row. Now they have 4 eliminations. They made it to the top 5. If they can get a chicken, that is going to be incredible. I mean, 15 points. That is something that can propel them to the top 3 or maybe even the first position already.
Hey, they can even get more than 15, right? Already 5 finishes
true.
in their name and they're still surviving. His power gets taken down and out by the players of Team TAMILAS, and it seems like iQOO Soul, they are relying on the heal battle condition as Ronnie's still outside and just trying to patch themselves up as fast as possible. But Team TAMILAS only having 1 finish. Even Justin will be giving himself up outside in the blue zone. That leaves 2 teams in the question. It's going to be FS or Team TAMILAS to take away the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, the other 2 squads that are left are just basically going for a heal battle. They're going to settle their differences for the 3rd position in this game. But FS Esports, it seems like position has been compromised, players spotted out, and Team TAMILAS know exactly where they need to shoot in order to take down these lads from the opposing side. Although Team TAMILAS are going to be forced outside their cover. And FS Esports, they have that 1 ridge to work with, although they are quite close to the blue themselves. And now, with how Ronnie is moving, if he gets across the ridge at the right nick of time, might be able to knock down at least 1 of the players from the side of FS Esports. It's not going to be easy though, that's for sure.
Yeah, even Gravity Jord, he's got last 3 first aids on his name, so I don't think he's going to survive for too long. iQOO Soul again finishes in the 4th spot himself, so it's a consistent performance as we are seeing from iQOO Soul, but it all comes down to this final fight. FS Esports versus Team TAMILAS, down to a proper 4v4 fight.
This is what we wanted, right? A game of Sanhok coming down to the final 4v4. And of course, the fight, a brawl goes out. Team TAMILAS going for a push. FS, they are trying to deal with the pressure, but can they? Who walks away with the chicken of this map?
Oh my god, look at that wizard going down. Team TAMILAS, they're fighting bad, but it seems like the match is slipping away. But Maxi goes down. This is a brilliant, brilliant move. 2 players down, 2 into the question, but it all comes down to Manti and Fox Obi to get this thing done and dusted. The nades are coming into the right direction, but Fox has to move up front and get the lead done. Trace God getting taken down. FS Esports, this match might just slip up from their hand.
Yeah, I think it already has. It's down to the final 1v1, and Hitman takes the first shot. Can he clutch it out? Maybe not. And it is Team TAMILAS who walk away with a win in this game. Incredible way to end it all. I mean, the last one we won. Man, that was intense.
God. He first went for the hip fire, but then he instantly changed to the scope and got that one final finish in their name. And what a game it turned out to be for the Tamil boys.
Yeah. Miramar quite good, and once again FS Esports, they do strike pretty hard. Before Team AARU overheats, they were doing really good, but that overheat moment, that just caught them off guard.
I mean, to be fair, they survived longer than I expected them to, because at a moment they were running into a cluster of 4 different teams surrounded from every single direction. The entry inside the safe haven was being denied, and yet they took down 2 different squads first, almost taking out the entirety of Reckoning Esports, dealing with the players of Global Esports as well. Reven came in from the flank, they dealt with them perfectly. 10 eliminations for AARU in this match. That is a good game.
AARU is single-handedly carrying the team on the back for now.
Yeah.
I mean, Team AARU, this this game was so desperately needed. It is the third game of the day as well, and now AARU steps up in a massive margin. And this was desperately needed. For FS Esports, of course, the previous 2 games are super consistent, but then moving on towards Team TAMILAS as well, this game was needed. Team TAMILAS, they do not have a lot of elimination points, considering there were not a lot of that part of the fights.
That is true. And again, I mean, Team TAMILAS, I think the fact that they were able to just secure that chicken dinner itself, it should keep them in the play for the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. But it is going to be interesting. Now, the first half of a day is over. We have 3 more matches left.
Yeah.
What can they do in the next 3 matches? That is the question.
Well, I mean, the next 3 matches, all you can say, they just need to be super consistent, right? This new point stable, it's really tough for you to keep on building up the lead because the cushion is always less. No matter how much you try to build up that cushion, all it takes is that one single game to bounce back in the overall standings. For CG, it's a massive setback. And we know CG, they like to start things off on a great note in the overall standings.
Yeah, even they did not actually had the intel about that compound that MOGO Esports were holding. They all went blinded in. I was like, why are they going like that? But, well, it happened, what happened actually in the map of Sanhok, but Carnival Gaming, they will have to rectify these mistakes to just come on the top.
Johnny, this has been the main concern for a lot of these teams, man. No names not being able to pop off. CG is one of those. Even MOGO Esports is one of those. And these guys are supposed to be the defending champions. MOGO Esports, they cannot let these games lose over and over again. Even Team 8-Bit got eliminated super early, and you can clearly see the disappointments on the fan faces.
Exactly. I mean, we saw even the players of MOGO Esports at the start of this recap how disappointed they were for that early elimination. I mean, they did do quite well for themselves in terms of finishes. So I think on the same note as Team AARU, you were able to secure a lot of elimination points, so it wasn't a complete waste this game. You did do quite decent, but then again, if you were able to finish in the top 3 with like 10 eliminations, that is the best, right? There's nothing more you can ask for. That was an incredible match. It would have instantly propelled them to the first spot where they want to be.
But now looking at the broader side of things, Team TAMILAS, they've got the momentum. Team AARU, they've got the momentum as well. And we know Team AARU, they're quite the momentum-based team. They're quite driven by the momentum. Veyron still not being able to pop off that well. You've also got Dinosaurs on the back step. And looking at the league stages, or looking at this entire tournament so far, how it's been functioning, it's always been Dinosaurs and Veyron on the front page.
That is true, but I think it is incredible that AARU himself and Atanki are dealing the damage out, and they're managing to keep the team still in play. So it is balanced out now. Your youngsters, the young players in your team, they are feeling the pressure, and they're crumbling a little bit under pressure, but this is when the experienced players sort of step in and make them realize that it is okay, we got your back.
Exactly. I mean, the experience is something that's really helping a lot of these teams to step up. But then you've got some of the names like Team Insane, who started things off in a really great fashion, who started off with a bang, and as usual, now the script is repeating itself.
Yeah, it seems like Team Insane again, they're crumbling now. They need to find the momentum, man. Okay, you've got a good match on the first one. Even the second match, I would say it was decent, not that bad, even not that good. But this Sanhok went again downhill, so Insane needs to rectify it if they want to make a comeback today.
This has pretty much been the classic script, right? But this time you can say the script was changed up a little bit, maybe, considering the fact that Insane did not exactly get the chicken dinner. They were on the second spot. So a little bit of flip in the script, but still not that big of a deal, right?
Yeah, it is not a big deal. I mean, there is still opportunity. A lot of matches still remaining right now. In fact, 13 games overall still remaining. More than that, I think. 15 games still remaining for the side of Team Insane to actually propel themselves and keep themselves stably inside of that top 3 or go and fight for the trophy as well. But a recap of how things went down in that final fight. And of course, back and forth between Team TAMILAS and FS, and this last 1v1. Hitman was the first lad to pull the trigger in that 1v1. But still, I think the players from Team TAMILAS, we knew they were mechanically gifted. Incredible on an individual level, and I think that is what helped them secure that final win.
Now, one thing is for sure, FS Esports, they're going to keep on moving up with this momentum. We've seen the same thing happen in the past as well. FS Esports, they've always been those silent assassins. Yes, they're getting those elimination points, they're getting those placement points as well, but you do not really see them making a lot of those flashy plays. They're slowly and steadily squeezing themselves in the top 5 of the overall standings.
Exactly. I would still say that this is a good approach, but they need to go for the finishes at the right time. They need to accumulate more finishes because, yes, you're consistent, you're in the top 2, you're top 3, you're getting the placement points, but again, the game entirely revolves around those finishes that you take inside the match.
Yeah, and off the rep as well, we saw a couple of these battles happening, right? Chemnix Venom was indulged inside of a fight, and they actually did take down 2 of the players as well.
Again, Necro, as I said, I love you, man. You always read my my mind. CARNIVAL VENOM against VASISTA Esports, the first fight of the game, which turned out quite well if you're looking at it from the perspective of CARNIVAL VENOM. But that brings us to a different story, right? What is going wrong for VASISTA Esports?
VASISTA Esports, the playstyle is supposed to be super passive. They like to play it as slow as possible. But this time, that playstyle isn't working out because they're getting caught in those rotations. And VASISTA Esports, if the initial game plan isn't working out, they just completely tumble down. And I guess all they need to do is just go back to their drawing board a little bit more and try and figure some more stuff out. We've got the MVP of the previous match in front of us.
Yeah, 6 finishes already, 787 damage, and Destro stepped up big time for his team. They got a lot more finishes, and even you can see AARU joining them, Veyron, you can see even Justin. So you can just get an assumption. MOGO Esports as well as Team AARU literally dominated this game.
Yeah, I mean, for MOGO Esports, these guys are the defending champions, right? But this time, it's Destro stepping up to the occasion. And this game was desperately needed for MOGO Esports too, right? The first day, the first 2 games, MOGO Esports was a complete disappointment. But now in this game of Sanhok, they have changed the tide.
And I think Destro, incredible run for him personally throughout this BGIS. I mean, amazing performance. We remember semifinals week 2, right? Day 1, not really going MOGO's way. And then day number 2, it was Destro who kicked things off. And that sort of helped the other players of the team regain their confidence, and then all of them started to step into the fights and they started to recover their lost momentum. And I think this could be it. Thank God that happened on day 1 itself, 3 games in. Otherwise, I mean, it would have been a big recovery required from the side of MOGO.
And MOGO Esports, they had the final 2 players alive in the final few moments too, right? Unfortunately, the circle was out in the open, and MOGO Esports did not exactly have the best positions to sort of start off the late game. As we do move on towards the point standings, Team TAMILAS with 15 points, not a lot of those elimination points to add on to the tally. But then you see FS Esports with 14 and MOGO Esports with 13. Are these 13 points going to be enough to bring MOGO Esports back in the race? The answer is yes, but now they need to be consistent.
Exactly. And I'm really happy that Destro stepping up is always something that you want from your IGL. If your IGL steps up, automatically the entire atmosphere inside this team boosts up the confidence and the performance enhances. Also, talking about it, the prime example is Team AARU. The way they have been playing, they've got 10 points as well.
Johnny, this is where even Reckoning Esports have sort of stepped up to the occasion, right?
Yes.
iQOO, unfortunately, slowly and steadily, the performance is dipping down. But as we do see the latter half of the board, Global Esports, Team Insane, Carnival Gaming, VASISTA Esports, Team 8-Bit, so many of these known names just not able to play at all.
Global Esports, they're not having a good day, a good start to these grand finals. I mean, we expected a lot from them based on how their qualification went in the semifinals, but unfortunately the finals, it seems like the pressure again being too much to deal with for these young players.
I mean, we mentioned this, right? Global Esports, they're like a ticking time bomb. Either they will take down the opponents or they will take down themselves. I mean, Global Esports are the biggest kryptonite to themselves.
And exactly, I mean, to be very fair, the oldest player on their team is 22. So it's a very young squad. I mean, Mavi, he has a lot of experience under his belt for someone who's that young in the competitive circuit. But then again, I mean, all of the pressure, again, falling down on one man, he also has his own limits, right? So again, Global Esports, I think they need a small little reset, not really rethink the entire game plan, a small little reset to re-establish themselves inside of this opening to the grand finals. And I think, you know what's perfect about this? That the next map is Vikendi, the biggest off map. Recoveries happen.
The Icy Lance, right? And even Team TAMILAS, they would have a chance to once again move on with the consistent approach. Even VASISTA Esports, if they do just hunker down in the center, they can get things much more better. We expected VASISTA Esports to move on with that med strat, but unfortunately they were not even able to do so. But you know what? The waits are over now, Johnny. It's time to look at the overall standings and figure out where exactly these teams are positioned and how the top 5 is looking like. As you do see the top 5, iQOO on the 5th, you see Team Insane on the 4th, CARNIVAL VENOM on the 3rd, Team X-Park on the 2nd, and FS Esports at the top.
I mean, the top 5 looks quite interesting right now. FS and X-Park, they have a little bit of safety cushion to work with, but the points being tied up now, that is very intense.
Yeah, definitely. FS Esports, they have done a great job even alongside X-Park, but I'm looking forward for Carnival Gaming and Reckoning Esports also to pop up from the 6th and 7th position. Global Esports, yes, as you have mentioned earlier, they had some couple of bad games, that's why they are in the bottom 8, but still, it just takes one match to make a comeback.
But then my eyes, they just tumble across 8-Bit VASISTA Esports. These two teams, they're one of the most known teams, or maybe known players, you can't say, inside of the community. And both these teams, they're just struggling way too much, especially 8-Bit. And this is where I had a conversation with Fixes saying that 8-Bit strategy, yes, it's working out right now in the semifinals, but I'm not sure how well it's going to work out in the grand finals. And this is a prime example of that. When it comes to 8-Bit asserting their dominance in order to get the circle control, they choke.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, on this, because look at the top 5 and how the points are distributed between the top 5 as well. All of them prioritizing just finishes. Placements, they come in, but that is a secondary part of things, right? And again, these teams, the level of aggression they are playing with, it's going to be difficult to match that in 8-bit. Either they go all in into the next game, or they're going to have to wait for the reset of tomorrow, come up with some new strategy to first recover the points lost throughout today, and then maybe climb up the rankings and challenge the top 5 before they head into day number 3, which is going to be the last day.
And moving on towards LIMRA as well, we had to talk about LIMRA. We gave them the name of balance. They were supposed to have a clear balance between elimination points and the placement points.
Exactly.
But this time, they're just nowhere to be seen on the board on the latter half of the side. And I genuinely did not expect LIMRA to be there.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, they are doing plenty late rotations. The usual game, it's fine. You're rotating late, you're entering the circle, finding a good spot. But then every time you see them coming inside the circle, there's always a team gate keeping them, and that is making the consequences. One by one, the players are getting taken down, and they don't know what to do next. And that is where the pressure is on their heads.
I guess a little bit of more research would have definitely helped out that T, right?
Yeah.
That's still there in the cup. But LIMRA, we know in the second day, maybe they can definitely start making things a little bit more better, because first day, yes, it is a bit of a setback. They can go back to their hotel rooms, once again try and figure out what exactly needs to be patched up.
Exactly. I mean, LIMRA, again, we did expect a little bit of a fall off on day 1 of the finals, considering this is a new team, fresh players, underdogs of the tournament, and definitely making it to the finals themselves for them was a very big deal.
It was.
But now, I think, as Necro said, maybe come up with some new strategies, go and do your reviews after the day is done, and day number 2 and day number 3 is what LIMRA needs to be aiming for, unless by a miracle they secure one chicken dinner itself today. Although I have a question now for you guys. MOGO Esports, 14 points in the 3 matches they have played.
I mean, MOGO Esports, defending champions, slowly and steadily moving up to the finish line. Fine, I guess as long as they're there, somewhere closer to that top 8, that's all that matters.
Fair. I mean, are you going to be happy with them finishing in the top 8 though?
Yes, I'm still happy. It's just the day 1, man. You've still got 12 more games to go tomorrow. And you've also got 3 more games to go today itself. Enough amount of chances for you to try and recover and once again get that first spot. And MOGO Esports, they're known to have a really slow start. And this slow start, yes, at least it's not a complete low start.
Yeah, true.
You know, one thing I always think that, believe in Destro. He is the god of destruction. He can just pop out anytime, just as what we saw in this in this map of Sanhok. 6 finishes in his name, and he is literally motivating his teammates to, yes, we can do it, guys, and we can get a lot more points for ourselves.
Johnny, another big red flag that is still there in the top 8, it has to be Reckoning Esports.
Oh, yeah.
This is also a ticking time bomb. At any time, they can start to go really aggressive inside of the lobby, and they can start to hit back. Another team that I'm really been enjoying so far, they're not doing too good in the overall standings, but I'm enjoying their presence in the grand finals. That is Inferno squad. They're always going for those early game fights, and they're putting on that entertainment.
And of course, I mean, the incredible moment we witnessed a few moments ago on Miramar as well from Jatin, that was quite impressive, and that is exactly what we were hoping for from Inferno squad as well. So there is potential. Again, another fresh team, fresh faces we are seeing on the stage for the first time. And yes, we expected the struggles to be there, but see them give it their all and just fight it out no matter what the situation is, no matter what fight they're running towards. They're still sticking to their best guns, which was their fighting instincts, and they're trying it out. It's not going to work out on day 1, of course. I mean, the game plans have been read by everyone else, but maybe I think tomorrow we can expect them to bounce back, or Vikendi, I mean.
Jatin's always been their secret weapon, right? Whenever you see that switch up in the playing 4, especially in the past stages, whenever Jatin came back to play, this team was looking much more aggressive and confident with their approach. And now the same thing is happening in the grand finals too. Jatin is there in the playing 4, Inferno squad is looking confident. Yes, the conversion is not flawless, but I still feel like there's some room for improvement.
Exactly. I mean, I completely agree with your statement. Jatin has been popping off pretty well, right? But the other players also need to step in the similar manner. If Inferno squad wants to rise above, like what they have done in the previous rounds, alongside Jatin, the players like Zen and the others, they have to step up the game. They have to find Franks to just keep Jatin in a comfortable spot so that he can play completely in a free manner and get a lot more finishes for himself.
And yeah, speaking of Zen too, has also been quite that consistent fragger in the past stages, right? So far, Zen's not able to make those waves. It's completely fine. But maybe in the upcoming games, he can definitely start to get things a little bit under control. Considering the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Vikendi, it's definitely going to be giving a lot of these chances to the teams that haven't been able to perform so so far.
Exactly, I 100% agree with that. I mean, we have had these discussions throughout the tournament. We've always seen, ever since Vikendi was introduced into the mix, a lot of these teams have utilized this map to just regain lost momentum because of how slow the game is on Vikendi, right? You have a lot of opportunity to secure a lot of finish points if you get to the center early. If you're lucky enough, the end zones are on top of you, you can end up winning the game as well with double-digit eliminations quite easily. So, again, recovery map for a lot of these teams, but for the others, for the ones sitting at top, they will for sure try to slow things down on this map because they still would like to continue with the consistent performance that they've had.
I mean, you talk about the recovery right now. One of the biggest names is desperate for points, and that's Carnival Gaming. And Vikendi can be a major lifesaver for them.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Vikendi has always been that one slow map. You see the teams rotating a little late, trying to grab some comfortable spot for themselves. But have to remind, 8-Bit has got a beautiful performance in the map of Vikendi. They have been very consistent. They are doing good because they have the drop location around the edge of Mount Kresnik. And when the circle goes up, it always favors them.
This has always been the main playstyle for 8-Bit too. Whenever the circle is gracing them with its presence, 8-Bit, you will see them easily in the top 3. That's not even an issue. But when the circle moves away from them, that's when the real problems, they start to knock the doors.
Exactly, and we've seen that in the past 3 games, all 3 of them. I mean, the struggles mid-rotation, not really being able to reposition themselves mid-fight if it gets overextended even by a little bit. So that is something that is not even a flaw, it is something that I think they fail to account for when they're moving out. But then again, on Vikendi, it's all about getting to the circle early, getting to the center early, and teams like Carnival Gaming, teams like Team 8-Bit that play around with the zone or play better when they are in a comfortable position inside of the zone, I think they can definitely look to recover that lost momentum that we keep talking about inside of this upcoming map itself.
Now, I'm going to be looking forward to a lot of these teams that were not able to perform in the first 2 games, right? Especially the unknown names right over here on the board. Raven Esports, LIMRA, these 2 names, they need to start hitting the deck. Team TAMILAS as well could have been one of those, but the previous game, you can't say they've sort of regained that lost momentum. What do you think, what LIMRA can pull off in this game?
I really believe the late rotation game is working fine. They are getting some comfortable spots for them, but they need to play a little bit like one player needs to go up front, have the intels that yes, there is a safe spot for ourselves to hold inside the circle, not colliding with any other rotations, have a good read of other teams.
I'm going to stop you right there. He said late rotation on the map of Vikendi. Now, I've got a different opinion on this. Considering Vikendi circles, they move pretty slow. In my opinion, you need to be the first one to move into the center of the map. If you do find yourself in the center, you will be having a lot of that information accumulated for yourself, considering the teams are not even going to be moving from the same spots.
I mean, it depends, right? It all is situational, but both of you are right in your own way, because yes, it is quite important to get to the center early if you want to try and take fight, but if you are a team that has been struggling throughout the day, this is the map where the strategy or the meta of heal battle came to play. This is where it originated from, so you can always... That option is still there in this game, still there in the map of Vikendi, that if you are struggling, if the first 3 games did not go away, go around, look for those 20-30 first aids, give them all to that one player. 3 players run in looking for those elimination points, and that one man, you get him as close to the 5th zone as possible, and then just let him loose, go for that heal battle.
I mean, whenever you speak of the heal battle, the med strat, the first team that strikes my mind is VASISTA Esports.
Oh, yeah.
And so far, we've seen that switch up in the playing 4, right? Austin back inside of the lineup. I understand, of course, he's a man who packs a lot of that experience as well. Definitely is quite good inside of the Battlegrounds too, but I genuinely feel so. This switch up is sort of haunting them.
That is true. I mean, with VASISTA, I think all the 5 players that they have inside of the team are incredible, and it's very situational as to who plays when. If they have the momentum, if the team is doing well, if the aggression is working out, then we see the same playing force take. If the struggles start to begin, then that is when the switch up happens, and that is when the experiment sort of begins. Today, considering it is day 1, they can still test the waters out a little bit, but tomorrow they need the answers to these questions, what works and what doesn't.
I mean, testing the waters, fine, but at the same time, just make sure that you're getting some sort of consolation points
don't
with
drown.
that. Yeah, just don't completely get away with 0 points, because that's just going to help the teams at the top build a little bit more cushion. And right now, FS Esports and Team X Park, they're definitely on that way.
That is very true.
They're looking extremely fine, right? They're looking comfortable, and FS Esports 2 consecutive matches. The circle prediction, the kind of rotation that they're having is really incredible because they're not colliding with any other team.
Yeah.
They're finding a sweet spot. Yes, the circle favored themselves in the map of Miramar and that too in the map of Sanhok, but to position themselves and get the frags out, it's really important for FS.
I mean, especially looking at FS Esports and how things have been for them. As I mentioned, they are not really one of the flashy bunch, but they do not shy away from the fights as well.
Yeah.
They know a difference between the good fights and the bad fights, and somehow for this team, the timing's always been immaculate.
Exactly, that is what I was about to come to as well. I mean, every single time pushing into a fight, it is just perfect. They're going to find the first player out in the open, take him down, the rest of the players try to recover, they take one more, and they always seem to figure out how to gain that man advantage. But then again, it is those few mechanical off plays that come back to haunt them, like in the previous match itself, that final 1v1 not really working out for Hitman from the side of FS. It was an incredible moment, and I think they are going to be happy with that top 2 finish, but FS, I think one chicken dinner can be expected from them.
Yeah, in general, but this game is going to be really crucial for teams like CG2, man.
Yep.
We had to talk about CG and how they're struggling so far. CG on the latter half of the board, it's definitely not something that the fans would like to see, right? Yeah. This Vikendi can definitely be a massive hope storer, if you'd like to say. This can bring back the hope once again for CG in the run, because day one, if it's completely left out, then CG to make that comeback, it would be really tough. And in my opinion, I'm seeing the same CG that we saw in the week 1 of the semifinals.
Yeah.
We want to see the week 2 CG over here.
Exactly. I mean, this time I really believe Carnival Gaming, it was a mistake in the map of Sanhok not having the intel, but right now, they're a very mature team, they're a champion team. Those who have that kind of under pressure performance in the past, they have done it, but right now in here, as you mentioned, we won the week 2, the semifinals week 2 CG back in the question, that aggression that they had, the kind of approach towards the fight that they have, they need to bring it back, but in a very strategic manner.
Now, even Global Esports, this team as well, they need all the prayers that they can. It is a ticking time bomb, but this time I'm expecting them to blow up the opponents, not themselves.
Yeah,
aggression, fine, it's on the board. Global Esports just trying to use a little bit more tactics maybe. The scouting program needs to be a little bit better. What do you think?
No, I would say the exact opposite. I think they might just be overthinking their decisions too much. I think just close your eyes and run towards fight. That is what they're best at, right?
Yeah.
But there's a high chance they can be pinched between 2 teams, because there's a lot of these teams staying alive to the late game.
Hey man, things are not working out for them anyways. What do you have to lose now?
I guess. Well, what about you, man? What's your opinion?
I still feel like they've got 3 turrets. Global Esports, there's one head, the warhead of Mavi, and 3 turrets there on the targets. As what Johnny said, I'm going to completely agree to that. Go all in, get the finishes, try to create that fear inside the teams that, you know, we are Global Esports, we're still not out.
As you like to say, right? Assert dominance.
Oh, yeah, asserting dominance, being the alpha males inside of the lobby, right? Global Esports, I mean, in the past couple of stages, yes, that approach was working out, but sometimes being the alphas might just not work out, man. And so far, that's been the prime example. First game, they were aggressive. Second game, once again, on the aggressive stance. And for Global Esports, it's been quite the contrasting opinion over here. It's been quite the opposite way of the playstyle that we expected. Fights are not working out for them. The conversion's not looking that flawless. Even Mavi's the one to get eliminated quite early inside of the firefights.
I mean, so for the last 5 minutes, we have basically been discussing how the big names have let us down.
Yeah.
But which one was the biggest disappointment, at least in the first 3 matches? Who did we expect most from?
I'm going to go for 8-bit. I really wanted them to just step up, and because the kind of game they have showed previously, it was really nice, but for them to go down in this manner, not mine.
I would say VASISTA Esports from my side, because that approach, yes, fine, it's not really a championship winning performance that they showcased in the past as well, but it's a consistent performance. It's a performance that can keep you in the top 5, but so far they're not even close to that top 5.
I do agree with that. I mean, we wanted to see them climb up right off the bat, but now the struggles are going to go on for, I think, at least till the end of the day. It is very difficult to recover from where we are right now for a lot of these teams, unless they have a big win in the remaining 3 matches. And of course, starting off, I mean, you don't even really get to have that comfortable footing. No Sanhok, no Erangel. I mean, it's the end of the day where you're going to have to wait. Vikendi is the first challenge in your way.
Exactly. There's so much more to talk about, but for now, let's toss it to a short break.
Veins, I feel the vibe, life is a game, I got the power. Click, clack, bring it back, the power. Click, clack, bring it back, the power. I'm born to win, the power. I'm born to win, the power. I'm born to win, the power. I'm born to win. Power in my veins, I feel the vibe, life is a game, I got the power. I'm born to win.
iQOO Neo 9 Pro with dual chip power.
sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Amit?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल. इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए. कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब? पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे. तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा.
अरे मिल गया.
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था. गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई. अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह. किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी. फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम. बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं. लो निकल ली बस. बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन.
हेलो डेंटिस्ट.
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा. विकेट 10 नंबर. वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा.
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस. BGMI रॉयल पास. यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक UC में. तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.
इस साइड वाइड पैटर्न तो ठीक है. इस बार थोड़ा मोहक ट्राई करके देखिए.
नई चीज ट्राई करने में मजा बहुत आता है, इसीलिए BGMI लाया है The All New War मोड, जिसमें है ढेर सारे मैप्स और यूनिक गेम मोड्स जो बैटल ग्राउंड्स को बनाए. What a wow!
तो फिर BGMI का वाव ट्राई करो ना.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन.
हेलो डेंटिस्ट.
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा. विकेट 10 नंबर. वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा.
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस. BGMI रॉयल पास. यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक UC में. तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास.
यार ये EDM तो ठीक है, पर कभी हैवी मेटल ट्राई करके देख.
नई चीज ट्राई करने में मजा बहुत आता है, इसीलिए BGMI लाया है The All New War मोड, जिसमें है ढेर सारे मैप, यूनिक गेम मोड जो बैटल ग्राउंड्स को बनाए. What a wow!
तो फिर BGMI का वाव ट्राई करना.
Hey guys, what's up? Clutch this side.
हेलो गाइस, मेरा नाम है ऑस्टिन एक्स और आप जानते ही हो जी पावर इज हियर.
आज हम इधर आए हैं कोई चैलेंज के लिए, पता नहीं क्या अंधा अंधा कर दिया है भाई इन लोगों ने.
क्या है ये
क्या दे दिया?
क्या पकड़ा रहे हो मुझे?
खा जाओगे इसको? इज इट अ बनाना?
बनाना है ये.
केला है तो. केला लगता है भाई, और कुछ तो दोगे नहीं शायद. गलत कुछ.
केला मस्त है. ये क्या है?
लेफ्ट में है क्या?
ये क्या है?
टकला है भाई, इतना बताओ मुझे, मेरे जैसा.
ये मेरे को पता है क्या ये
क्या है? स्टैचू के अंदर में घुस के मारूं मैं?
उठा सकता हूँ इसको? बाहर ही ट्रॉफी है क्या कोई?
पता नहीं, स्टैचू है, इतना बोल सकता हूँ। स्टैचू पर
हेलमेट लग रहा है तो।
ये पिछले BGIS के जो हेलमेट मिला था वो है, श्योर।
लेवल 3 वाला हेलमेट।
यस।
भाई क्या है?
भाई क्या दे दिया ये?
अरे कहना क्या चाहते हो?
सही यूज कर था ना इसका?
नहीं।
Are you sure?
नहीं, गंदी चीज है भाई ये।
ऐसी चीजें तो सबको पसंद नहीं आती है।
ये सब्जी है ना कोई? कौन सी सब्जी है ये?
बता, I guess it's करेला।
करेला तो नहीं है।
मैं इसका यूज नहीं करता हूँ, बता दूं मैं, ना मेरे को खाने में पसंद है।
ये क्या है?
इतना बड़ा क्या लग दिया तूने?
भाई ये कोई इंसान है, ये बता रहा हूँ मैं, ये हंस रहा है।
अबे जल्दी बोल, कल सुबह पनवेल निकलना है।
ये किसका कुछ तो है गलत।
कोई तो है BGIS का प्लेयर ये।
तुमसे ना हो पाएगा। जिंदा है ना? मैं मरा रख दिया ना सामने कुछ, मरा इंसान।
भाई नाम बता दे।
देखो अगर मेरा गैस रहा, ठीक है, अच्छा गैस, ठीक है, वेरी हाई IQ गैस,
YouTube पे जाएगा ना, देख लो ये। दिक्कत ना हो बाद में।
इतना तो मैं गेस नहीं कर पाऊंगा। भाई ने ब्लाइंड फोल्ड करा था शायद अभी।
है, जिंदा है।
नहीं।
हंस भी रहा है।
नहीं। ऐसे e-sports प्लेयर, BGMI e-sports प्लेयर।
कहाँ टच कराओगे भाई यार?
भाई आप कैसी बात कर रहे हो यार? कैसे पता चलेगा?
रेज गॉड, पक्का रेज गॉड है। चलो
नाम बताना क्या इनको मुझे ऐसे छू के?
अभी बताता हूँ। ये नकुल है।
विजार्ड।
वेरोन है। आजा।
अबे ये है।
अरे बे। अरे भाई।
So guys, ऐसा कुछ था ये ब्लाइंड फोल्ड चैलेंज। मेरे को तो मजा नहीं आया, मेरे टीममेट को जरूर आया। तो आप भी बताना कैसा लगा आपको ये।
जो भी चैलेंज करा, बहुत मजा आया ब्लाइंड फोल्ड में। तो गाइस ऐसी फन सेगमेंट के लिए आप प्लीज सब्सक्राइब कीजिए चैनल को। थैंक यू।
What awaits is the map of Vikendi, and we still do not know what exactly still is going to be there. Because Vikendi is supposed to be one of those slower maps, and 8-bit definitely can have a chance for redemption.
Exactly, I mean, and that is what all of their fans are going to be hoping for as well, considering as of now, they sit dead last in that overall leaderboard. And for a team like 8-bit, no one really expects that.
But then you've also got some of the formidable foes like Team X-Park that can be a big spanner in the works. For Team X-Park, the path stays it completely clear that X-Park, they have been quite good on the map of Vikendi as well.
Yeah, exactly. They had a very dominant performance. They also are in a good form today. They are in the second spot itself. They will be looking forward to reach and get the first spot for themselves. Not to allow FS Esports to stay there for long. And the kind of aggression that you need in the map of Vikendi is there within the players, and they will be looking like Ninja Jot seems to be pretty soundy right now.
I mean, looking at FS Esports, it just feels like the gods of BGMI. They're gracing them with their presence, man.
Oh, yeah.
FS Esports, they've been quite on the lucky side of things, but we do know what they're capable of as well. It's not like it's just luck granting them those points. They're also capable of those points as well. They can't snatch them away. And this is the best part about the top 16, right? Anyone can snatch that trophy. That's been the main storyline.
Exactly, and especially as you mentioned, a team like FS that has Lady Luck shining their sunlight brightly upon the entire team. I mean, this is the best day to seize that glory. Gain an advantage, as big of a safety cushion as you can win the next 3 matches, and then sit comfortably tomorrow.
Exactly, but then this can also be a big glimmer of hope for teams like Team LIMRA and Raven Esports, especially for Raven Esports. Where is all that firepower? Where is AimGuard and Reaper? Especially Reaper, man. This man was able to pull off some incredible clutches in the past couple of stages, and now Reaper is completely deactivated.
I mean, it seems like Raven Esports, they are losing the momentum that they have built up in the previous rounds of semi-finals. They still need to get back to the basics, read the rotations right, and kind of come back stronger. They had a break right now, right? After match number 3, coming down to match number 4, they have a good break. try to go up with our discussions and decide that, you know, guys, we are doing it wrong. We need to come back with a semi-finals performance, and then that is the only way we can make a comeback in the overall standings.
Yeah, but then a lot of these known names still struggling on the fact, right? You've got Global Esports, CG, VASISTA Esports. For VASISTA Esports, are we going to see any of that switch up coming into playing for? What do you think?
I hope not. I mean, they need to stabilize themselves, and the longer they keep making those changes, the more difficult it will be to find stability inside of day one itself. So VASISTA Esports, I think, for the next 3 games at least, stick to the same playing for, find a stable footing, at least try to finish the day within the top 8. It is still doable, and as long as they succeed in pulling that off, I think tomorrow and day after tomorrow, the last day of the finals, there will be a possibility of them actually contesting the trophy.
One thing is for sure, at the end of the day, someone from the bottom 8 would definitely take that major leap in the top 8.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe it might just be Global Esports or CG, considering we know these guys are some of the most experienced lads in the entire lobby. So anything can still happen. It's such a big mystery box as we do see today's matches on the board. Once again, it's going to be Vikendi, which will be upcoming. I would like to know your guys' prediction for this upcoming game. Johnny, which team do you think is going to be able to snatch that game?
Oh, Xbox. I'm not even going to think about it twice.
Okay, what about you?
I'm going to go with Reckoning Esports. I really feel like the boys, they have it within themselves. The one thing I really feel like tactically they are just falling a little bit behind, but Vikendi is the map. This is the main match in which I really hope the boys will be making a comeback and they will start their entire godly run.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Reckoning though, this time we're seeing a little bit of that left back Reckoning, if you'd like to say. Yes, they're still in the top 8, understandable, but the firepower, the aggression, it's not as the same that we saw in the past couple of stages.
They're trying to keep a slow and steady pace inside of the leaderboard. Just be consistent instead of just going all in game one, taking a massive leap to the top 3 and then just dropping down the rest of the day. And this approach of theirs can help them out, because if at the end of the day Reckoning Esports somehow manage to stay close to the top 3, then we all know tomorrow, come tomorrow, I mean, they are going to bring that aggression in, and that is their strong suit. That is the style of play that they prefer themselves as well.
I mean, especially speaking of Reckoning Esports, Gravity has always been that main playmaker, right? You've got a couple of more players that back up the entire roster. Reckoning Esports, this 4v4 fights, they have been incredible. But once again, they've only been really good in compound fights.
That is true.
That's one of the main issues. If Reckoning Esports, they do tend to fight in a complete isolated open lands, they choke those fights.
Exactly. Even in the previous match of Sanhok, it felt like Reckoning, they were in a lack of smokes. They didn't have a lot of smoke covers to play along with, that too in the open area, and that is really pressurizing. You need the smokes to play along with. If you don't get the smokes in the open areas, it's impossible to play in this lobby.
I mean, we've got the top 16 players once again on the screens, and every single player, this time looking a little bit lost, considering still just getting their hands inside of the lobby.
Alright, so we're going to try and read the expressions that are there on these faces. I mean, Carnival Gaming, there are smiles going on. Omega, Goblin, they're having their own little fun banter. Omega checking up on Akshat over there. And then there is 8-Bit, stressed out, and it makes
sense.
Juicy, no. You can't just take it lightly right now.
I mean, 8-Bit is at the bottom, so it makes a lot of sense, right? Why 8-Bit is completely stressed out. But I'm just loving the fact that CG isn't stressed out yet. I guess Omega, he hasn't lost his cool. And you know what happens when this man loses his cool. We've seen a lot of those montages in the past.
Yeah, we have.
You don't want to look at Omega when he's raged out. He can be the bad guy. But talking about even Team AARU as well, I'm still feeling, yes, they are back in the game with the kind of domination that they've done in the map of Sanhok. But one thing is still missing, is that is the placement points for the side of Team AARU to just prevail on the top 3 or maybe try to make a great comeback in today's day.
Now I want to speak about Team VASISTA Esports a little bit more over here. And we know VASISTA Esports, of course, struggling. But what can save the day for them? Maybe just going back to the similar strategy that they were trying to implement in the past couple of stages. Because we had a talk with these players, with every single player from this entire roster, and they said that yes, they're going to try to be a little bit more aggressive on the foot this time. But I guess changing that game strat at the last moment is sort of hindering them.
It has been, and you are absolutely correct about it. Last minute changes, I mean, not enough time to perfect that strategy, perfect that style, find perfection in the style of play that they want to employ. And that is one of the big reasons why we see the team struggle so much right now. But a few moments ago, we did see the players of Xpark on our screens as well, and it seems like even they have found their comfort zone in this particular lobby on this stage right now. And Xpark, if they start to step things up, they can get extremely lethal. But look at this. Every time you see this beautiful face, Goblin, on your screen, and especially at a LAN the crowd just goes wild. Everyone loves them.
Goblin fans going crazy, and that's why the man's on the screen right now. Of course, the limelight, and maybe this cheering can also cheer him up for the upcoming game. Vikendi holds a lot of value for a lot of these teams on the latter half of the board, for also some of the teams that have slipped out on their position. Team Insane, they started things off in a really miraculous fashion, but then later on, the continuation wasn't there. So even for Team Insane, this game is needed. For Cheminix, when even they've lost their first spot in the overall standings, they need to retain that.
Yeah, even I would really bring up the topic of iQOO Soul. They have been doing good. They had those comfort cushioning areas for themselves, but still are not able to find that chicken dinner for themselves. I'm looking forward what kind of changes iQOO Soul will be going, because their gun game is on point. They are getting the frags, but still that one missing part is there for which they're not getting the final cherry on the cake.
This is the beauty of LAN sometimes. I mean, the audience, our lovely viewers who are there, joined with us in the arena itself. They cheer everyone. I mean, of course, they cheer for their favorite players a little bit extra, but they're going to cheer everyone on. I guess Spray God over there was caught a little bit off guard. He's like, all right, what's all this noise about? Hey, that's me.
Team X Park is also there. FS Esports, the team that's looking like the formidable, the freaks of nature. Looking unstoppable for now. Team TAMILAS, the previous game was really nice. That's going to be the momentum and the pace setter for them. All they need to do is now look up from here. But Team TAMILAS, they need to start racking up on a bit more elimination points to be in that top 3 at least.
Yeah, for sure. Team TAMILAS, they've always been that one consistent team that you see having safe rotations, having good spot for themselves. But now, as you mentioned, they need the finishes, and same is the value of 4 Cheminix VENOM. They have been doing good. The previous match of Sanhok did not went that well as what they anticipated, but hey, the boys are doing pretty good. They're in the top 3. They're still looking forward for the another chicken dinner for themselves to make it 2 in this entire day.
I mean, I think in the next 3 games, anyone who secures that chicken dinner, if they can, I think pretty much stabilizes up until tomorrow. I mean, for the first 2 matches at least, that safety cushion should be enough to keep you in the top 5 and allow you to fumble 2 matches.
And right now, fumbling, especially when you're almost at the halfway point of the entire day, you cannot afford to do so.
Yeah.
You need to at least end things on the first day in the top 8. Of course, not everyone can end things in the top 8, right? But here we go. Vikendi's now going to be on the screen. The IC lands. That's going to freeze your blood is over here. That's the plane flat pad starts all the way from Winery towards Dobromesto.
And we all know it's me and Necro on Vikendi. So ladies and gentlemen, it's podcast hours on LAN. Necro, are you excited for this very special edition?
Oh, of course I am excited. Who doesn't love the podcast hours, right? Especially when you've got some of the known names struggling.
Oh, yeah.
Man, it's really going to help us sort of point out the mistakes these guys are making.
And what an incredible podcast for us, right? We have 64 guests with us right now. The 64 players that are there in this lobby. And of course, the flight path of the plane starts from the southern edge right all the way down south and goes towards Dobromesto. So it is leaning quite heavily towards that southwestern quadrant. Anyone going beyond Mount Kresnik is going to struggle. And of course, this situation, it can lead to a lot of developments in those early drop fights, especially from the teams that are going to look for those vehicles.
Oh, it definitely can lead to that.
Yeah.
I mean, especially looking at the plane flat path, right? Not a lot of these teams will have any sort of troubles. Maybe moving it towards Cosmodrome can definitely be a bit of that struggle. But the circle, once again, just forming in the smack center. I do want to see a castle circle. What a way to start things off in Vikendi, right? If that does happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite incredible, but considering it is in the southern half of this particular zone, I don't think we're going to see that castle circle. But a early fight. It is Revan up against 8-Bit, and 8-Bit, the down 2 players.
Oh, well, already 8-Bit just started things off on a bad note. It's something that we all saw coming as well, and just like that, within a flash, they have been eliminated from the game. 8-Bit still will be at the bottom of the board. We thought this entire game of Vikendi can be the lifesaver, but the answer is going to be no, because Raven Esports, they wipe them just like that.
Well, I mean, off to an interesting start this game, but I guess we are going to have to wait and see how Vikendi actually turns out and how things going to look for all of these teams. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be an interesting start, of course. Necro, we have a message for our lovely viewers, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of a rehost going on. Yes, it is understandable. You know, day one of the LAN, everyone's facing these type of jitters, even the production crew, even sometimes us. So it's completely fine. We can give that room for error, right?
Yeah, I don't think they liked the podcast that much.
Got canceled before it even started.
Oh my God.
You were back on the desk. I mean, you were witnessing some of the final few moments, right? Not exactly the final few, the starting moments of that Vikendi. And they were quite filled with a lot of those nightmares for 8-bit. Thank God it's rehosted.
Hey man, 8-bit will be just kissing this. I was like, oh, thank God it got rehosted, man. This could have been another nightmare, but hey, if you're 8-bit, you don't want these kind of matches. And now you've got an intel. There is one team that might come into the question against us.
And again, it was Hanzo. Hanzo got 3 of them down so quickly. And along with that, I think, Necro, we should also be quite happy because now, I mean, we do have a possibility of getting a castle circle in the next one. Hopefully, at least. Because with how Vikendi works, we knew eventually it was going to collapse towards the center away from castle. And of course, out in the open, that both those Mount Kresnik situations, we've seen a lot of those zones, especially during the round 4 and round 3.
And Johnny, another team that is supposed to be really strong on this map is Reckoning Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Reckoning Esports in the past couple of stages, their Vikendi has been decently strong. And even they can pack a lot of that punch. Currently, they're sitting inside of the top 8. And if this Vikendi goes really well, they can instantly propel themselves in the top 3. And it's not that hard. Not a lot of points separating them right now.
That's very true.
Exactly. And the way Reckoning, they have stepped up their game to just stay afar and take the distant fights rather than going up close because their open fights hasn't been that great. So in the open, what Reckoning has decided to just stay afar, take those ADS fights and just try to steal those finishes if possible in the later part of the game. But when it comes down to the compound fouls, we have seen so many compound fouls, fights being happening in the entire map of Vikendi. So it does make a key factor for Reckoning to make a good bounce back.
I mean, especially for Reckoning to be able to make that bounce back. Yes, firepower has been their main forte, but now they need to start to find that balance. Yes, they are also changing that game strategy. We're seeing them play a little bit more set back. You can't say they're taking things a little bit more calm, but that's also affecting their play style a little bit. Firepower being held back, it can also mean sometimes the pressure do not exactly know how to think on the fly.
Exactly, I mean, it's not fair for you to basically put a handicap on yourselves. It's like basically they're playing with one hand tied behind their back right now, and we want Reckoning to let loose, right? We have seen how incredible this team can get during the previous stages of this tournament, and of course we were hoping to see all of that replicated on LAN, and we're still waiting. The only bright side to all of this is at least they're not too far away from where we actually want to see them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, it's all about having a strong mindset.
Yeah.
Because some of these players, they've of course caught the strong physique, right?
Yeah.
They do go to the gym, they do work out. I've been seeing these guys in the gym every single day. Even I go to the gym every single day.
Oh,
you know what? For now, let's
so?
move on and look at this push-up challenge.
Hello guys, I'm Shogun from Team MOGO.
Hello guys, I'm Neo from Team CARNIVAL ESPORTS.
I'm Nakul from Team iQOO.
तो भाई आज हम कर रहे हैं पुशअप चैलेंज। तो जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं, मेरे दो सबसे हैवी कंपेटिटर है, तो जिसने सबसे पहले 10 पुशअप मारे वो अगले राउंड के लिए क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा।
Hello guys, I'm Delta from Team MOGO.
Hello guys, myself Rudra, also known as S-Power, and I play for Team iQOO.
Hello guys, I'm Goblin from Team CARNIVAL.
Goblin is the winner, bro. ये देख लो, वही विनर है।
तो अभी फाइनल राउंड है जिसमें हम लोग को करने 15 पुशअप। जो पहले करेगा वो विनर। भाई आधे करता है, ये चीटर है। ये भी तो आधे कर रहा था।
Now, Vikendi's not that far away. We know just a couple of more seconds to go. We also did see the players doing the push-up. Of course, these videos were pre-shot. But what do you think, Johnny? How many push-ups can you pull off in one go?
In one go? I think the max I've done ever is like 37.
Oh, what about you?
32. But how
Oh.
about you?
52.
Wow.
Somewhere around that.
Can you show us right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Push us right here,
Listen,
right now.
guys, this is what the peak male athletic form looks like. If you've got a problem with that, it's your problem. But yeah, moving on towards the map of Vikendi. Now, so many expectations. We did see 8-Bit, unfortunately. Luckily enough for them, the Rehost was there, so you can't say 8-Bit a chance for them to start things off on a decent note. If there is a planned fly path, once again, one-sided, 8-Bit knows what to do now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the bright side, right? It's the bright side to the Rehost, just for one team. But of course, I mean, even the flight path as well. I mean, if we are being fair to everyone, the flight path was extremely awkward, leaning extremely towards the southwestern quadrant as we talked about it. And anyone who wanted to play from either the northwestern side of the map or even the northeastern quadrant was going to struggle. Even teams that were going towards the southeastern edge of the map, and there are teams that do like to utilize that particular location of Vikendi, were going to struggle. Anyone heading towards Hot Springs was going to struggle. I mean, you have to pick up those vehicles and rotate towards the northern side. But let's see. I mean, this is going to be a new map, new flight path. Everything's going to change.
Everything's going to change. Kevin X-Venom, once again, they can't strike back as well. I mean, we did have the predictions a while ago, but my predictions were left out.
Okay, so, well, I'm going to stick with Reckoning though. I'm going to stick with Reckoning, but
I expected him to ask me my predictions. That's why I said my
what's your
predictions were
prediction?
left out.
I'm going to ask you
It's going to be Kevin X-Venom.
It's going to be Kevin X-Venom?
Yeah, first game was nice. The third game was left out. Now this fourth game, it's going to be Kevin X-Venom once again striking pretty hard.
Who do you think is going to be the first team to be eliminated in this game?
Oh, that's a really rough question. You should not ask me that. I think so it's Inferno Squad. Because they've been going really aggressive sometimes.
Yeah,
Just
true,
head
fair,
first like
fair.
the bull. So anything can happen. We do not know what's going to be on the stake for this team. As Vikendi rolls up around the corner, it's going to be the Icy Lands once again, and the big bird's going to be in the sky. Plane fly path starting all the way from Cement Factory towards Krichas, and this plane fly path is quite balanced.
Exactly. This is much better flight path for everyone in the entire lobby, and no one's going to be upset with this one.
Especially for 8-Bit. Mount Kresnik is right there.
Oh, but, I mean, the other lads might not just be as happy about it, especially Hangzhou. Like, where are my 3 points?
Yeah, those 3 points can be so important.
Yeah. Game changing.
Yeah,
Tournament
especially for Reven Esports, man. That can be the pressure subsider that they desperately needed, right?
Could have been. I mean, imagine take down a team like the 8-Bit, the first squad to wipe out inside of the game. It gives you a boost of confidence. You feel like you can go up against anyone in the entire lobby.
Yeah, I mean, right now 8-Bit, they're struggling too much, though. So I do feel a little bit bad for them. Do want them to have a decent start. You've got Team X-Spark down south towards Kantra. They've dropped in. You've also got iQOO Soul slowly and steadily moving in towards that area. The circle, once again, it's going to center around somewhere near Dino Park. This is quite the classic circle.
Yeah. Oh, man, I hope we end in Dino Park. It's been such a long time, years, since I've seen that final end game towards Dino Park. A lot of interesting terrains. I mean, you have this maze, the hills up north, a lot of rides, and of course, the amusement park provides a lot of cover for these teams, especially for that endgame scenario. But we are seeing the drop clash against Necro. It is Reven against 8-Bit, and this time 8-Bit kick things off. 2 knocks secured.
Oh my god, 8-Bit. They're here to take the revenge. In the previous time, it was the complete different outcome, and now this time, it's 8-Bit to start things off on a fantastic note. Raven Esports in a big world of trouble, and yeah, this Tommy Gun's now starting to strike. Another man hits the deck, and Mighty, he's indeed looking quite mighty in this fight.
Hey, they get their revenge, and they turn things around in style. 3 finishes secured. Looking for a last man, but he's on a run for his life. We see Hulk. And instead of hulking out, he's trying to take a leap outside of danger. But here it is, Carnival up against Kevin X-Venom.
Ooh, Carnival. They do know the depth. They do know how much void is still left to be covered. There's a man in the corner with the shotgun. This time, he gets strike down. 2 the knocks instantly found in Kevin X-Venom. Once again, they start things off on a fantastic note. Carnival Gaming, what a bad start this is.
Yeah, not really what they wanted, but it has been dealt the damage at the hands of Kevin X-Venom. What a play from Fury, just tucked away in a corner. His teammates decides to bait the 2 individuals from the side of Carnival Gaming towards him. And Fury, well, his name is Fury, and he was quite furious with those 2 individuals trying to hurt his boy.
Should be too. I mean, that's what he's known for, right? Fury is supposed to be the aggressive man on the board, but in general, the entirety of Kevin X-Venom, it consists of the assaulters. You've got AARU. You've got so many more better names. Phantom as well. We've seen this man perform incredibly well in the past. You've also got Shadow. He's the one to make the main moves. The puppet master, if you'd like to say, the IGL of that team. Before Carnival Gaming, what a bad start this is. Losing out on Omega. and some of the better players that they have to offer. This is a really rough way to start things off.
Yeah, and I mean, we were hoping to see Carnival Gaming sort of stabilize in the next 3 matches. If this is how Vikendi is going to turn out, I think we're going to have to keep on waiting for a long time. But a little bit of recap of the second drop clash on Vikendi between 8-Bit and Reven Esports, and this time 8-Bit, they weren't really going to take things easy. As soon as they found those weapons, they went for the fight, and here it is for Fury, striking down 2 players from the side of Carnival Gaming. Easy finish secured by Kevin X Venom. And by the way, both the fights happening inside the circle.
Yeah, they came out on top with quite the ease. Reven Esports colliding against 8-Bit. It's not something I saw coming, I'm not gonna lie. For Kevin X Venom, you really got to give it to the players, man. Patience has been something that's been working out for these guys. Add that on with the firepower, add that on with the perfect timing as well. That's just going to be the icing on top of the cake that's needed. iQOO sold this time. They're over here at Crores with the opportunity to grab these points, considering iQOO sold. They've got the man advantage, and they're not going to shy away from this fight as well. But unfortunately, a man gets strike down. It's Manya to hit the deck, and he will be confirmed instantly. Akshat, he will get the point secured.
Hey man, what a surprise. Not really what we expected based on how Carnival Gaming was doing in this game, especially during the early start, but taking down iQOO Soul. In fact, just one player the IGL picked off. I think it does help them realize that the rest of the team, the rest of the squad is going to be lurking close by. iQOO Soul though, now how do they react to this? They're all the way towards Volnova, the southeastern edge of the current circle. And moving forward, it's not going to be easy at all. iQOO Soul, do you think this is that one team that can completely shift the tide on Vikendi, and instead of playing slow, they can just go all in, take those fights and secure finish points?
I think so. iQOO Soul, they haven't been too aggressive on the map of Vikendi until when it matters the most.
True.
Vikendi in general forces these teams to play it safe, and they do not even have any other option.
Yeah.
If you're going to be the only team wanting to be aggressive on the map of Vikendi, at that point you just got to question your senses. Because Vikendi allows you to be in that zone for a really long time.
Yeah.
It can save you for that later game of the stage as well. But yes, it's not going to promise you that better outing.
Oh, but look at this. We did see the players of Team LIMRA quite close to Reckoning Esports, and look on the radar, MOGO Esports, they are lurking nearby as well. The question now is, who saw who has information about which team hiding where? Because Hunters hasn't moved for a long time. He's completely isolated in the midst of the entirety of Team LIMRA. LIMRA on the other side have been running around these ridges, and I'm pretty sure they have been spotted out by the players of MOGO Esports, or maybe not, because Justin just moves around right in front of their faces.
Oh, Dragon OP. Rough luck, the man gets confirmed instantly. Reckoning Esports, way to kick things off.
Yeah.
And Reckoning Esports, they're also inside of the top 8. Yes, they are playing with fire, but just make sure you're not burning yourself in return.
Reckoning, I mean, all on the back of information provided by Hunters. They do secure that opening frag, but they have to be careful. Backlines compromised. Carnival Gaming can see their rear. And of course, on the flank, MOGO Esports as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Hunters in the meanwhile, he's going to try and see if he can punish another small mistake from Team LIMRA. Oh no, Gokul. If he gets up, Hunters might have an opportunity to secure a knock, but he has to be very precise with his crosshair, very precise with his aim. If he misses that headshot, he is the one getting taken out.
So here's the thing, Hunters knows that there's someone in that window, so he cannot just move out in the open like that. The only way he can find a good opener is by tossing in a nade in that window, and that's what he's planning too. He was cooking up that nade, but while doing so, he's also going to be putting his own life at risk, considering the opponents, it's their den. And if you are going to step in the opponent's territory, you will be welcomed with open arms, because for them, this will be just that one single point.
And his entire team has a different trouble to deal with. Different set of players. Carnival Gaming closing in on the rear. As we did talk about them, you see them on the radar. It's a 3v2 situation, though, in the favor of Reckoning Esports, so they can still come out on top, but they do not know exactly how many players have closed in on their city and how they need to plan those fights.
And talk about planning the fights. Right now, Team Insane, they need to start planning the executions. Rotations in the first game of Erangel, yes, they were flawless, but then the transition on towards this game of Vikendi, things have been looking way too rough for Team Insane. Somehow the script is once again falling for Team Insane. Yes, this time they did not really start things off with a chicken dinner, but still a really good outing. And Team Insane, they're not that far away from the overall standings too. Still, things can be recovered easily. All it takes is one decent game. Not even good, a decent game. And Reckoning Esports, they've already started to close things off. First man found, the nade's going to be tossed into perfection as Hunters now, he tries to close on up a little bit more. Second nade's being cooked up as well, and this time the nade from the side of Team LIMRA as well. It can be quite damaging, but what a beautiful nade that was.
Yeah, he took down 2 over there. Hunters doing an incredible job gathering info and of course taking down the players of Team LIMRA. They're down to the last man, and Hunters, he wants to go for a push. Armed with the DBS, he wants to take this isolated fight, and Reckoning Esports, this is exactly what we were talking about, Necro. We knew the firepower this team has. They were trying to slow things down, but as long as they try to force the fights exactly the way they are doing right now, I think it's going to be difficult to take them out in this game. But
it is Esperos all by himself, and this man is the Clutchmeister for Team LIMRA.
Yeah.
But this time he's got the entire firing squad of Reckoning Esports, a team that's known for their firepower, and they barely do choke these compound fights. Still, I do think all the ads are stocked against players of Team LIMRA. Before Reckoning Esports, they've got everything aligned right now. They can claim this one single elimination point. At this point, he's not even a threat. They're just looking forward to claim this point.
hey man, he has the DBS, and as long as the individual you're trying to push in these close quarter combat situations is armed with any shotgun, not any actually, just the DBS and the S12K, I think there's still a big threat or a big off play that can result in Reckoning Esports losing their players. But now, Necro, I have a question for you. MOGO Esports have been lurking on the sidelines watching all of this unfold between Reckoning and Team LIMRA. Do you think we're going to see them, or can we expect a third party from MOGO Esports on this fight?
I genuinely think so. We cannot.
Oh,
because
no.
MOGO Esports, they haven't been doing too good in the overall standings, and they know that.
Fair.
And if they do go for this third party, there's a high chance they're also going to start to attract a lot more bees around them as well. They're surrounded with a decent amount of teams, so they cannot afford to go for this third party anyways. So MOGO Esports right now, the main priority is going to be to try and stay alive for as long as possible. Hunters almost tossing out that Molotov. He wants to limit that room for breathing to the opponent, Hesperos, because he's constantly repositioning himself from one place to the other.
And Hesperos, as you mentioned, during the previous rounds of the tournament, he was the key player for the side of LIMRA, who was securing all of those eliminations, especially when he was put in a position with his back against the wall. But today, it hasn't really been the case. Reckoning Esports still hesitant in making that push and looking to commit for that fight. The Molotov is going to be lobbed. The DBS comes in there.
Oh my God!
And Hesperos takes down 2.
The Clutchmeister strikes once again. Hesperos, he strikes down 2 players of Reckoning Esports. What a massive choke this is. Hesperos, once again, just igniting the fire in the hearts of Team LIMRA Esports. They're trying to clutch things out in this fight. Before Reckoning Esports, what a big choke this was.
Yeah.
I thought that Reckoning Esports, they're quite good in the compound fights, but this time they end up miscalculating things. They end up underestimating that one single point that is still there at the top. And this 1 point now is turning out to be a formidable foe in the name of Hesperos.
Exactly, and that one man always doing an incredible job at, can he get all 4 of them? That's the question. Reckoning Esports, one more man still lurking indoors. And this fight has already lasted way longer than it needed to. Reckoning Esports, so much time wasted, 2 bodies lost as well. And along with the players of MOGO now in Carnival Gaming, they heard all of that commotion, they heard the DBS go off, so their eyes are also looking towards this compound. And look at the map, already, a cluster in the center.
This is what's going to happen. Teams being forced to play it out as safe as possible. And the next zone is barely going to move once again. Stage 4, nothing's going to be happening. Nothing critical. And then stage 5 is where the real hell starts to get loose. Team TAMILAS, a team that has been able to perform quite well on the map of Vikendi. They have also gotten a few chicken dinners on this map in the past. So let's see if Team TAMILAS, they can do the same thing. The previous game, yes, they did find their lost momentum, but can they keep on moving with it? That's the question.
Yeah, it is important for them to actually be able to pull it off as well if they want a stable footing on that overall leaderboard. I mean, they did quite incredible for themselves, quite well for themselves in that previous game of Sanhok, but converting Vikendi actually puts them in fact sets them up for success. And even their position on the map right now, not really in the middle of all of these teams, but towards the outer edges of Dino Park. I think the opportunity is still there for them to secure a decent amount of points from this match. Although we did see the players of Global Esports on our screens, and they're playing in the northern half of the circle. No one close to them, so quite comfortable in their own area.
I mean, Reckoning Esports, yeah, now it's starting to be a massive stalemate. And you know I'm not a big fan of stalemates, right? Team Insane, we had to talk about this team as well. And unfortunately for Team Insane, one man's knocked out. The revival's going to be there easily, so the Fallen Man's now back up on his feet before Team CG as well. They've lost out on these early players. A decent amount of teams, they've taken these individual blows, and that's something that's keeping these teams off the bay. For iQOO Soul, if you've noticed one pattern, it's always Manya to get things off for that team. He's the player who has been put in grave the first for iQOO Soul, and that's pretty much been the pattern for this entire day.
Yeah, I mean, and we can't really blame him for that, right? I mean, a lot of these IGLs do end up being the frontliners for the team, not in the sense that they lead the fights, but they are going to put themselves in that scouting position, gather the information, and then make a decision. And when you are the scout for your lineup, you are also taking the risk of running into uncharted territory. And that is what iQOO Soul have been struggling with. As you mentioned, Manya always getting picked off early. But the one thing they have going for themselves is even if they lose their IGL, the other three players do not lose their composure.
I mean, in general, you talk about how well that team is doing in the overall standings. Still, they've got some room for improvement. They're on the 5th spot in the overall standings. Yes, they're in a really comfortable spot in my opinion, but they also need to understand one thing, that spot is easily compromisable. One single good game from any of the teams on the latter half of the board, and iQOO Soul, they can instantly tumble down from that spot. iQOO Soul, they haven't gotten that cushion that is needed and that we've known them for.
I do agree with that. I mean, still in a dire situation. But Inferno squad now on our screens. It seems like Team Insane has been spotted out. And Jatin, he's trying to see if he can at least dish out some damage or force the players of Team Insane to charge towards them, bait them into thinking it's just an isolated man. That is not going to work out though.
I mean, we've got FS Esports on the screen for now. And FS Esports at the top of the overall standings. Doing really good for themselves, and they're pretty much tied up with Team X-Spark. Not that far away. For X-Spark to topple them over, one single point, and that's going to keep them at the top.
All right, so, I mean, I'm too afraid to start the podcast hours now after what happened in the previous Vikendi, but we're going to go with a small little interview now, Necro. Apart from 8-Bit, who else, I mean, coming in from the semifinals itself, you feel like, all right, now this is not what we saw before. This is completely polar opposite of what we witnessed from them in the semifinals.
Polar opposite, I wouldn't say it's like a complete different strategy from any of these teams. But if you talk about the performance, definitely, man, CG, they're the prime example of that. 8-Bit as well on the latter half of the board. VASISTA Esports, their playstyle is supposed to keep them in the first half of the board consistently, at least somewhere around that top 5. But VASISTA Esports is not even closer to that. That's why this defensive playstyle is planned out in the first place.
That is true, and again, VASISTA Esports, I mean, a lot of expectations from them, as you mentioned. They were so confident in their firepower and the strategies during the semifinals, but now in the grand finals, it seems like nothing has been working out for them. Stage 3 already on the map of Vikendi. And a minute before we have the 4th stage of the game, the blue zone on the move. Also, by the way, Reven Esports is still in this matchup. Hulk did manage to escape all the way towards Dobromester. But I wonder, how many first stage will he find?
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, that's the only game strat that makes a lot of sense, right? Just go for the mid strat. Considering it is the map of Vikendi 2, it's going to be moving quite slow. You're going to see a lot of these teams left alive till the final few moments. So to pull off a mid strat in this map, yes, it is quite tough, but it is also quite viable too. It is quite a great strategy if the primary firepower isn't really working out. And right now, Hulk is the only man left in the line. For FS Esports, still playing on the edge. I'm not sure what the game plan's going to look like, especially on the map of Vikendi. I'm not a big fan of the edge-to-edge playstyle. And we have had a talk about MOGO Esports too, and how they have been struggling on the map of Vikendi sometimes. And it's been the main prime example for that as well, because MOGO Esports, they like to play from edge to edge.
Well, it's Wedge approach. You're going to have to be careful about it. Hulk finally on the move, looking to Hulk out. It's not going to be easy though. And of course, I mean, the big cluster that's forming towards the southwestern edge of the map, VASISTA Esports, I think this is Lady Luck finally smiling in their direction. No one present towards the northeastern quadrant, apart from Global Esports. And they have so much area to work with, but not for long. Team Insane, though, do you think that split is going to work out for them?
For Team Insane, especially, it is really tough to say, man. Team Insane, they do rely on the timings quite a lot. And that's the main problem. They haven't mastered it. Sometimes they do find the perfect timing, and sometimes they end up completely miss out on that timing. So that tendency is something that they need to sort of calm down, and they need to sort of try and master that timing. But for now, looking at the rotation, looking at the map itself, Team TAMILAS, they squeezed themselves between two of the teams. 8-Bit was present right there, and Team TAMILAS, they squeezed themselves between these teams, and now they're already off towards the centric spot of the circle.
Look at this though. Esperos, after that first clutch, still just struggling to deal with the players of Reckoning Esports. They're not letting him go, he's not letting them go. What a toxic relationship between these two teams now.
Yeah, stalemate. I'm not a big fan of this. You might as well just try to do something, try and break the ice. Someone needs to do it.
I wish it was the players of Carnival Gaming. They've been sitting there for a long time as well.
Yeah, for CG, I mean, even at this point, they know how much at the stake, right? They're pretty much on the latter half of the board, and a team like CG, seeing them there, even the players are now starting to crack under that pressure. CG, they need to start doing something right now. The map's out in the open.
What a play, though. Hulk, he does find that one frag. FS put down. In fact, Hitman has been knocked out. And this is just extremely lucky for this player. He's the last man surviving for his team. He knows how big of a risk this was. And luckily for him, he just finds a man roaming around in the blue zone on that snowmobile. Easiest frag you could ask for on the map of Vikendi. Just finish him off, secure that point, and move on.
Well, I guess Hulk knows that anyways. He will be ticking to his death soon enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Raven Esports, and especially Hulk, he knows. If he tries to be too greedy for that one single point, things can be way too bad for him. And that's why I guess he did not really try to be too greedy. Instead, just let him tick away to death. And even inside of the elimination feed now, I do see it being rattled up a little bit. 8-Bit starting to take some fights, considering they looked pretty phenomenal in the first one against Raven Esports. 8-Bit, the morals are definitely going to be high. But there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. And if 8-Bit step that, once again, the fates are not going to be changed. They will still be at the bottom of the overall standings. You talked about someone needs to take matters in their own hands. And this time it's iQOO Soul who's decided to do so. They've pushed up close and personal. Reckoning Esports' man's position's known. But for Team LIMRA, I'm not sure if iQOO Soul knows that there's a man in the front lines.
Oh,
Reckoning
they do.
Esports' player, this man was inside of that vehicle. He gets knocked out eventually. And Knuckle will also find that confirmation.
What a brilliant preemptive nade coming in from Knuckle. I think they had a little bit of information to work with. But now, finally, they're going to have to deal with the man sitting upstairs. Esperos, can you do it twice in a row? Takes down one and finally falls at the hands of iQOO Soul. Necro, we wanted a catalyst between Reckoning Esports and Team LIMRA, right? It's finally here.
iQOO Soul, they break the ice that was needed. And now iQOO Soul, they found themselves in a decent spot. Not exactly good, a decent one. Still outside the circle. They need to try and rotate in the zone. Before 8-Bit, they found themselves in a really good spot. And iQOO Soul, Ronnie, he strikes down another player in the front. Kimmix Wenham, not that good of a start for this late game.
Yeah, Fury knocked and finished. And iQOO Soul now finally looking to pick things up inside of this matchup. 3 finishes already on the board. They're looking for a few more, but here comes the blue calling their name. 5. Stage 5. The damage is going to be quite incredible. Carnival Gaming, the 2 men. Oh no, Ronnie, he might just run into a trap, Necro, but no, he hears the vehicles and they're prepared for this fight.
They indeed are prepared for this fight. CG, the back away from iQOO Soul as well as they let their opponents have that spot. And Kimmix Wenham, they get eliminated on the 15th spot. a massive letdown, a big shutdown inside of the lobby. Chemenix, Venom, slowly and steadily, even they're tumbling down from that good spot in the overall standings. They need to start to do something.
Yeah, I mean, not really a position where they would want to be. As you mentioned, Chemenix, Venom, an early exit inside of this match. And again, I mean, still more matches remaining for them as well. I think only a slight shift in momentum for them in the wrong direction. But look at this. Earlier, we were seeing the cluster develop towards the southeastern edge. Now it's transitioned into a complete western edge gone. The position of Villa, look at that, occupied from every single angle. In Carnival Gaming, we saw them out in the open, but look at this. 8-bit put under fire by the players of MOGO Esports.
Oh, a lot of shots taken from MOGO. But 8-bit, they're going to find themselves on the lucky side of things, considering not a lot of damage being dished out against them. No knockouts, no critical blows being handed out just yet. MOGO Esports looking pretty good as well. All the 4 players up and alive till this stage of this map. And I'm not a big fan of MOGO Esports' positioning, but as VASISTA Esports, they keep on getting pinched down. It's Team Xbox to start things off on a fiery note. Sue, this man is just trapped in that corner, tossing out a couple of more utils before Team Xbox. All it takes is one single nade being squeezed in that entire shack. Nade being tossed on the side of Sarang, and this might just be the deal sealer, but then Sue repositions himself at the nick of time. It's a 1v1 between Sarang and Sue in the up-close and personal proximities. And Sue is also looking forward to toss in a return nade towards Sarang, but unfortunately, it misplaces, and Sarang, he finds the closure.
Well, the finish has been secured by the players of Xbox, but it is not over yet. There's a wave of teams moving in from the west, and anyone can be swept along with this. Team TAMILAS now up against the players of AARU. Exchange of utilities from either side, and it is the lads from Team AARU who are taking a lot of damage. 2 knocked, 3 knocked out. Veron, he's the last man left standing, and he gets blown to smithereens as well. Team TAMILAS, Necro, they hold on to the momentum from Sanhok. 5 eliminations secured in this game already.
Oh, the Bond squad. The precision with the utilities looking incredibly well. And now you've got Inferno squad challenging a fight against CG. As Goblin moves out in the open. I'm not sure there's a lot of that room for error. The nade being sailed into perfection. And the iQOO trying their best to fight back, and they will wipe out the entire UCG.
Oh man, that was his one last player, and he took a leap of faith, and he had to pay a heavy price for that. Team 8-bit stuck in a corner. Justin definitely can put up a lot of pressure upon them, but it is not going to be that easy. His backlines are compromised as well.
They indeed are. MOGO Esports, especially for them, the position isn't quite good.
Yeah.
Exposed right now, looking pretty volatile.
Well, it is quite volatile, as you mentioned, Necro. And of course, it is going to grow tenfold, considering there are more teams that are headed in this direction. FS, we see them, their backlines compromised by the presence of 8-bit, MOGO, Revan Hulk, he's made it all the way to top 10. He survives for 2 more, well, if he waits for 2 more teams to get eliminated, he gets that 1 placement point that he wants.
Yeah, the man's trying to play it as safe as possible for Hulk. Still outside of the zone. But as he keeps on getting closer to that safety zone, he can start to feel that pressure. He can start to feel that heat. Especially for Global Esports too. Even they're trying to sneak around the corner. And look at the shots taken from Hulk this time. MOGO Esports, they're on the receiving end of things as Shogun gets knocked out.
He needs to secure this finish before he goes down. Last first aid, and Hulk eliminated from the game. Revan Esports eliminated from this match. On the 10th position, 9 teams, 27 players still alive, and MOGO Esports, this might be their end in this game. 8-bit, all players push in tandem, and even though they're taking a lot of damage from the sidelines from the players of FS Esports, they do secure that finish. Last player from MOGO was wiped out, but FS, perfect timing on the third party. 1 man left standing with a healthy enough HP to
fight. My God!
Knocked out for the second time. Another 10, the backlines also gets finished off. Xbox getting eliminated on that 8th position in this game, and 8-bit on the 7th.
8-bit done just like that. Global Esports, though, still on that other side. They're still alive.
Yeah.
And they can try and do something incredible. Utilities being tossed in towards Team TAMILAS this time, and it does not feel too good to be on the receiving end of things. As iQOO, they're looking for to charge against the players. Team TAMILAS, they're taking a lot of that damage upon themselves, and this time the nade sails right next to one of the players as he gets knocked out. And for Team TAMILAS, now they're taken down to a 2-man squad.
Exchange of utility perfectly done between the two sides, but Team TAMILAS, the pressure too much to deal with. Players lost and iQOO Soul in complete control of this fight, and I believe the game as well. Only if the final few circles shift on top of their heads, these compounds can result in a big win going into the hands of iQOO Soul. But on the other side, on the other edge of the circle, an intense fight, Insane against the players of FS. Trey's got the front liner dropped to his knees, but the players from Insane are extremely low. One nade perfectly connects on them, and 3 knocks are going to be secured by the players of FS. And Clutch, he doesn't know how many bodies are waiting for him on the other side, just runs into the smoke with the DBS, gets punished. Big mistake coming in from FS Esports. A very awkward read.
Yeah, FS Esports in a really dicey spot right now, considering it is all down to this one single man Wizard, and he needs to be magical.
Yeah.
And it's looking next to impossible for Team Insane. This is the recovery that was needed. A big dip in the performance after the first game, but Team Insane, in this game of Vikendi, it definitely does feel like they're slowly and steadily starting to recover. The next circle shift is going to be right in the court of iQOO Soul, and I guess, Johnny, the stars are now aligned.
The stars have aligned indeed, brother, and I think iQOO Soul, they are going to want to secure this win as well. Team Insane, 3 players knocked out. They are going to look for a revive, and Ninja Boy from Global Esports also present in the final few moments of the game. He can actually be the decider of who secures the chicken and who has to settle for second, with the nade quite close. Afu takes a little bit of extra damage, and Insane, they were looking to recover their firepower, but Shadow gets knocked out, and Insane, they're down to the last man. Who gets the points? Will it be FS or will it be iQOO Soul? Well, doesn't matter. Insane get wiped out nonetheless. We're down to the top 3 teams, but look at this neck throw. 14 eliminations on the board for iQOO Soul.
iQOO Soul, we thought the start was a little bit slow, but then they drop a nuclear performance inside of the lobby. And iQOO Soul, yeah, look at Unstoppable, the freaks of nature in this game of icy lands of Vikendi. And now Global Esports as well is on the receiving end of things, as now it's all down to FS Esports, and I don't think so a lot can be done considering that elimination point was snatched away from Wizard. And just like that, iQOO Soul, they just drop a nuke in the map of Vikendi. Such a magnificent, such a massive performance, even though they lost out on Manya that early inside of the game.
Exactly, well, the first few players to get picked off was Manya, but for a team like iQOO Soul, it does not matter if they lose a player or two. If it is destined to be their game, if the circle is on top of their head, they are going to win it.
iQOO Soul looking pretty phenomenal. And now with that performance, they're also going to topple themselves all the way at the first spot of the overall standings, Necros.
My God, you asked for a comeback, and this is how they make it. iQOO Soul, so many finishes. They just recovered all the points that was lost in the past 3 games.
And now talk about having that cushioning too. Even iQOO Soul is going to be having the cushioning right next to Team
Exactly. X-Park, iQOO Soul, and of course, amongst all of that chaos, iQOO Soul doing so well. One person did miss out on that limelight. It is Ninja Boy from Global Esports. 5 eliminations secured by that individual. He definitely did do quite a lot to propel his team on that overall leaderboard as well. So I guess all of the teams that we wanted to see bounce back on their overall leaderboard have actually done a decent job. And of course, FS, quite consistent today.
Global Esports, 6 points in total. Yeah. That's a decent performance from them with a lot of those placement points. For FS Esports, once again, the consistency is right there, Johnny.
Exactly.
They're not fading away from that.
We didn't expect it, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. FS Esports is right there. So you can't say Team X-Park, FS Esports, and now iQOO Soul, they're going to be the top 3.
My God, FS Esports definitely came out of syllabus for all the teams, but I'm really happy for Insane Esports as well. The way they've stepped up their game, the way they have made the comeback is really, really nice. But also, even 8-bit, they were trying to make a comeback. They got 5 finishes for themselves, but again, it did not went well. They went down on an early note, and thanks to FS, the way they have controlled the fight.
Also, yeah, I was just about to say that. Is that Scout? Yes, it is Scout.
Exactly.
X-Park better start performing now.
I mean, he is there to motivate the players, right? And I'm pretty sure X-Park will be performing. They're still in the top 3, Johnny.
Hey.
And I think so. They're looking pretty unshakable. Looking at Mortal too, we did see him a while ago. I did announce him too when he was there in the arena. The iQOO Soul fans were, of course, chanting their name, of course, chanting Mortal before he was even in the arena.
Man, you know, I mean, This is the first time I'm seeing a fan with LED lights, to be honest.
I mean, he's got a nice little flag, right?
They don't just have one. I was informed by Mr. Thug that there are more of those flags coming. Yeah, they are in transit. We are going to see a wave of
so many
Soul
lights,
fans
man.
here.
Yeah, we would like to have some of those as well, man, on the casting desk, maybe.
If they win the tournament, maybe?
I guess maybe before that as well, at the last day of the tournament, even that can be quite nice. If you do want to bring up a prediction,
I mean,
you could just wave the flag and say, yes, I'm going to go with iQOO Seoul. But yeah, I mean, we've got some of the winning moments, right? FS Esports, Wizard being able to snatch that one single point away, so you can't say that's still going to be putting that smirk on his face. But FS Esports in general, it's all about being able to stay consistent in that top three, and that's what they're doing once again.
Exactly, and again, this is a little bit of a surprise because FS, based on how the journey was before the finals began, I was expecting them to struggle in the middle pack, but today they just have been incredible. And of course, FS, if this goes on, there is a very realistic possibility that by the end of tomorrow, if they play like this tomorrow as well, they could be in the fight for winning the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, let's move on towards the MVP. Who is it going to be? Probably Ninja Boy from Global Esports, considering he had 5 elimination points racked up. Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see the MVP. And yes, it is going to be Knuckle, actually, with 7 eliminations wrapped up and the damage number of 969. iQOO Seoul, yes, it was quite a massive performance.
Yeah, a demolishing performance from these boys, and definitely the fans loved it, and we could just hear the chants and the sounds and the way they were shouting at the top of their voice. But joining alongside Knuckle, we also have Ninja Boy, we have got Ronnie, S-Power, so out of all those 5 top players, 3 of them are from iQOO Seoul, and that determines the domination that they've done in this particular map.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players or 3 players, as you mentioned, from the side of iQOO Seoul. Then you see one more man from 8-Bit. Finally, 8-Bit doing something, I guess.
Finally doing something. I think, yeah, to be fair, yes, I mean, I am going to accept that phrasing, because throughout the day we didn't really see them. Finally, we get to see something from their end, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Necro, to be fair.
I mean, before this game, 8-Bit only had 3 points in the overall standings, and they were all the way at the bottom. So I guess a couple of more points in this game is definitely going to be helping them a bit more, considering they got 6 points. So that means they've got 9 points right now in the overall standings, Johnny.
Yeah.
And you've got the point standings, 25 points in total for iQOO Seoul. You've got FS Esports as well, moving in with consistency. 13 more points racked up. For Team X-Park, unfortunately, a bit of a letdown before Global Esports, 11 points, definitely doing decent.
Yeah. Exactly, being said that, even Reckoning Esports, again, I won't say it was a very good match for themselves, got 5 points in total, still need to make a lot more comeback from there, and even followed by X-Park. They got 6 points, but I'm again disappointed with the performance that we have seen from Team AARU, VASISTA Esports.
Yeah, but still, I mean, there will be opportunity for them to recover. VASISTA especially, I think the struggle just goes on. LIMRA, Hesperos. Finally, we saw the Hesperos we wanted, but what about the rest of the team? I think that is something that should be the next step for the players of LIMRA, Inferno squad as well. And Team AARU has just been absent throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. AARU, the inconsistency is right there now. The previous game of Sanhok, you can say it was quite decent, but once again, that decency is not going to matter, right? Maybe, yeah, they're quite closer to that top 8, but then this game of Vikendi is a complete massive letdown. And Team AARU, they cannot afford to have a lot more of these letdowns anymore.
The game of Sanhok we witnessed was all about the aggression, and they did quite well in that, but that is just one map that forces you into that aggressive fight. The other 3 are all about placement.
Yeah, I mean, the placement. And speaking of placement right now, even Team LIMRA, they're placed quite underneath.
Yeah.
Team LIMRA at this point in time, you at least expect them to be somewhere closer to that top 8. But even they have been left out in the performance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were more emphasizing on those positioning for themselves in the very soft corner of the maps, in a comfortable spot. Yeah. But in that process, they have kind of, I would say, they have forgot how to go for those finishes, because the fights that they're taking, it is not going in their way. And it's not like 1 or 2 times they're like messing it up. It is every match story. 4 matches done, and every match you see almost the same kind of performance from these boys.
That is very true, but still I think opportunity will be there at least tomorrow for them to turn things around on their overall leaderboard, as long as they recover something in Miramar and the upcoming Erangel that is going to be there in the end of the day. But it's going to be a big leap. They can't just move at a slow and steady pace anymore. They're going to have to take big leaps and bounds if they want to climb the overall leaderboard. Along with them, I think in this particular matchup, Reckoning Esports as well, We did see what we expected to be an exciting run from there, but unfortunately it all came crumbling down.
I mean, we cannot forget about MOGO Esports too, right?
Yeah.
Even MOGO Esports, they left out in the previous game. They did not have a lot of points. And MOGO Esports, as we keep on mentioning, the lineup is the defending champions.
Yes.
And if they do not perform, once again, the defending title will be taken away by someone else. So MOGO Esports, they need to do something right here, right now. The first day has to be at least somewhat good.
Exactly. I think the first day has to be a big one for the side of MOGO, but that is, well, they are trying to make it happen every now and then. We see the aggression being brought back in, but not to the level of consistency that we want. But look at this. We know all of these names: Scout, Thug, Mortal, Kashwi, all of them present in the arena. And of course the fans, they waited all day to see this man wave at them in their general direction once. The legend himself of BGMI esports in this country.
Yeah. I mean, one of the best streamers as well, one of the best players in his era, in his time. Team Zero, they have always been there too on the board. It's an unfortunate task that Team Zero were not able to qualify. But as we do have the overall standings in front of us, iQOO Seoul now is going to be at the top, but matched up with FS Esports with 45 points. And you've also got Team Xpark right there with 38 points, and Team Insane with 30. Team Insane not that far away, but in the top 5, Kemenix Venom is still there.
Yeah, Kemenix Venom is still going to be there. My apologies. FS Esports, actually an incredible run throughout the day. 45 points secure, 21 finishes, 24 placements. And iQOO Seoul, of course, this was a big match, a big leap coming in from their side. Global Esports as well, still in the fight, 27 points. I think by the end of the day, we can expect them to try and break into the top 3. But as you were talking about MOGO, as you were talking about Team AARU, we see them on that second page. MOGO struggling on that 11th position with 14 points after 4 games.
Yeah, MOGO Esports defending champions
Ouch.
slowly and steadily in the first game at least. The trophy, it seems like it's slipping away from their hands. But this first day, it cannot be the main pace setter. It cannot be the main momentum decider. As CG as well, they're not that far away. And even for CG, they've got so much more to prove.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just having the kind of game that they have having right now, it reminds me of the semi-finals week 1, as we were talking about it earlier, that Carnival Gaming needs to bring back that A game that they had in the week 2. That aggression seems to be missing. The kind of coordination that they had in the week 2 is missing again, and it's kind of a similar performance as it's retaliating in this grand finals.
And Johnny, one more important point is that, yeah, Global Esports not doing exactly good the way they were doing in the past couple of stages, but they're still on the 6th spot in the overall standings. They're doing decent.
Exactly. They are doing quite decent for themselves. And again, we have been speaking about this for a long time, how this new point structure benefits a team like Global Esports, benefits a team that is built around aggression and built around taking those fights. And they are living up to all of the hype that was there about them before the finals even began. Right now doing a brilliant job of just not really backing off, not really taking their foot off the pedal and continuing on with that aggression.
Yeah, I mean, especially for teams like Team Insane now, as they're once again finding themselves in that groove. This upcoming game of Miramar will also matter quite a lot. And we know what Team Insane can pull off as well, considering, yeah, the first game was a chicken dinner, the previous game was quite a decent outing, but Team Insane, now they need to head back a little bit more harder if they do want to secure or solidify the first spot.
One chicken is still what I think Insane needs to kind of base out their position after the end of day, and Miramar is one of those ideal maps. Once again, you get a lot of room, you have a privilege to take those ADS fights more often, and the rotations, cut down the rotations previously. But talking about the schedule once again, we have the map of Miramar, the map of Golden Sand lined up.
Yeah, schedule on the screen, as you mentioned, the map of Golden Sand. Miramar itself is over there, and soon enough it is going to be starting too. After that, it's pretty much going to be the last game of the day, and that's where things will be shuffled up in quite a great fashion. And speaking of the shuffle itself, now we've got a shuffle on the desk too. A new face joining alongside with me on the panel. How you doing, Crips, my friend? And also Fixes is there, but Crips, you're going to be the main limelight here. How you doing, man?
I'm doing really well, Necro. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Hello, everybody. My name is Cripes. I'm actually here for the first time. This is my first LAN, so I'm actually quite excited to do this.
Yeah. I mean, first LAN, I can clearly tell with his excitement. But how do you feel, man? Fixes, you were sitting in the back lines watching a lot of those games. What are your thoughts?
You know, I'm really happy. So what I really thought is starting to finally come down to peace, because right now, iQOO Seoul, that chicken dinner was ecstatic, right? You get those finishes, 25 points on the board, rocket flying right up the top.
I mean, it is something that we all saw coming as well. We all knew that iQOO iQOO is definitely going to pull off miraculous performances like that. But then you're still waiting for teams like MOGO Esports. The lineup is supposed to be the defending champions, but still on the latter half of the board. Even Carnival Gaming still on the struggling side.
Yeah, that's true, but I think all of these teams, the ones that we expect to perform, just need one massive game to skyrocket and catch up with iQOO. I mean, yeah, we knew iQOO had a great position in Vikendi, but did we expect them to wipe out every single team that was gunning for them?
Yeah.
No, I mean, they were in quite a precarious spot, right? There were so many teams right around them, barely any cover to work with in that compound of Villa, and yet they don't just survive, they actually thrive, and so many finish points, so many placements.
Man, this man is looking filled up with energy right now. Okay, he was just waiting to be unleashed on the desk.
I've been waiting 4 games for this. You think I won't have the energy? Of course.
Yeah, I do understand. Finally, the man's now unleashed. But keep one more thing in mind, that there's still the undergods who haven't been able to make a name for themselves. Teams like LIMRA Esports, Raven Esports, still on the latter half of the board. Inferno squad as well. If they do one, they can start a head back. But so far, things haven't been that well. I think so they're just trying to understand, study the lobby. The adaptation hasn't been quick enough, but maybe in the last 2 games, things can be different.
You know, on a lighter note, I really feel like they should manifest the energy that Cripps has just channeled from the crowd, right? They need to soak in that electricity. But like you said, I completely agree with you. The undergods are definitely feeling the heat. But this is where, like Cripps said, one good game and you could be back into the top 4, top 5. Just stay in the mix of the top 5, top 6 by the end of day 2, and you're still good to go. You're still going to be in the race.
Yeah, exactly. Inconsistency is something that's hitting all these teams at this point, right? Team Insane went through that phase as well. iQOO too went through that phase. MOGO Esports right now, that's the exact thing that's currently happening to them. Before teams like Team 8-Bit, there hasn't been a chance to be inconsistent because they've just never been on the board.
Yeah, I feel like Team 8-Bit are getting caught out in the open. They have the right idea. You can tell from their rotation pathing that they know exactly what they want to do, but they don't account for every single obstacle that they might encounter on the way.
I mean, fixes, once again, we go back to square zero over here, right? Team 8-Bit, we had a full-blown conversation in the past stages. What's been the main kryptonite? When the circle is not forming on top of them, when it comes to breaching inside of the zone, that's when Team 8-Bit struggles. And over again, the circle is not going to favor them. And this is a prime example. Today's day is a prime example. The first 4 games, the circle hasn't been in the court of Team 8-Bit.
You know, I want to be rude, but 8-Bit have been like headless chickens all over the place, right? You do not see that cohesion between the players. You do not see them really trying to force out those fights, which they should. You've got the likes of Aditya, you've got the likes of Mac, you've got Mighty, who's been in such a stellar form. But again, you cannot always be banking or hoping that the circle really comes to you. You have to initiate those fights, and you need to get that early momentum. Yes, I have to kind of bring that in correlation with Team AARU. They might not be playing so well in terms of their position, but they are going frag heavy. They're committing for those fights, which I feel is still a much more positive sign.
And once again, a main sign of concern has also been VASISTA Esports. I guess you had something to talk about, yes?
No, I was just going to reiterate Fix's point, and there comes a time in the lobby where you know for a fact that you don't have a chance of winning the chicken. So at that point, the teams just need to go into full-on aggression and just farm as many finishes as possible to at least make up for the lack of position points that they will get.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense too, right? This point structure really allows these teams to sort of move on forward and gather those elimination points, because that's always going to be like the secondary spot. Yeah. A lot of these teams also went for the med strat, and especially VASISTA Esports was a prime example for that, but so far they aren't even doing so. The med strat isn't working out, but in the previous game, FS Esports did that. It was their secondary plan. In Vikendi, the players got wiped out way too early, but still FS Esports, they managed to squeeze in those crucial placement points and the final 1 point as well with the elimination.
Still, FS Esports keep on surprising us, Necro. Every single time. We never really have them on our favorites, but their zone reads have been so on point. But then again, you know, you've got so many of the other teams that are really struggling with trying to get those circles. But FS Esports, they've come out of syllabus. They're still at the tippity top. They need to hold on. They need to latch onto it.
I mean, the players, they do seem quite ready and locked in, loaded. Of course, there's currently sitting inside of the lobby. For teams like Team X Park, yes, the previous game was a bit of a letdown, but it's completely fine considering you're still in the top 5 of the overall standings. But now I'd like to know you guys' prediction for this upcoming Miramar. Which team do you think, Cripps, is going to be the one to come out on top?
In this particular game, I think Team Insane has a really good chance. We saw in the previous Miramar game how they had that risky decision to go all the way outside the blue, make a northern rotation, and take their sweet time to get back into the circle. Of course, it let them jump a couple of... The moment they entered, they were in prime fragging position.
I mean, speaking of prime fragging position right now, a team that needs to start going all out is also Global Esports and Team Xpark. Maybe a little bit more for the side of Global Esports because you're seeing that play style being switched up. Global Esports is not being as aggressive as we've seen them in the past couple of stages.
You know, they've sort of been there. I really feel like the aggression has kind of dwindled down a little bit. It has been notched down for sure. But then again, this is one of those teams really not shying away from those fights. I think the biggest example was they had a fight against Team Xpark whilst they were trying to rotate inside the circle. Still, Global Esports caught them from the back lines, and they still went in for the commit and got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous game, even Reckoning Esports choked up that compound fight, and it's pretty uncharacteristic of them. But as we do move on towards the 5th game of today, this is going to be the second last game of Miramar, as we do see the plane fly pad starting all the way from Impala towards Ruins.
All right, a flight path trajectory. Again, still favoring so many of these teams. The map almost getting dissected into two halves and Cripes. It's been a long while. It's been 4 or 5 years, and the first time we're sharing the desk together.
I know, right?
Boy, does it feel good.
Yeah, we've known each other for the better part of half a decade.
Yeah.
And this is still the first time I'm casting with you. It seems ironic, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the moment I heard the news, I was really excited. You know, finally I get to cast with Cripes. But, you know, let's not make it about us anymore. Let's just focus on what's really happening in front of us. Carnival Gaming. Boy, oh boy, the previous Miramar, they almost did have it in the bag. And let's hope they swing through this time as well, because they really need it.
Yeah, exactly. I was pleasantly surprised watching Carnival Gaming in the previous map of Miramar. These guys seemed like they had everything in control. It was quite a chaotic situation towards the end over there, but still, even though they were losing their members, they made sure they at least get a couple of trades, so the finishes still favored them to some extent. And I think as long as teams realize that, hey, we don't have any chance of winning this game, we just need to make up for it with the finish points. As long as you keep the numbers up, I think it should be pretty good.
For Carnival Gaming, more often than not, they've been blessed with the circle. It's again, I think, issues with reconnaissance and how they've been relaying that information to each other, getting caught off guard right out in the open. That has sort of been their kryptonite so far. But in Miramar, they did fix all of that issue and were really swinging and flying high. But again, whenever the discussion comes around Miramar, it has to be that rivalry, right? Team Xpark going up against Cheminx Venom. Considering Cheminx Venom did get that first chicken dinner, they've been dealing with a little bit of a fall lately.
Yeah. Also, I would like to point out that Xpark and Global Esports used to have quite a nice rivalry. And I expected to see something similar in the previous game of Miramar as well, but that was a bit of an anticlimactic battle.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I really would have expected is Xpark and Global Esports almost about locking horns.
Yeah.
But folks, we all know how that final game, in fact, the previous game of Miramar did pan out, right? The 4th circle almost ended, not even a single fight being initiated. In fact, guess what? It was Manya, the first player getting taken down. And considering iQOO Soul, they did have a rough start.
Yeah.
Now they're soaring through the skies. I'm feeling like they might head towards the moon pretty soon.
I think they will go beyond the moon. They've taken some inspiration from Mr. Musk over here. They're aiming for Mars.
Mars it is, they say? Who knows? I mean, for iQOO Soul, this has really been a different storyline because the previous BGIS, day 1 was pretty rough, Cripes. But seems like they've learned from their mistakes, and yeah, this is what really puts them a cut above the rest, right? Even when they're getting faltering down, still hitting back hard, and Vikendi, I think, had to be one of those games where they really came in swinging. But again, Team Xpark, now this is one of those teams, Cripes, that you know, we've been talking about them a lot. Yeah, they've not been getting those chicken dinners, but boy oh boy, a lot of finishes.
Yeah, plenty of finishes, right? Every single person firing on all cylinders, and everyone stepping up when the moment is calling upon them. If Ninja Jod is not able to put his best foot forward, Sarang makes up for it. And I think this storyline has been consistent with their entire journey throughout the BGIS.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you talk about them, like, this time so far, it has been a different story altogether, right? Wouldn't you agree? If we said, like, Shadow has been performing impeccably well. And along with that, Ninja Jod, previous game, did have those 8 finishes to his name. But the team we have in front of our screens, iQOO Soul, I think the fans are in fact quite elated as well. You know, they were waiting for this. Even Mortal was just, you know, we had that quick chatter, right?
Yeah.
He was a little heartbroken initially after the first couple of games, but this time, the flag was waving.
Yeah, and that was a pretty cool flag too. I mean,
it had those LEDs,
shining lights around it. I don't think I've seen a flag like that before.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I've not seen that. And
Yeah.
well, we know they are the innovators. They come up with something, new all the time. But, you talk about new things. The circle this time has been around Los Leones. Now, when you look at the circle, certainly favors the likes of Team 8-Bit. Now, we've been talking volumes about how big of a fall it has been for 8-Bit, and they really need to recover because they've been pretty much languishing down at the very bottom.
Exactly, right? Team 8-Bit has been that team which almost always manages to get in the position that they want, but somehow they get forced out of it. Or even if they manage to stay in there, they can't hold on to it for their dear lives because everybody else wants the spot that they have.
Yeah, I mean, for 8-Bit, they really need to cash in on this one.
Yeah.
For sure. I think if they have to, have some chances to really fight for the title, I think this is the game that they need to convert into their favor. But Team Insane, all right, this is one of those teams, Cripes, had a really good start. The first game of Erangel came in second, got a lot of finishes, are still in the race though. Top 5, top 6 position. I think considering you are Team Insane, you should be happy at where you are now.
Okay, no, that's where I disagree. You see, every time Team Insane starts off a tournament, they have an amazing beginning. Even during the league stage, even during the semi-finals, these guys had an amazing start. And I think that's pretty much what carried them throughout the rest of the tournament as well. If it wasn't for the massive buffer that they built in on the first day itself, they probably would not have qualified. Of course, they had to make a little bit of a Hail Mary play towards the end of the semi-finals as well in the final few games. So they managed to scrape through. However, we know for a fact that Team Insane is capable of a lot more.
They certainly are. And this is one of those discussions even I was having with the panel, right? Team Insane, they start off really well. The first day goes amazing. But today what they've done different is they've started engaging in those early fights. I think that is that X factor which I really felt was missing. And if they kind of keep hammering upon it, I really feel like they would still be one of the title contenders by the end of day number 2. But again, now coming back, Inferno squad, they have been the mischievous boys on the block. We've seen them getting clutched, we've seen them pulling off a clutch, and in fact, let's not forget, Jatin in the previous game of Miramar, or in fact did 1v3 the players of Team AARU, right?
Yeah. And more than that, I love the ability of Inferno squad to drag these fights out. They could be getting pushed by a hardcore 4-man squad looking to finish that fight very quickly, but Inferno squad somehow finds a way to either get a pick or to distract them in a way where they have a chance to regroup, recalibrate themselves, and then fight on the front foot when they have the advantage.
It won't be wrong to say, right, that Team Inferno squad, they have really been the flow breakers, or they have been throwing the spanner to the works of so many of the bigger contenders. In fact, starting off the first game of Erangel went after Team X-Park. And in fact, what a storyline it was. Owen and Ninja, former teammates, and this time, Owen did just hustle it out and took down his former teammate for the point that X-Park, imagine, had they not lost that fight, maybe they must have been sitting at the top spot by the end of this match.
There's a lot of things that could have happened, man. There's a lot of ifs and buts.
Yeah,
of course, I love the dramatics whenever there's ex-teammates involved and people that you know. So it always makes for a very entertaining affair. However, Inferno squad are in a little bit of a trouble because they're trying to take the longer way around. They're moving almost towards Campo Militar. They're still outside in the blue. And guess who else loves to stay in the blue zone? It's Reckoning.
Goes without doubt to say that Reckoning, they've not had the best of starts so far.
Yep.
But this time they're swinging through Inferno squad, losing a couple of those players, and let's see what really happens.
Yep. Shots exchanged. And yeah, again, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? When it comes to Inferno squad, they start the fight, but they are in no hurry to finish it. They love taking their sweet time, and I think Reckoning might not even stay over here to complete that battle.
I think Inferno squad are in a little bit of a disarray.
Yeah.
I think the panic button has already been hit, and one of the reasons why they're starting to disengage at this point. But Reckoning Esports, they know they need a lot of those points, and seems like Gravity Jord has a lot of information already released.
It's not just information, he might just have a lot of damage as well. And there goes Omega. Gravity Jord, as well as his teammates, just pulling all these opponents.
Look at this, Owen does fall down to the play zone damage. Seems like somebody from Reckoning did pinch in a little bit of that damage, and eventually even the finish got secured. So Reckoning off to a great start. And Inferno squad almost sent packing. Zin, the final player alive, What does he do? Where does he go?
I feel like this is deja vu all over again, Fixes. So many times you've seen Inferno squad lose a member or two, somehow leg it into the zone, drive in there, stay alive a little bit longer than a couple of other teams and just farm tiny amounts of position points. But hey, that's not a very sustainable strategy.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for Inferno squad, it's pretty much been so far a pretty rough day. I think that's what I'm going to conclude with. They need to go back to the drawing boards, fix things up and get better. But at this point, looking at this circle, this is one of the circles we have seen MOGO esports really thrive in. You know, the circle going around, you've got a lot of those hilly areas, a lot of those ridges to play around, and MOGO esports, I mean, to be honest, they've not had the best of start so far, but this is something that, well, I'm acquainted to.
Yeah, another concern is there's plenty of places to rat around in Los Leones. So, yeah, MOGO esports might have a great position now, but there are going to be a lot of teams that just decide to camp up around them. So they're going to have a lot of angry neighbors.
They certainly will. But the best part about MOGO esports is the boys never shy down from a fight.
Of course they don't.
Now, what's really concerning me is that FS esports, they're around the hood. And what gets even more exciting is the fact that Team X-Pac are also around them. So all these teams are starting to rotate, but for iQOO Seoul, they've decided to take that longer route, all from the western side, go in, inject themselves through the southern areas, and let's see what happens next, because right now, Team TAMILAS, now this is also one of those teams that did have a really good game in the previous one, right? And Kemin X VENOM, AARU opening things up, Global Esports, again, that early casualty.
Yeah, and this has been happening to them since the start of the day. Erangel, they were one of the first people to lose a couple of members. Of course, they won the fight, but they got third-partied and eliminated quite early. Beast retaliates in kind. He does knock Fury. Now, both these teams have a chance to reset, but Global Esports are just a little too far away from each other. All these players are heavily split, so trade potential is not as great.
Look at this, AARU, he's got that vision on Beast. He's going to be wrecking him down with all that bullets. Beast still survives, inches and ever so close. Mobi has a beautiful support angle, but Ninja Boy, he needs to find something more.
That nade. Oh no, that could have been dangerous. AARU flirting with fire over here. Now, there's Beast right underneath him. Mummy and Ninja Boy on the opposite ridge, but there's nades sailing in from the left-hand side as well. And now this will be a problem for Global Esports. Do they regroup over here, or do they set Ninja up for a wonderful flank and just have him get the timing right?
AARU's position is quite compromised. Kemin X VENOM cannot really go on the aggressive, right? They need to recover, they need to recuperate. AARU, however, just one good grenade and the deed might be done, but Phantom, he's got a beautiful flank angle to work around with. The big question, however, is Beast even aware? He's walking without his weapons on him, and this could end really, really bad.
Just the perfect way to ramp up your anxiety, right? Oh my lord, and this is exactly what you were talking about, Fixes. You just said that he might get caught off guard, and that's exactly what happens. Phantom sneaks up on him like a ghost, and that's another casualty for Global Esports. That's going to be Ninja Boy's cue to get out of here. They do not want to overstay their welcome. They don't want to lose any more members.
Oh, too much in a disarray. Global Esports having no other option. Overcommitting in the fight. A little bit of that greed really hurting them over there. Had no information and yet decided to walk out in the open. Was completely caught with their pants down. But for Team X-Pac, look at this. Reckoning Esports almost about to knock on their doors.
Yeah, but Team X-Pac are kind of split over here, so Ninja Jot will obviously be the first point of contact. He has to be the tip of the spear, but is it sharp enough? Nades primed. He's got plenty of sound cues, and then takes just one well-timed nade to send shrapnel packing into their bodies. Now, of course, now that he's thrown that nade, his position's given away. So he has to find a way where his teammates can cover him and maybe regroup with them.
He's got it. Ninja Jot, he's got the cover fire from the backlines. Viper, of course, he's going to try to instill a little bit of that hurt, but Reckoning Esports, now this is the body language I absolutely abhor. Reckoning Esports, they weren't like this during the league stages. They used to force those fights, and look at them running away from it. And I think like they've got a little idea that Team X-Pac is right in front of them, and they do not want to mess with the big boys. Boy oh boy, they're going wrong.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports might be a little low on resources. Keep in mind that they took their sweet time up towards Campo Militar in the blue. They even fought against a couple of other players in the process of doing so, so they might just be running a little low on heals. Meanwhile, iQOO Seoul inching closer and closer towards Raven. Now, the problem with iQOO Seoul is that yeah, they have the top spot. I just hope nobody paints a target on their back.
You know, a few things have changed. You could notice, right? In the previous games, iQOO was always trying to be forceful to have that central spot to themselves. But this time, they've got a different course of action. Heading in through the edges might really be the key. And Raven Esports, yes, this is one of those teams that did knock out, in fact, Manya, the first knock in the previous game of Miramar.
Oh, yeah?
And it's a good time to get a revenge, especially when you're running hard with confidence. For iQOO, again, it's these band of brothers just moving around. Let's see who gets the first knock.
So, while Ronnie and the rest of his teammates are moving around in different directions and trying to gather as much space for themselves, they have indeed settled towards the southern tip of that circle. So they're going to play towards the edge. Raven obviously has the same idea. On the other end of the circle, you've got VASISTA towards the northeastern side of the circle. They might just get kept by Reckoning Esports, but there's obviously plenty of other areas where they can circumvent them and just go around, right? I'm worried about Team X-Pac. Now, they've already had some engagements with these people in the past, and VENOM is quite close to them.
We've got a really better rivalry with them. You know, initially we really thought that they're going to be, just duking it out right at San Martin, settling the scores.
No, they're taking this fight all over the place, man.
Yeah, they want to bring it till the end, right? And what better way than just locking horns against each other while rotating? And the best part, the cherry on top of the cake is the fact that nobody's really around them to intervene. So if they want to go for a 4v4, might as well, the best time to do so.
Exactly. This can be the cleanest fight that they get the opportunity to get inside. Reckoning, of course, is close to them, but I don't think Reckoning is in any position to third party since there's plenty of other teams next to them. Meanwhile, as the circle keeps on shrinking, all the other teams who were towards the southern edge, including iQOO, Raven, even Global Esports for that matter, have to now go in inch by inch. Of course, there's plenty of room for them to stay peacefully next to each other, but I don't know if these guys have that same principle of peace.
What's going on, Cripps? FS Esports, they're out in the open. In the middle of nowhere, have those grenades already triggered. They know Team LIMRA is right beside them, but I think it was meant for the players of VASISTA. And there you have it, Team AARU. They've always been all over the place. This time, finding some opener onto its Reaper. Gets the confirmation done, but what really worries me, so many plethora of teams around them. And there might be a third party already in progress.
Exactly. The moment AARU Gaming try to make their position known, try to lock someone into their crosshairs, they've got uninvited guests. And both Team X-Pac and Reckoning, we saw this fight coming from a mile away, and now it's finally underway. Spray God jumping down, and that's Shikari down in the ground.
The Grim Reaper strike once again. And this time Reckoning Esports, they're running for their lives. This is not the Reckoning that we've seen in the past, but Team X-Pac Sarang is going to take his chance. He tosses his hat into the ring in the form of a grenade. Does not find success though. Viper still trying to find another angle, but Team X-Pac, they've already reunited. They want to push in, they want to isolate and want to instill that hurt.
Oh my goodness. I don't think Team X-Pac have any intention of waiting. Viper attempting some jump shots, but I don't know if he will connect those. He's got backup artillery coming in, but that nade is just a little too out of range. It won't really help him, so now he has to reposition towards the other end of the compound. But Gravity, meanwhile, finds an opportunity. That's Nin.
Really needs to get at some sort of opening. Needs to thread the needle, but it was Shadow who gets the deed done. And Reckoning Esports, the numbers start crumbling down, but the IGL himself decides to push on in. But look at Spray God, he's already down on his knees. Shadow trying his level best to get that revive, but look at Gravity John. He gets taken down by Sarang, and Team X-Pac live to fight another day.
My goodness. There's a lot of other people who want a piece of this pie, and Reckoning they might have had the early advantage to send it in, but their players are a little too far away. Viper does not have any backup, and I don't even know if the rest of Reckoning Esports want to commit the rest of their players to finish off what they started. They might just have bitten off a little more than they can chew.
I think they need to cut their losses at this point.
Yeah.
Have no other options. Reckoning Esports really succumbing to so much of that pressure, but Kevin X Venom, I'm pretty sure, Cribs, they have that glee smile on that face, right?
Yeah.
What better way of taking down Team X-Pac whilst they're engaging with another squad?
Yeah, I think they did manage to get a knock through the windows.
Yeah. Spray God.
Yeah. So while Reckoning and Team X-Pac are duking it out, Kevin X Venom will be more than happy to get a piece of that pie, get a couple of finish points for themselves as well. Of course, I'm actually very surprised by the way how X-Pac managed to recover from that one. Otherwise, they would have been back in the server.
Oh, they certainly would have been. But still, you know, losing out on Spray God, still going to be a huge danger. But this is what I was talking about, right? This circle favoring the players of MOGO Esports, having the smack center to themselves. Now look at the number of teams, the splash of colors from the certain side. Everybody would be wanting to infiltrate inside the zone. But I think only a chosen few will do so. Inferno squad, final member surviving, Zayn. He's got an entire horde in front of him. I don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, but luckily the members of Venom don't stay around to find out whether Zin is alone or whether he's got a bunch of other teammates with him. If they knew that Zin was alone over here, if they knew exactly who's shooting at them, they probably would have sent it. But this fight continues, and it's ended just as it begins. Reckoning Esports are out.
Massive debacle for Reckoning Esports. They need to recover. But maybe in the next game, Team X Park really hitting when it matters the most. But for MOGO Esports, this is one of the games where really they need to find the conversion. iQOO, VASISTA Esports, all in close proximity. But Kemin X Venom really keeping that northern territory to themselves. But the biggest hurdle would be how do they inject themselves inside the circle. But Team X Park, Ninja Jord, he seems to stop at nothing at all, Cribs.
Absolutely not. Team X Park know for a fact that they need to make that climb and they need to do it now. That's why they're going all out to hunt anyone who comes into their crosshairs. But I think this time it's just Team TAMILAS offering themselves up to multiple other enemies. Team X Park takes a shot at them. Even Insane has their crosshairs locked onto them. So Team TAMILAS really need to recover or maybe get out of the open.
At this point, for Team TAMILAS, now they need to get the ball rolling, right? The previous game really was a goodie for them. And this time, they need to ensure they carry on with the festivities. But for Team AARU Gaming, they've been on a roll lately, just driving over players left, right and center. But VASISTA Esports, finally they have also decided to enter into the fray, right? They're starting to gate crash, get a couple of finishes here and there. But now the biggest hurdle for so many of these teams, Crips, how on earth do they enter inside the circle?
I don't think they do. I think this is one of those moments where you recognize that you don't have a spot in the circle and you need to somehow just get as many finish points as possible. Of course, VASISTA has the right idea, but on the other end of the circle, you have CARNIVAL Gaming versus iQOO about to begin. And oh my god, look at S-Power! He's ramming in Omega and Knuckle, both on the ground. S-Power trying to get a position where he can cover his teammates so that they can revive Knuckle. Unfortunately, all the people that he had his eyes on have somehow disappeared and repositioned themselves as well. So iQOO really need to recuperate and figure out where they're getting shot from. Meanwhile, FS and VASISTA Esports are locking horns and they have a lot of intention of inflicting damage.
Oh my god, that was a peekaboo moment for Manya. You pick it and you miss it. Gets a good trim right on his head as VASISTA Esports Rage got out of nowhere, decides to just step in. Demon Incarnate and has got a lot of hurt in the roads of the players of FS Esports.
Oh my god.
While finally we're starting the finish speed, just dancing with so many of those players falling down. Everybody with one intention to get inside the circle as iQOO, they're being hammered down this time by the boys from Global Esports.
Yeah, it seemed like everybody wants to get in on this fight and there's absolutely no guest who will be uninvited. That's a hot potato right there. Perfect nade from S-Power. And it's just Neo left hiding inside that smoke, hoping to stay alive just a little bit longer. But the nade does connect. There's a little bit of damage inflicted, so S-Power knows exactly where to aim the next one.
Ouch. That has to hurt. This is where he fumbled, right? We all thought it's going to be a smoke, but it was a grenade. And S-Power delivering where it matters. But yes, iQOO, they've been injured, they've been crippled, 3 finishes only. Barely the final player surviving S-Power, but when you talk about the circle, talk about the team that's right at the smack center, this time Team TAMILAS. But the big question is, do they have enough numbers on them?
Oh, Atanki priming that nade. It might just connect. No, it doesn't. And that is going to be Dragon's Cue to go closer. They know for a fact where Atanki is. All they need to figure out is where the rest of his teammates are and whether they're trying to reset. Yes, the reset does come through. The rest of AARU Gaming now trying to take height so that the nades won't reach them. And they need to find a safe spot for themselves. Covering fire just to make sure that they have the space they need to get their HP back on top.
The Sparrows we've seen throughout his entire journey of the BGIS, touted as the clutch meister. He's done that so many times for his team. Team LIMRA, one of those teams that really loves their Miramar game. This time in a whole world of trouble as Dionys decides to drive over him. As the Sparrows does not even get any time to even breathe. As Team AARU, they decide to wreak havoc. The moment they go out in the open, Cribs, they're getting shot from elsewhere.
Yeah, now LIMRA have no choice. They have to fight back. Dinos is raining fire from above. Veyron pushes in the front, and that's Goku on his knees. That's Veron's to continue going inside. He knows for a fact Dragon is just across this ridge, but he's getting shot from another team, so now he has to re-prioritize his targets.
For Team AARU, I think they've lost it. They pretty much lost it. They just want to go all guns blazing, go after any single soul they spot out. And Boko could be next, but almost decided to just step on the vehicle along with him. But then again, Team AARU still prevailing supreme. But now he is going to fall prey to the play zone, as Team X-Park was also watching them from the sidelines, as now Keminex, Venom and MOGO Esports. This is a love story we saw in the previous game as well.
Yeah, it's not the kind of love story you would want for yourselves. MOGO had the best spot in the circle at one point, but now they're on the edge and they have to fight their way inside. Meanwhile, Venom, they're picking up fights with literally every single person that they come across, and that's another knock onto AimGod. Meanwhile, you have X-Park who's trying to gun down MOGO. So this is a four-way battle now.
Look at Altu. Look at him. Almost had so much vision there, but yes, there you go. Keminex Venom really enraged at this point. 8 finishes already, 3 players still surviving. And I think they have got enough points at least. And from here on, whatever they accrue for themselves would be those added bonus. But for MOGO Esports, they also need to get inside the circle, given the fact that Team X-Park has such a close eye on them.
Exactly, and X-Park has been one of those teams that isn't getting pressured by anyone. They are the ones who have a safe spot with themselves, and they are the ones who are dealing the damage to everyone else. Keminex Venom, we knew for a fact that they bit off a little bit more than you can chew, and now the entirety of 8-Bit is going to focus on them. On the other hand, iQOO Seoul has just managed to eliminate Global Esports, and that's another bad game for them.
It was just one player. S-Power decided to take down the entirety of Global Esports. That has to be baffling, that has to be hurting. When you take down one of the most aggressive teams, but 8-Bit Esports, they're on a little bit of that recovery run, have made it inside the top 7, haven't got a lot of finishes to their belt though, but now they're starting to get hot.
Exactly. There was a point where 8-Bit were losing their members left, right, center, but they somehow managed to not only recover, but they have a couple of finishes as well. Aditya has one for himself, and now they might just get a couple more. iQOO Seoul, S-Power did manage to eliminate the entirety of Global Esports, but now he's the one who's down on his knees, and X-Park, they want all these finishes.
In the midst of it all, Team Insane, they're getting a lot of job done over there. Spotted out the players of Team X-Park, but Sarang, he wants to pick this fight. Already has that one knock secured onto with Spy. He's eyeing out for more. Maybe one more and might get the job done. And this is where Team X-Park are really considering going in for the push.
Yeah, and this might just actually pay off. Sarang has the advantage. They just managed to get back on their knees, and he dips back in cover. He's trying to go left, right. He goes in fully with the DPS, but he overstays his welcome. Aditya will manage to connect the spray once again, and now it's up to Shadow to finish off what his teammate started. But he's got so many of the targets on his screen, he just simply cannot get his priorities right. Team X-Park getting pulled and pushed in several different directions, and it's 8-Bit who's capitalizing on the chaos.
8-Bit coming out of nowhere, getting all those finishes off of Team Insane as Shadow. He is surrounded, caught between a rock and a hard place as Team TAMILAS. MOGO Esports also strike from the sidelines. And now Team 8-Bit, just a couple of moments ago, Cribs, they just had a single finish, and now they already have 7.
My goodness, what a way to ramp up the aggression. And 8-Bit have absolutely no intention to hit the brakes. They got MOGO in their crosshairs now. Delta, Destro, Justin, all of them going down. MOGO is down to their last legs. It's just one man who can somehow save them, and it has to be Shogun. Great connection. Aditya shaves away most of his HP, and Mighty will burn the rest. This is hand grenades and hellfire raining down upon them, but Shogun has so much to deal with. He's trapped in a corner, like a rat pushed against a wall, trapped in between a rock and a hard place, and that will be his fiery grave.
8-Bit, they are Demon Incarnate right now. They've got the wings, they aren't clipped off yet. They're flying high, the Grim Reapers inside of the lobby. The final 3 teams, but we all know who's got it in the bag. It is going to be Team 8-Bit. And to make things even better, Mighty, what a comeback it has been. 7 finishes for this lad. That is a performance and a half.
That is definitely something I did not expect. Meanwhile, Keminex Venom just trying their level best to heal off for as long as possible, hoping to outlive Team TAMILAS and get that second place. But 8-Bit basically has this in the bag, right?
Yeah.
Both Venom as well as Team TAMILAS are just going for a heat battle. It doesn't matter which one of them comes out on top. They just want to deny 8-Bit those finish points.
Yeah, they certainly do. But Maxi is going to be throwing his hat into
Oh,
the
no.
ring. But there you have it. Aditya gets the job done. What a game for Team 8-Bit. What a bounce back. Just before this game, they were languishing at the pretty bottom. And like the saying goes, right, if you hit that rock bottom, the only way is going to be up. And that is something that Team 8-Bit, they finally managed to figure that one out.
Well, the last few first aid kits left for Fury.
Yeah.
I want to see if he manages to actually finish one guy before he finally succumbs to the blue zone. Nah, I don't think he's doing that, right? He will just sacrifice himself to the blue, not give them that finish point. Every single point matters over here, so...
Look at this. Mac already starting to celebrate. Suddenly he decides, yeah, Fury has been spotted, but
there
yeah,
you go.
No harm done. And Team 8-Bit, finally, what a recovery for these lads, especially after such a disastrous rough patch. This time they've recovered, and boy oh boy, they've done it in style.
They indeed have done it in style. I was worried for them at a point. They lost a couple of their players. They had those players down on the ground. They managed to not only recover, but they also managed to get into those positions from where they can have a sightline onto everyone.
Yeah.
I don't think I would say they prioritize the zone, but they definitely prioritize making sure nobody else gets in the zone.
I mean, 8-Bit, MOGO, what a recovery that was. Even Team TAMILAS, they were right there. Even for Cheminix winning, this game was super important to once again bring themselves back somewhere closer to that first spot, because they were there in the top 5, but it was quite a big difference between the first spot and the 5th. Before 8-Bit, this recovery was needed on the day one at least.
Definitely.
You know, I'm kind of startled that you're not gloating with pride anymore.
Yeah.
Because, Necro, you've got this thought always, right? Whenever 8-Bit gets their circle, they get their chicken dinner. That is pretty much the rhyme, that's pretty much the motto you've been singing all throughout, and I think that has finally come true.
Exactly. 8-Bit, once again, the circle gracing them with its presence. Somehow 8-Bit's defense, it's always been really good. They know exactly how to play around the circle. But once that circle shifts away, that's when we've seen a lot of those major problems, those major obstacles being there. But now the fact that the circle was on top of them, 8-Bit, they did phenomenally well. The same thing can be said for MOGO Esports too. MOGO Esports rotating themselves inside of that zone, doing quite good. Now they were there on the latter half of the board, but after this performance, there's a high chance MOGO, they might just propel themselves in the top 8.
You know, that's kind of really difficult to say because MOGO Esports, I'm kind of curious to see how many finishes have they got for themselves.
That's a point as well.
Because we haven't really seen them engage in a lot of those fights. Because, yeah, for a moment, 8-Bit, they had the circle to themselves. Mighty, I mean, that is one of those players. I think one of the highest frags today that is got for himself. I think 7 or 8 something,
Yeah, 7 in a game.
Yeah, even Team Insane was right there too, right? And we know how important this game was for Team Insane too. Yeah, decent amount of elimination points here and there. Team Insane, they were being a part of that fight. In the end, they just got pinched.
I mean, I would say that Team 8-Bit did not have to put in too much effort into getting into the zone. I think it was like handed to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or maybe it just said, it felt like it was destined.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what we've been speaking about, right? 8-Bit, whenever the circle is on top of them, that's when they tend to find themselves in that chicken dinner spot, or at least in the top 3. But yeah, once again, the conversation was towards Insane.
Yeah.
They were quite close in the top 8. They were quite doing decent. They started things off on a decent note, but then later on, the inconsistency hit them. The previous game was decent as well, Vikendi. And then now this game was also quite decent.
Now, would you blame them though? Of course, Team Insane still, you know, keeping things rolling, but this time they have their attentions entirely fixated at Team X-Mark. And 8-Bit out of nowhere, they just came from the back line, just ran over them. But when you talk about the winning moments, I think the moment, I think 8-Bit wiped out the entirety of MOGO Esports. They were pretty confident. But there is one thing, Necro and Crips, we both missed out, that clutch from S-Power. I think it was a 1v2 or a 1v3 against the players of Global Esports, and I would love for that to come on the screen once.
Yeah, for the players of Global Esports, they're in the top 8. They're always choking out on some of the moments where they're taking the unwanted fights, in my opinion. That unwanted risk is something that's really cutting off the players of Global Esports. But once again, that's what the players are known for. As long as at the end of the day, the players are going to be in that top 8, it's completely fine. Because we know Global Esports, they're really good at finding that one solid game and just propel themselves, just like what iQOO did at the top of the table. So Global Esports, they can easily do that.
Yeah, and they've been touted as the most aggressive team in the lobby.
Yeah.
Of course, that title comes with its own risks. You have to be willing to take them.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of the risks, I really want to see teams like Team LIMRA as well starting to take those, man. getting caught in that dip. Yeah, things were looking way too dicey for them.
It's the land pressure. All I have to say is about that, because for Team LIMRA, what was their USP? It was all about the circle rotations, right?
Yeah.
Now they're somehow finding those problems. Now we're seeing Team Xbox, so a lot of those teams really going after them. But this time it was Team AARU. They just decided to go all out, right? The moment the players of Team LIMRA was focusing elsewhere, from nowhere, from the backlines, they decided to drive them over. And when the last player was trying to make a run for his life, again he gets picked off.
I mean, even for Team AARU, it's a wake-up call. If they do not start performing consistently as well, then it will be a big problem, because Team AARU will be easily kicked out of that top 8. Something needs to be done. They're still on the latter half of the board, but we're still waiting for teams like VASISTA Esports to start doing something in the lobby, man. The previous game, once again, left out.
Yeah, VASISTA Esports just seemed to be very lost in this game. They thought they had a great entry into the circle, but surprise, surprise, there's a lot of teams ready to welcome them with open arms and open fire.
I mean, VASISTA Esports' main USP has always been about playing that safer playstyle, right? But so far, that switch-up coming into playing 4, you do see, of course, Austin now being in that playing 4, and I guess that switch-up is also haunting them. And when we had a talk with the players of VASISTA Esports, they clearly mentioned, yes, they are going to be on the aggressive end of things this time in the Grand Finals, because they know that playstyle that they were possessing in the previous stages, it's not going to win them the championship.
You know, they've just become the villains of this tournament. You know what they did? FSC Sports, they were in the second spot, and VASISTA decided to go after them. You know, VASISTA Esports might not have had the best of games, but still, you know, kind of causing that hemorrhage for FS, that is a big blow, especially when you're one of those teams that are really eyeing out for that top spot. I think FS, they're going to be feeling hurted at this point.
They definitely will be feeling hurt, but knowing the fact that FS Esports, they had a decent cushion to work with, at least one game leeway, you can't say. This one single game being left out, completely fun. FS Esports, the recovery can easily be there. Knowing the fact that we're going to end things off in Erangel, I think so FS Esports, this will be their comfort zone.
Is it though? You know, that's the big question, because Kevin X Venom just recently had really a good game. Even for the likes of Team X Park, who was still right on their tails, they had a lot of finishes to work with. So FS Esports, slowly but surely, they're starting to slip out on points.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, they still had the cushion though, right? So they're going to be there, somewhere in the top 3 at least, or in the top 5. They're not going to be left out completely away from the top 5. FS Esports, they had a decent amount of points secured already. Yeah, a lot of the previous teams, or in the previous game, a lot of teams did perform in the top 5, but in general, FS Esports, man, consistency is something that's speaking for themselves. The previous couple of games, they have been at the top of the table. They have been performing really well, and I think so, knowing the fact that we're going to move in towards the classic round of Erangel later on, the consistency can be expected. MVP of the previous game is in front of us.
That's mighty. Of course, it was quite obvious with 7 finishes, you have to be the MVP. But what's impressive is how he managed to get them. You keep in mind that 8-Bit weren't just aggressive, they were also losing a couple of their players. So they not only managed to recover, but it had to come down to Mighty providing covering fire so that the rest of his teammates can settle themselves again.
You know, this was a huge mental reset for 8-Bit, especially considering all of your day's games haven't really been going well. And finally finishing the day on a decent note, I think the idea from here for Team 8-Bit should be trying to get inside the top 8 as soon as possible. And I think this chicken dinner kind of opens the doors for that. But then again, when you look at this particular player, Mighty, has always been somehow low-key underrated, right? Because Necro, you and I, we've been seeing him throughout the journey so far. And he's been such a key figure for his team.
I mean, especially in the Grand Finals right now. Mighty, knowing the fact that this game holds a lot of that value, he performs when it matters the most. And as I mentioned, this game was desperately needed for 8-Bit too. Who would like to see such a banner on the last spot in the overall standings? It's such a massive letdown. But now the fact that 8-Bit, once again, they have got themselves that grip. All it takes is just keeping on moving up with that grip they've found. As we do see the top 5 players, it's also going to be Ninja George, Phantom, S-Power, and Altu.
Yeah, the fact that Team Venom have 2 of their players in the top 5 is a very positive sign. What's a negative sign is that both of their finishes are just as much as Mighty.
Alright, I mean, we get that, but for Kevin X Venom, in the grand scheme of things, really works out, right?
Yeah.
All these 8-9 points, and let's not forget, they finished second. So I think they've crossed at least 10-12 points for themselves, and with the kind they started the day with, I think this would be a very good recovery, because those games in the middle did not really go the way they kind of panned out. Because now, with Kevin X Venom having a consistent one, I want to see how many points they got.
Well, the point standings in front of us. MOGO Esports with just 6 points in that previous game. You can see the vacuum of points in the top 3. 8-Bit getting 22 points, Cheminix VENOM getting 14 points, and then you've got Team X-Spark with 11. But then look at that massive dip. On the 4th spot is MOGO Esports with only 6 points. That's a major vacuum in the top 3. And then you move down towards the point standings as well, and you do not see another major name. That's going to be Carnival Gaming. Still on the latter half of the board. I'm not sure what exactly is going on with the boys.
Yeah, considering how the previous Miramar was so well for them, and this time they were quite open in with their pants down. But this is where things are getting exciting, right? This is a point you brought up about Team AARU. Look, I have to say, they've been playing a little different. They've lost it at this point. All they want to do is just go after teams, hunt them down, and try to get as many finishes as possible. And as a result of which, they had 5 in this one. So if they can maybe increase that average to a couple more, maybe get 8 to 10 around, then who knows, they might have a fighting chance.
And once again, Fixes, even Reckoning Esports was there in the top 8 in the overall standings. This big letdown is definitely going to make sure that Reckoning Esports might just get kicked out of that top 8.
Yeah, but I think Reckoning Esports are getting targeted by pretty much everybody in this lobby. I mean, the last 2 games have been sort of unlucky for them, where they try to pick up a fight, but then everybody wants to intervene on that particular fight. There's like 10 other people fighting elsewhere, but no, everybody loves to just mess around with Reckoning.
Maybe it's just Reckoning Esports' timing's a little bit off, right? Reckoning Esports, they're supposed to be the mischievous bunch. They're supposed to be the aggressive bunch inside of the lobby. They like to be part of these fights. They like to be part of the third parties. And as you mentioned, if Reckoning Esports is getting third party themselves, then that's a big issue. It's not the first time that's happening. It's happening over and over again. But you mentioned it's time to go all out aggressive. We also did see them going aggressive in that compound fight where they just completely choked up against the one single man, which was Hesperus from Team LIMRA.
I think for Reckoning, they're feeling scared. I don't think they had a fight against Team LIMRA. I really feel like the point was the fight against Team X-Spark. It was a good fight. They had to initiate. You also had the players of Cheminix VENOM really initiating and trying to hurt the players of X-Spark. And Reckoning, they were feeling scared.
I mean, for Reckoning Esports, I guess you can't say the land jitters too, considering the playing 4, they're quite the newer bunch inside of the known banner. The top 8 now is in front of us of the overall standings of the grand finals, and you do see in the top 5 clearly. As I mentioned, FS Esports, they're not going to be kicked out of that top 3. They're still on that 3rd spot, barely clinging onto that spot, but then Team Insane, they've made that entry. Look at 8-Bit, such a big leap in the overall standings, all the way on the 6th spot from the last.
Team 8-Bit definitely needed this one, right? And we've always been talking about those big number games where you have a lot of finishes, a lot of position points, and this had to be it for Team 8-Bit, but it's still not enough. You look at the one big game that iQOO had, took them to the top, but unfortunately Team 8-Bit, it's better than being on the second half of the score table.
I mean, it's completely fine though, right? Being at the top of the day 1, it's completely okay. The other teams in the top 8, they're still not going to be stressed out about that too much, because they know they've got a lot more games to go. 12 more games to prove themselves and their worth. That's more than enough for you to take down a champion team like iQOO Seoul. Right now, Seoul is of course at the top. That's nothing taken away from that, but sometimes we've also seen those loopholes even in their playstyle.
You know, for iQOO Seoul, yeah, I get it, but still, as long as they're finishing the day on a good note, it's fine, it's all dandy. It's all about trying to stay at the tippity top, at least around the top 3 position. Now, when you talk about FS Esports, now this is one of those teams that has finally lost that vacuum of lead, that kind of lead that they had, right? Slowly the teams are starting to catch up. But again, I wanted to go back to the conversation around Team Reckoning Esports because, hey, Necro, we've seen them throughout the entire journey of the BGIS, and they have been always the aggressive bunch. But the way they reacted to that fight, that push initiated by X-Spark, it feels like it's a different Reckoning altogether.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I wanted to point out as well, right? We're used to seeing a Reckoning that takes lead off the fights that they want. Yeah. They decide what they want. Right now, it doesn't feel like they're in control. They just being pushed around by teams, and they're just going with the flow. They are the ones who are being forced to adapt, not the other way around.
Interesting. So they're not able to play their own game. Instead, they're being adapted, or they're being forced to adapt according to the lobby. So Reckoning Esports, one thing is for sure, something needs to be as soon as possible, considering it is the last game of the day as well. And we all know, everyone wants to go back to the hotel room, have a good night's sleep, right, Fixers?
Of course they do. And I think the last game is pretty much the momentum setup for tomorrow. Finally, the teams will know what the work needs needs to be done after you go back to your hotel, get back to the drawing board, and the teams right on top will be doing what they've been doing, right? It's pretty much been working out, but the teams somewhere around the mid-table, they will be making those major changes. They will be kind of changing those tactics, and who knows, we might get to see something exciting tomorrow.
Big names like Reckoning Esports, VASISTA Esports, and even Carnival Gaming still struggling on the latter half of the board as we move on towards the last game of the day. And it's going to be Erangel on the board. As the plane fly path now, it's going to be striking right on the screen, starting all the way from Inferno towards the Snovka military base. This plane fly path is divided quite equally. You can't say the teams are going to be happy with this one.
We're going to be quite happy with that, Necro. But thank you so much for introducing the game. And now it's time for me, Super Johnny, and Necros to take over. We have quite a decent flight path to kick things off for the last match of the day, Necros. But what are your expectations now after the previous game of Miramar coming to an end? And of course, the turmoil that's there on the overall leaderboard.
I mean, the boys of Venom, they're playing incredibly well, but iQOO still keeping up the pace for themselves, being the table toppers, has a lot more to tell, especially in this final match. We're talking about the flight path, Johnny. We see it coming down from the Severny, down to the Nova Ripnoi, and finishing between military base and it. So there is a bit of chance. A lot of teams will have the privilege to drop in their respective drop location and gain a lot more points, but I'm really concerned about the team still lying down in the bottom and not having the ideal day one start as they wanted for themselves.
Yeah, again, though, it is just day one, so there is an opportunity for everyone to recover quite significantly tomorrow. But look at this, right off the bat, we have a rock clash of sorts happening in Yasnaya Poliana. It is Kemen X Venom going up against X-Park over there. Global Esports taking an early exit towards Severny, and of course, VASISTA Esports also taking an early exit, but looking to head towards Zarki or the northern Georgia Pole City. Still looking to see how that fight towards Yasnaya is going to turn out. Who do you think is going to win?
Oh my god, I have anticipated this fight so much, but I guess it's going to be a head-on battle. And it's really very hard, Johnny, for me to tell which team is going to win, because both the sides, you look towards the perspective of X-Park, you look towards Kemen X Venom. Both the teams are in form. You see the top three teams. It's iQOO, X-Park, and Kemen X Venom along with that. So when it comes down to the top teams, it's really hard, but let's hope that the best team wins.
Oh, and look at the circle itself. We have one towards the eastern half of the map. Of course, I believe around 20 to 30% occupied by water. Not enough map for the entire lobby to work with, but still the early stages, it is quite massive, so everyone's going to find a way to sneak towards the edge if they want to. But we have those outliers that have headed towards the western half to look for loot. We're going to come back to that, as it seems like X-Park Ninja Jod has spotted out Altu from the side of Kemen X Venom, fired a few shots, although he was unsuccessful in securing that knock.
They want Kemen X Venom to feel the spark within themselves. The shots are being fired, and they've already, kind of announced that we aren't backing out from this fight. You want to take it? We are welcoming you pretty well, but Raven Esports, this is the start they wanted, but not quite for Team TAMILAS, because they have lost one of their early players. Manti's down, so this is going to cause them a lot of trouble in the end circles, because specifically, this is the map of Erangel, and you need all the 4 players till the end circle to get a lot more finishes, as well as survive.
Yeah, and look at Revan as well, already circling those compounds like vultures, looking for a few extra frags, but it's going to be difficult for them to find the players of Team TAMILAS, especially in those southern fields. It seems like one more has been spotted out up the hill. Shots fired though. Not really looking to turn around and go and pick a fight. They want to get their early game loot done as quickly as possible as well. There they go, another vehicle found.
I like this kind of approach, right? We have seen a lot of early collisions just to contest to get those vehicles.
Yeah.
Specifically in the map of Miramar, we have seen it. In the map of Sanhok, we have seen it. Maybe in the map of Vikendi as well. So this is a kind of approach, or the kind of idea that all the teams need to figure out, that if you are going for the vehicle, it is always a 50-50 situation if you also have a team in the neighborhood who also wants to get that same vehicle for themselves.
Of course, early priority for the vehicles for teams that want to rotate quite far to get the early game kicked off, but we see the players of X-Park slowly and steadily inching closer to Altu, although unaware of Phantom lurking in the backlines, and Spray Guard spotted out. Although Phantom still waiting to have complete vision of the opposing player before he takes those shots, but smoke lobbed out and Spray Guard easily able to cross on over to the other house. Altu, pretty sure He's just waiting for the players of X-Pac to extend. Venom in the back lines as well. It's a trap laid out to bait the players of X-Pac, and there it is. The first knock secured. Ninja Jod goes down.
This is the trap that Cheminix Venom. Look at the flanks that they're doing in every match. You see them. Phantom getting the off angle, the unorthodox picks for themselves, opening it up for the players of Venom. Venom Gaming, but Sarang, it seems like he's got some different intentions. Fury, he has been taken down, and the retaliations have been exchanged from both the sides. Ninja Jod, he's knocked out. Fury, he's knocked out as well. So both the teams need to figure out what to do next. But Fury, he has been completely compromised, and there is no chance for him to get back on his feet. While X-Pac, they still have the room to get Ninja Jod back up to maintain their 4-man stack.
Yeah, X-Pac being the aggressive one of the two sides. Secure that one frag. Ninja Jod brought back into the game. A brilliant revive coming in from the side of X-Pac. So the reset that they wanted has been secured. And Cheminix Venom. Altu, he's armed with the DBS. Can definitely take down at least 2 players from the side of Team X-Pac. But he has to wait for them to position exactly where he wants them. But it's on the other side of the broken wall. And X-Pac still scrambling for information as to where exactly did Altu go. And as soon as they exit this house as well, let's not forget Venom, he's still on that rooftop. Oh, but he's been isolated, so Altu's in trouble as well. Switches over to the Vector, back to the DBS. The player's too close for comfort, and there he goes. Altu dropped on the floor. X-Pac, they have the second knock of this fight.
This is bad for Cheminix Venom. They would have looked very good if they could got all those finishes, but X-Pac not allowing them, converting 2 finishes. Phantom is way too far, and even Venom has been knocked down, so Phantom has to play the solo game in order to get a lot more points for his side, because Cheminix Venom, the kind of fight they wanted. Oh my god, Sarang, he wants to go nasty, finishes Venom with a fist. And that actually kind of announces, Johnny, that Yasunaya is ours. The first match, the flight path was different. That's why you got the room, but not this time, buddy.
Not this time, not again. And this is the sign of a great team. Never make the same mistake twice. They've learned from their mistakes, learned from the past, and have figured out what not to do this time around. An incredible recovery from Team X-Pac, and of course, those 3 extra points. Let's not forget the fight against iQOO Soul on that overall leaderboard. It is still on, but we do see the last man from the side of Cheminix Venom make the great escape. Phantom turning into a Phantom himself.
Yeah. He had to. He had no options, right?
Yeah.
But talking about the other teams, Carnival Gaming on the other end, still there, prevailing over the areas of smaller compounds of Gatka. Looking forward to get as much loot as possible, because Carnival Gaming, they desperately need a lot of points. They are still out of the top 8. They will be looking forward to get a lot more points in order to make a comeback and find a suitable spot for themselves in the overall standings to start off good in a good manner in day number 2. Because for day number 1, being very honest, Johnny, it hasn't been the day what Carnival Gaming seek for.
Yeah, I mean, not exactly. And of course, they are going to try and recover tomorrow. We do see Akshat on that bicycle. Kind of a risky move. Only risky if there was someone around them, but we do see on the map no one occupying any position west of Gatka. So Carnival Gaming, they're going to be safe up until then to reach the city of Pochinki. That is where Raven Esports is. Or of course, if MOGO Esports decide to push up north right here, right now. And again, because of how the zone is in this game, I think we are going to have to be patient to witness those 4v4s, those complete 4v4s being forced. Although, it seems like INFERNO squad, they've crossed on over, crossed the no-ref bridge and are waiting on the other side to clear up the front lines and then move up north. But here it is, the recap, X-Pac versus Cheminix Venom.
There were a lot of talks about it, that this drop contention, like X-Pac, they have 2 drop collisions with Cheminix Venom. They had similar drops in San Martin in Miramar, and that too in Yasunaya in Erangel. And finally, we didn't see that much in the map of Miramar, but in Erangel, finally, we saw both of the teams colliding against each other. But X-Pac, they have definitely marked their territory and announced that if you are coming, you are the guest in this business, in this particular area.
Yeah.
We are the owners, and that's how they have marked the territory, at least for the day number 1.
Hey man, there was this one song from one of my favorite movies growing up. It was Home Alone, and the song was "This is my town. Better watch yourself when you come around."
Oh my God!
And that is what X-Spark basically are doing to anyone who shows up in Yasnaya. And look at that, Global Esports, they're rotating quite close to the God building, the police station that's there towards the eastern edge. They're going to try and breach from that northeastern edge of the circle. And of course, I think this zone is going to take us towards that shelter, prison, mansion, triangle of death. But the IGLs, they are expecting a shift towards Milta City. That can happen as well. You see the cluster, it's forming towards the southern half.
Oh, look at this, Johnny. Team AARU, Team Reckoning as well. Just trying to, just sharing the intels about, yes, we are here, we are rotating to this place. If you want to engage, it's fine. But we have seen Reckoning today. They don't want to take any risky fights. And about the day that they had already in the day number 1, the confidence level seems to be pretty down for them. Because otherwise, the Reckoning that we saw earlier in the previous stages was really different. If it was the previous Reckoning or the informed, confident Reckoning, they would have pushed for a fight against Team AARU.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely would have, but I think the struggles of the games prior to this are what are keeping them at bay, as you said. But look at this now, Carnival Gaming quite close to the players of 8-bit. And again, all of these teams present towards the southern half. I just pray the next shift towards be towards the northwestern quadrant of the zone towards school. That does give the advantage of the match to the players of X-Spark, but it's going to force a lot of these mid-rotation fights for anyone that is south of Pochinki and Shelter.
Really looking forward to what VASISTA Esports and Team LIMRA are going to do. Because they have been doing so many late rotations, which unfortunately haven't worked out the way that they wanted it, right? I mean, Team LIMRA, they have been struggling from the very first match. Even for VASISTA Esports, the performance that they wanted to kind of showcase us, that too in the finals, when you are in the day number 1, you want yourself to have a great start. It's not that what they expected, or neither we expected it.
That is true. I mean, we expected VASISTA to actually pop off today.
Exactly.
But that's not been the case, and again, the struggles continue. To be fair, quite unfortunate, this team. Always getting picked off mid-rotation, but they will have to figure out how to recover points, and I think in this game, they're trying to take things slow, just trying to play for survival. Although, look at how awkward this development is going to be. VASISTA rotating from the southern sides of Severny right now, looking to head towards the city, the hills of Stalber Hill and Kamishki, and then they're going to try and breach the circle from the same edge where Global Esports just went in from. The problem is that there's one more team, or in fact just one player, still holding that Stalber Hill. It is Phantom from Chemex VENOM, and of course, X-Spark, they've gone for this weird play where they've occupied the area from Kamishki till Yasnaya. They've gone for a 4-man wide split.
I guess there is a thought that is prevailing over the minds of Team X-Spark that, you know, there can be chances that Global Esports, they can rotate because they have a good read about it. X-Spark, they're doing pretty good. They might have got all the kind of idea of where which team is rotating, and they're suspecting that Global Esports or any other team can be nearby to them. So why take risk when we have already got a good start, 3 finishes in the bag, and we can play it safe and wait for the later part of the game?
That is true, but we are going to find out if that actually works out for the side of X-Spark. A risky move. Although, yeah, there it is. They do spot out, I mean, Shadow at least spots out Phantom. The last man left alive from the side of Chemex VENOM. And the rest of the players, they're looking to close in, secure the 4th point from that particular fight as well. Although again, now this sort of forces them to stay in the blue longer than they need to.
I guess this is a kind of tactics that I really would want to ask Shadow, what is this kind of play that you are planning up? Because there is definitely something going on in their mind, but the way Team X-Spark is rotating right now, and if they move forward in the very same pace, they might be colliding with VASISTA Esports, because they're also coming down south from the areas of Severny, and they had a very big rotation, if you ask me, because it's not that easy when you come from the areas of Zaki and the circle goes down southeast. You have to rotate from a very long place, and you're not even aware which team is at what position, because a lot of fights have already taken place. They also know 4 players have been taken down and out, but from which place, they're completely unaware of it.
Yeah, they're not really aware of how they're going to make things work, but iQOO Soul now Decent high ground to work with, and of course they are smack in the center of the cluster that we were talking about. The southern half of the circle, the cluster of farm and shelter. Even on the radar, we see the players of Team TAMILAS quite close. Espoir is just circling around and around, hoping to see if he can use the third-person perspective, the free look feature of the game, to just scout out the open field, see if you can see the threat in the distance before it arrives. But I don't think they have a lot of information as of now. No one's moving around too much.
This is a phase journey that we have seen so many times, specifically in the map of Vikendi. But the second match of the day, the Miramar, it was way too slow. And we kind of saw it coming. Maybe this Erangel is also a kind of replica of what we saw in the second match of Miramar. But overall, when we just talk about it, Team LIMRA still going forward with the same rotation, the late rotation. They're trying to chime inside the circle and find a sweet spot. They do have a lot of room to play along with, right?
Yeah, I mean, oh no!
Oh,
look at
no way!
Let's head to the city of Milta now. I guess there's absolutely not a single team there, and the entire cluster present towards the northwestern edge of the circle and the western half as well. Everyone's moving. A wave of colors sweeps the city, sweeps the circle, and still there's enough water in the zone to make a lot of these teams panic. But look at that, MOGO Esports rotating along the southern edges. And Team TAMILAS, I think they're going to be the happiest of the bunch, along with Team Insane. Early control of the city being given out to these two squads.
Hey, I still believe the main happy guys will be Team AARU because they are still in the eastern side.
Yeah.
But right now, the fight that is to get started is MOGO Esports versus 8-Bit. The nades are getting cooked up from both the ends. Justin is still there. But Destra goes kaboom. Aditya gets the opening. Shogun, Justin, this is the moment. 8-Bit, they're all up, but now they have to go and close this deal as MOGO Esports just crumbling down.
Alright, nades run out, and Mighty is going to have to get Mighty with his weapons. 8-Bit, they have the upper hand in this fight. Not a single player taken out. MOGO 2 down on their knees. And there's a revive being given out by Justin. Shogun being brought back. Vault up! It is perfect. It should be able to flush out the players, or at least cause some panic within them. And 8-Bit, they move forward. Confidence in their eyes. And they are asking MOGO Esports to bow down. And MOGO Esports, they are resisting. But look at the radar. There's one more team on the flanks. Raven, they come knocking on their doors. And 8-Bit, they have to wrap things up as quickly as possible. Justin, the last man left. Sake down one. Second man talked out due to the third party. And 8-Bit, they've bitten a little bit more than they can chew. They are getting punished. Justin does secure that opening point for his team, but I don't think this is going to be enough.
A lot of shots being fired on the players of MOGO Esports. Justin barely breathing, and Reven Esports joins the party, comes in to go for the third party, and even 8-Bit, they're struggling. Juicy has to make a fallback, but Justin, he's confined. He's got no way to go outside, but 8-Bit, the fight that they had everything under their control just went out of their hands just in the blink of an eye, and Reven Esports reign supreme as MOGO Esports have all gone down.
Yeah, but I hope, or at least I was hoping for another third party, but we do see the players of Carnival Gaming just back off. Oh no. But anyways, I mean, it's better for them. They do need those points and are quite desperate for them as well. But here we have it. X-Spark against VASISTA. And VASISTA, they've done quite decent for themselves. 2 points secured, all thanks to Rage God. But they've lost 2 players as well in this fight. So it's an even trade.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 50-50 situation for VASISTA Esports. We saw that coming way too early, that VASISTA Esports and X-Spark might collide, but it happened this moment. But look at that. Even Team LIMRA are tailing behind them. So VASISTA Esports, they have to be very cautious. My bad, it's Team X-Spark those have to be very cautious because Team LIMRA are behind them, and VASISTA have to take care about Team X-Spark.
Yeah, I mean, VASISTA, they're on the move. They're trying to run away from X-Spark and avoid losing out on any more bodies any further. And they do spot out the lads of X-Spark passing them by. But as we were talking about LIMRA, if LIMRA move in at the right nick of time, then both of these teams, VASISTA and X-Spark, are to be in a world of hurt. Shadow 7-7 taking a few extra unnecessary shots from MJ. But all of that foliage around him, all of these trees do provide him with enough cover to use that buggy to make a quick escape.
But this has completely separated both the players. SprayGod has gone down to Milta City while Shadow is still behind, and he's way far behind. Not just a small distance in which SprayGod can go back and picking up and come back to the Milta compounds, and they know about it. So, in my opinion, Shadow will be playing the safer game and SprayGod will be going for the finishes, but he has to take care about 2 teams coming up from behind, Global Esports and VASISTA.
Exactly, and GE, I mean, with how things are going for them, I think they're going to be quite upset.
Yeah.
That why are we not there in the top 3? They will try their level best to make that big leap in this game itself. But look at that. The circle, again, a very drastic shift. Milta City, well, the real estate is quite booming.
Yeah, the rates are going high, and it seems like the richer team, it seems to be AARU, having so many compounds in their name, having a beautiful 2-2 split, having the show line control as well. You can look at the position. AARU, they can get so many finishes if they want. Reckoning exactly in the opposite compounds. Viper has got plenty amount of shots on himself, so he has to play a little bit safe. If he goes knocked out, then Reckoning will be under pressure.
Yeah, and Reckoning, I think the pressure already on their heads today, not really going the way they were hoping for, but hopefully there's going to be a swift recovery tomorrow. Team AARU blocking their way as of now. The honest says he's the first man in line, holding that rooftop, needed to gather information, but did feel the threat of getting taken out, so he does back off. But this passive positioning from AARU denies them the opportunity to see the threat headed towards them, and Reckoning, they're desperate for this opening. But look at the radar, there's one more team right behind them, VASISTA Esports, just hoping that both of them mess up and VASISTA can capitalize.
Hey, they are the bunch of misfits, right?
Yeah.
They know how to capitalize on the situations. But yeah, for Reckoning, I'm really looking forward. How are they going to play in this situation? They have got the compounds. It's not like they're in the open. They have got the advantage for themselves. We know that Reckoning, they are not that good in the open fights. But now as they are in the compounds, they have to capitalize, Johnny. There is no excuse that they can give. But even I'm looking towards the entire split of Carnival Gaming in the shoreline areas of Novo Bridge. So they are playing it safe, trying to stay a little bit outside from the fights that are happening. And it is going to benefit them, if you ask me.
Well, let's see how big of a benefit they can reap for themselves.
Yep.
Not going to be easy at all, for sure.
Never.
And it is going to take them a while to sort of build it all up, put it into execution. So we're going to have to see how the setup turns out. But on our screens now, Carnival Gaming, again, the shoreline under their control from the Nova Repnoy Bridge, almost all the way towards the Milta City. But it is Team Insane that's just there in their way, blocking the entry, allowing them not to take any concrete cover for themselves. And of course, Raven Esports, who have the compounds across the road. As soon as Carnival Gaming overextend, they're going to be put under a sandwich. Well, they're going to be the patty of the sandwich, basically. And the two pieces of bread are going to be Insane and Raven.
Even for now, coming back to the fight of Reckoning versus Team AARU.
Yeah.
A lot of shots have been exchanged already. You can see the players dropping down in the HP, but VASISTA Esports' position has been compromised. And Team LIMRA, they already have the eyes on them, waiting very patiently that if VASISTA Esports make a move, they will prey on them. And the circle, X-Park, they really wish they had all the next two players with themselves, because the circle is really pretty amazing. But iQOO, Soul, they're in some different contention than FS Esports. They are just putting the big trouble for them.
Yeah, the fear of God being prudent to the players of iQOO, Soul, FS, the back and forth. It has happened, but now it is Ronnie coming to the rescue. And they do succeed in surviving, but this was a close call for the side of iQOO Soul, and it's still not over. They're still surrounded by a lot of threat, and the biggest threat is the last player remaining from the side of Kemenex Venom. But Phantom, oh no! He gets taken out. Did he get taken out by the blue? No, it was Reaper from Raven Esports who find that last pick, and they pick off the individuals from the side of iQOO Soul as well. S-Power being brought back, but it is going to be a 2v4.
Oh, it's really bad situation for iQOO Soul. They might have got 6 finishes, but Raven Esports coming all hoarding down to them. It's really bad, but wait, what, Jatin? He just burned himself down with his own Molotov. What is going on for INFERNO squad?
They want to make the fight fair.
Oh my god, Johnny.
Oh! Nice nade coming in from S-Power. Aim got down on his knees, and now this might be a fair fight, but S-Power knocked out again, all thanks to Reaper. Ronnie is the last man left. Hulk, Hangzhou, and Reaper. A 1v3 waits for them on the other side, and Ronnie, he's going to dream of clutching this out. First position on the line between X-Park and iQOO Soul, and both of them are struggling in this match right now. X-Park already down to 2 players, but they're 5 eliminations to their name. iQOO sold 6 on the board already, but also down to their last player. And Ronnie, he's snuck into a corner on the edge of the smoke. Sees Hulk right in front of him, still holding on to the trigger. And now finally sees the opportunity, looks to seize it, takes down one, looks to secure the point as well, and succeeds in dishing out at least some damage to the players of Reven Esports right before they abandon the fight.
Oh, he also has to give the revival to his power, and it seems like it is not possible. Ronnie has to get inside the circle in order for him and for his team to survive. 7 finishes in the name of iQOO Soul, but it's a very, very big distance he needs to cover. But his Spray God, he also goes down. The global esports boys, they're charging up against the favorites, and it seems like the IGL has to step in right now.
Yeah. But then again, I mean, global esports all about the aggression, although in this game, only 3 finishes secured so far. BC is extremely low, needs to heal up. Healing utility available as well, so shouldn't be a tough job for him. Oh, how are they here? Insane. They've lost players already. In fact, they lost 1 man, 1 more knocked out in Carnival Gaming. Look at them. Such a beautiful execution. They have concrete cover now to themselves. In fact, an entire roadside owned by Carnival Gaming.
But they still have to get inside the circle, Johnny.
Yeah.
And now they have to cross the streets. And sometimes crossing the streets is a big task for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it seems like they are Carnival Gaming, they're in a similar situation.
See, ideally in a real world, you only look left and right, right? But in a game of BGMI, you're going to have to look up on the rooftops as well, especially in the city of Milta.
Yeah.
And of course, backlines compromised, as we can see. Reven Esports closing in.
Not a great position for Carnival Gaming. I don't know whether they have an idea of whether Reven Esports are just tailing behind them. But if you ask me, at this position, Carnival Gaming has to make a move, and that has to be quick.
Yeah.
If they are delaying it, they are inviting Reven Esports to come on a 4v4 fight against them.
I mean, the longer they wait, the more information can be picked up by the opposing players. But look at this, global esports. I spinned on the players of Team TAMILAS. 2 nades were locked, but none of them connected. And Namavi, he's getting a little too eager. The man with the golden hand, does he still have that golden touch? Is the question. Pin pulled out, nade being cooked. And there it is, the knock. But this one secured by the lad of Team Insane. Ninja Boy, he finds another one. Trade being given out for the players of Team TAMILAS, all thanks to Global Esports. But Maxi, he's crawling in the wrong direction. He's just closed in on towards Mavi. And look at the double nade, the tandem nade coming in from the players of GE. They are quite hungry for these finishes. And the players of Team TAMILAS, they just run into a field of landmines. Another knock secured. GE, the aggression, it's never going to stop.
I don't think so, Johnny. They're using the desperation, the need for Team TAMILAS to get inside the circle. They used it as their own weapon because Global Esports knew they had the circle advantage. But now Team LIMRA, they're again the complete food served on a platter for Global Esports boys, moving up to 6 finishes already. Even Reckoning, they have started to pop off from their end.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for anyone to stop GE if the momentum, if one more player is not shut down, because all of them are picking up the pace slowly and steadily. 7 eliminations on the board already, and GE always fighting, looking for more. The perfect nade comes in, and there it is, one more finish in the bag for Global Esports. Ninja Boy is definitely picking up a lot of things from Mavi.
Oh my god, he has definitely learned that art of man of golden hand.
Yeah.
And it seems like it has transferred from Mavi to Ninja Boy, but definitely Global Esports, this is the match for Team AARU. This is the match, but only one team will prevail on the top. Is it going to be Team AARU? Is it going to be Global Esports? Still a big question mark because the boys of Reckoning, they're still pretty stubborn in their position. 3 finishes already in their name, having the hard compounds. They're playing it all together, looking forward to get some more points in their bag.
8 eliminations on the board already. LIMRA, how is LIMRA still in this? Lost player left, struggling and surviving in the blue. We haven't really seen them in this game for a long time, but here is the cluster on the edge of Milta City. Reckoning Esports have done a brilliant job to recover at least a few points from this match. Team AARU as well, 5 eliminations on the board, and they've made it to the top 6. I think if they can figure out a way to stay alive till the top 3, I think it should be a decent enough recovery inside at the end of the day. But Team AARU right now distracted by the players of Reven Esports, and they have a lot of information to work with. Nades lobbed out, but no damage dished out. They're trying to flush their ban, and as soon as Reaper goes for the push, what a big blunder! Atanki whiffs the entire spray, and that could be it. Delay coming in for Team AARU, although they do punish the mistakes of the other squads, taking off a few from the side of Reckoning as well. 6 eliminations now on the board for Team AARU. And AARU is still looking to open up on the board, but a nade to the face, and Dionysus hits the floor.
This is bad for the situation. Yes, Dionysus, the big position has been compromised and is confirmed by Viper. There is no room for survival and no room for revival. Reven Esports, Global Esports, Reckoning, all coming into that same direction. And Vero knows it. That roof position is so valuable that they need to stick in, because if they can hold it properly, they can get a lot more finishes in their back. But Viper, he's just not in a mood to allow Team AARU to do that at this moment, because Reckoning wants this game to be there, but Moby finds one opening, and even AARU trying to retaliate on the Global boys.
It is going to come down between Global Esports and Team AARU, but I think it will be the players from Reven that can decide who walks away with the chicken dinner. As of now, the circle, it is under control of Global Esports, and they have these lines of fire available to them to actually cause a lot of trouble for the players of Team AARU, but they have to be careful not to overextend towards the east, because that is where Reckoning Esports are waiting for them.
Oh my god, the sprays are working. Global Esports, they're on a hunt, completing 10 finishes already, but in front of them they've still got a business to accomplish. But Atanki gets the final touch on the players of Reven Esports. Coming down to the final 3 teams, the circle is shrinking. Global Esports down to 3.
Yeah, Ninja Boy knocked out though. Mavi extremely low. Beast looking pushed forward, but Mavi gets knocked out. Not really a position G thought they were going to be in, but now the floodgates have opened for the players of Team AARU. They have the numbers advantage to work with. If they can get that revive in, or at least finish off the players of Global Esports early before they recover, they could have secured the win in a comfortable manner. But it seems like it was a little too delayed. Now the revives have gone out, and Global Esports back at 100% firepower, looking to end the day with a chicken dinner. But it's not going to be that easy, especially with Reckoning Esports also being present in the mix.
Look at the nade coming in. Moby goes down. Gravity Jogs open it up for the side of Reckoning Esports. Another nade to just put the nail in the coffin. But Global Esports seems to be pretty stubborn. They don't want to compromise that position, but the nades are not going on to the right direction. But Team AARU decides to rush in, gets the knockout. Atanki is down. Beast is down. Veyron pulling up the strings, but Ninja Boy still surviving as the pillar standing tall for Global Esports.
Yeah, now he has to dodge all of those nades that will be lobbed upon him. The barrage, the artillery strike that will be lobbed towards his direction by the players of Reckoning Esports. And they've tucked themselves away in a corner, the players of GE. Reckoning now getting distracted by AARU Gaming, but Ninja Boy, one revive given out. Now he has to delay the opposing players, the opposing teams, of being a bigger threat than they already are. They can wrap things up against the players of Team AARU. There's one more man on the other side, spotted out and finished off. 13 eliminations for Global Esports. And then there were 2 teams remaining. GE with 3 players and Reckoning Esports with 2. One hiding on the rooftop. This is going to be a very difficult fight. They have to fire, in fact, cover each other's backs at the precise time. One single mistake and this could all be over for GE.
Reckoning Esports, it seems they are confined, Johnny. I don't see them coming out and being saved. Gravity Jot goes down, but even there is a retaliation from Hunters, making it down to a 1v2 situation. Ninja Boy has dropped down pretty much. He needs to patch himself up as fast as possible. Hunters is pulling up the strings, making it doable for the boys of Reckoning.
It's 1v2 and Hunters does not have a single piece of utility available. All GE need to do is wait for him to make a mistake, and he is just about to, getting too overeager, jumps out in the open, and there it is. Global Esports, what an incredible day they are having. I believe 15 eliminations secured to end their day with an incredible chicken dinner. Before this game began, I was outside. Someone came up, asked me a question. Who do you think is going to win the last game of the day? Without even thinking, Global Esports. I've been saying this from the start.
I mean, the funny part is, I just had a conversation with Fixes and Crips saying that Global Esports, fine, they're still at the end of the day in the top 8. All they need to do is get one solid game to bring themselves back in the race in the top 3 at least. And here we go. Global Esports, today's stealth, they get that massive game. And now they're going to be somewhere in the top 2.
Hey man, and it's simple as well. As long as they stick to their strategy of GE always fighting, they succeed. The moment this team turns down the aggression is the moment they lose.
I mean, they were taking so many fights inside of that Milta City, right?
Oh my god, the way they actually kind of capitalized the aggression that we really wanted from Global Esports literally arrived in this map of Erangel. This is the Global Esports we wanted, but the kind of precision they had, every time pushing onto the compounds, dumping those nades, completely making the other players vulnerable, that worked so brilliantly.
Johnny, but once again, a major setback inside of this game was also MOGO Esports.
Yes.
They're still not able to perform. It's a big problem at this point in time. Destro needs to do something.
Destro needs to do something, and it seems like there is some romantic history between MOGO and 8, because no matter where you go from in Erangel, they just end up finding each other.
And the good part about this entire previous game, right? Let's look at the positive side of things. At least Reckoning Esports, Team AARU once again able to do something. Team AARU, the last time we saw them perform like this was in the game of Sanhok. Team AARU, they did get decent amount of points, but then later on, once again, the performance, it just completely crashed down. But now this last game was a major glimmer of hope for our Reckoning and AARU.
Yeah, even I would say AARU, they were playing brilliantly well. The position of, I would say, they had already, it was really amazing till Veron was compromised. If Veron would have stayed alive for a longer period of time, I don't think Reckoning they had a chance to enter even in the top 2.
You know, I don't blame Team AARU for taking that exit on the 3rd position, because that one small play from Ninja Boy, the stun on the knock player, so even he can't see anything. And then he peeks around the corner of the broken wall, spots out one man just distracted by the players of Reckoning, takes them all out.
We also did see a bit of a mess up from the side of Global Esports. We did see one team nade right over here. The nade was being tossed to try and make sure that the opponents on the opposite side of the wall get knocked out. But a miscommunication from the side of Global Esports was something that could have cost them this entire game. The man getting knocked out, could have been such a massive setback. But Global Esports, they still recovered in a really great fashion, knowing the fact that they've got the man advantage in the final fight. Global Esports, they played to their strength.
I mean, yes, they did. I mean, which is just fighting, right?
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, there was a little bit of a panic moment, as you mentioned, that nade from Ninja Boy that took down Beast, and of course, all of a sudden G was down to their one last surviving player. Luckily, before his teammates were knocked out, they had lobbed so many smokes, created a soft cover for them to work with, that Ninja Boy just spammed his shotgun inside of the smokes and was able to secure those knocks. Otherwise, I thought Team AARU and Global Esports, they were going to end up fighting each other and destroying each other and Reckoning Esports. At a certain point, I think Reckoning had the highest probability of the win in this game.
I mean, at the end of the day, you've got another strong contender in the top 3. That's all I'd like to say, right? And speaking of the top 3, we also did see the table toppers going off against each other, right? There was a fight between the players of iQOO Seoul and FS Esports, where we did see a third party coming in from the side of Raven Esports later on, but we've got the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Ninja Boy with 7 eliminations and damage number of 937. Ninja Boy, he has racked up a lot of those points for his team.
Yeah, today Ninja Boy has stepped up big time in the map of Vikendi as well. He has performed, and now in the map of Erangel, he has been doing exceptional job. Athanki also stepped up this time from the side of Team AARU. iQOO Seoul, Ronnie, I really thought that he could have clashed out against Raven if they wouldn't have made the fallback. He almost got the second knock as well, but it was unfortunate for iQOO Seoul. Though, I would say it was a very good day for them.
I mean, overall their day was wonderful. Same goes for X-Park as well. They played bad one game, but others were quite decent.
Exactly.
So we'll give them the leeway of making a mistake in a few matches. But then again, I mean, tomorrow can be deciding factor for both these teams.
But Johnny, speaking of X-Park, where it all started, in Yasna Poliana against Chemex Venom. That drop collision, it did not pay off too well for the side of Chemex Venom. But one thing is for sure, in the upcoming Erangels, which are going to be happening tomorrow, Chemex Venom, they will be on the path of redemption.
I mean, path of redemption, but in what way? Are they going to change their drop, or are they just going to keep on forcing fights against X-Park?
They want to redeem themselves in that battle, because Chemex Venom, win the fight pretty much. Chemex Venom, they know what they're capable of. They know they have got the firepower to keep up against the players of X-Park. Unfortunately, one single match left out completely fine. Chemex Venom still doing decent in the top 8. As I mentioned, day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. For the teams on the first half of the board, all they need to do on day 2 is just keep pinning their spot down in the top 8. And then on the last day, they can try and run for the championship.
Definitely, but looking at the standings on the board, I think it is going to be quite incredible to see what the difference is going to be like at the top of the leaderboard now. And considering Global Esports, a brilliant pop-up coming in from their side, iQOO Seoul and X-Park as well, the team sitting at the first and the second position before this match, also contesting each other quite close. But Necro, our defending champion lineup, MOGO Esports. Now this was not even an average day.
It was not. MOGO Esports just struggling throughout the entire day, and still pretty much they're going to be there on the latter half of the board. But then you talk about CG. At least MOGO Esports, they showcased some glimmer of hope. CG, they were just not even there, even in one single game. So for CG, what exactly is going wrong?
I mean, in every match you see iQOO, Soul and Carnival Gaming, they had a rotation collision every match. So I really don't know what's going wrong with Carnival Gaming, but it seems like they are still not looking forward for those aggressive approach that they already had in week 2. Even 1 or 2 games went well, but they are again lacking down.
Yeah, I mean, especially for CG, tomorrow's day is going to be so crucial.
Very.
We keep on speaking about day 2 being the day of comebacks. For CG, this is the exact moment they're looking out for.
That is true, and same goes for MOGO as well. I mean, these are the 2 teams that everyone was hoping are going to be in the top 5, the top 3 consistently. Some of the best players in the country part of these lineup. But again, today wasn't a great day. Tomorrow could be better.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's reveal the curtains now. Let's just take them away. The overall standings will be in front of us soon enough as they roll up on the screen. It's going to be clearing a lot of that brain fog that is there. Who is there in the top 5? Who has managed to pin that spot down? iQOO Soul definitely won't be there at the top, maybe. And yes, they still are. Global Esports, a major leap in the overall standings. A big catapult on the second spot with 54 points.
Oh man, and look at this. It is on, ladies and gentlemen. Just 19 placement points secured by both these 2 teams in the 6 matches they played today. 19 placement points with 1 chicken dinner. That means in the remaining 5 games, both of them were just able to secure 9 points each. And yet, those finish numbers are absolutely incredible. And same thing goes for X-Park as well. The fight for at the top right now is getting very intense. And of course, FS and Cheminix Venom, they're not too far away.
But X-Park and FS Esports in the top 5 with no chicken dinners.
Exactly. But Cheminix Venom, I would say they also had a very decent day today, if you ask me. But yes, some of the games they completely scrambled down, and that has made the difference. But talking about the second chart, which I'm concerned as well, VASISTA Esports, MOGO Esports, Carnival, they are literally they have definitely not performed the way they wanted it to be.
Yeah, I mean, the latter half of the board still major concerns, right? You've got teams like VASISTA Esports, MOGO, and Carnival. These 3 big names right next to each other. It really hurts as a fan to see them right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it does hurt to see them that low in the ranking, but I mean, we can't really do anything about it, right? I mean, even in the fights that we noticed, it was just smaller mistakes being made by VASISTA. They did try to recover, they did try to slow themselves down, playing in the blue for so long, but even then, just getting caught off guard at the edge every single time. I don't think I've seen them survive beyond the 7th or the 8th stage even once.
Yeah, I mean, looking at VASISTA Esports' performance so far, it's really making things even tougher for us to predict what the standing is going to look like on the day 2, because I genuinely think so. VASISTA Esports, they keep on continuing the same way.
Yeah.
I don't think so they're going to be the champions. I don't even think so they will be able to breach in the top 8.
I was just about to ask you this. Do you think we can expect a comeback from VASISTA Esports?
If they keep on playing like this, absolutely not. They need to start hitting the deck, but their firepower has been looking weak as well.
Yeah, I really think the very same of Necro, because the firepower is very different from what we saw earlier. But if they actually continue with the same flow as what they did, if they don't change anything, like strategically the rotation or the kind of approach towards the fight, it's not going to happen, like 0 result.
I genuinely think so. They should bring back the playing 4 that was there in the past stages.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, maybe switch up. Yeah, maybe switch up Austin once again. Bring back the other player who's currently sitting on the bench. But what do you think?
I do agree with you. K47, him being introduced again in the playing 4 can definitely be the switch up, because it is going to surprise the opposing teams as well as to what has just happened. Every time K47 was there, we would see the aggression, the spike in the aggression, just a smidge, but it felt like it was always enough.
At least VASISTA Esports were able to get those consistent points, right?
Exactly.
Right now, they're just not even there. For CG, they've got the same playing 4, but still things are not working out. They do have 1 more man on the bench, but at this point, I wouldn't recommend for them to go ahead and use that man.
Yeah.
I would still just say stick to the playing 4 that you've gotten. No, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen these 4 guys, right? It's been a while. If the man is sitting on the bench, he comes back.
You want Hector to be there.
I, of course, do want him to be there, but at the same time, for the team as a pack, I don't think so it will be too good.
Okay, I do agree with what Necro is saying over here, because, I mean, even in the past, and, okay, CG does tend to put Hector back in if the team starts to struggle, but only on a few maps. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Sanhok and Vikendi is what the man is known for the best, and he will always make sure that the team walks away with the maximum number of possible points, even in the worst possible situation.
Exactly.
So, that can happen, but I do agree with what he's saying. The team has sort of started to stabilize now, and it will be really about just switching things up in terms of rotation timings? Because with how the games are being played right now, they always tend to get too early and then everyone just collapses upon them. Too much pressure to deal with. Can't even blame them for that.
Now, once again, if you do want to bring Hector back in the race, who are you going to substitute? Every single player is just really good. It's a big question mark.
I think so the normal swaps, ideally the swaps were always Hector and Neo.
Yeah, but then Neo is such a big chunk of that firepower that CG currently acquires.
That is why it only happens on Vikendi and Sanhok. On the maps where they know for a fact that they can just play with survival and get away with, just playing for survival and not really taking those fights.
Now, once again, you can also speak of another big name, and that's going to be 8-Bit. Yeah, one single solid game completely fine in the span of 6 games, but then later on, once again, the consistency just dwindled down. 8-Bit, they need to do something to keep that latch still in the top 8.
Yeah, that is true. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, the way Team 8-Bit have made a comeback from where they were 9 points down there, they got the chicken and they kind of got the momentum, finished in the top 8 for the day 1. I still think of the way they have started the day, from where they ended, they would be happy, but they still have the room to make a comeback in the next day.
Yeah, but with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it from our side. Me, Johnny, and Necros, we're going to sign off, but let's move on towards the stage because the show's not done yet.
बिकॉज बहुत ही बेहतरीन डे 1 रहा जहां पर कुछ टीम्स ने सरप्राइज किया, कुछ टीम सरप्राइज हुए एंड कुछ टीम्स ने अपनी गलतियों से सीखा, कमबैक मारा एंड डोमिनेट किया. एंड अब बात करते हैं आज के मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर ऑफ द डे से. ये एक ऐसे प्लेयर हैं जो एक ऐसी टीम में है जिनके लिए पहले 5 गेम्स तो उतने बेहतरीन नहीं रहे, लेकिन वो कहते हैं ना, आप अपनी गलतियों से अगर सीखते हैं तो आपसे बेहतर और कोई नहीं है. We're talking about global esports and इसीलिए I would like to call the MVP of day 1 from global esports. Let's welcome Ninja Boy. Ninja Boy, first of all, congratulations. क्या बढ़िया win था towards the end. Of course, मैंने ये सुना है कि आपको लोग प्यार से शेर बुलाते हैं. And आज शेर की तरह सिर्फ आप ही नहीं, आपकी पूरी टीम खेली है. लेकिन पहले 5 गेम्स की अगर बात करें तो क्या ऐसा सीखा, क्या ऐसी गलतियों पे आपने फोकस किया कि जो छठे मैच में जो आपने डोमिनेशन दिखाया, जो पेशेंस दिखाया, everything worked for you guys. क्या हुआ था in the first 5 games and the 6th game? क्या फर्क क्या था उसमें?
फर्स्ट 5 गेम में ऐसा था कि हम थोड़ा कंपोजर के साथ नहीं खेल रहे थे और थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेशन वीक हो रहा था हमारा फाइट वगैरह में. सो उसमें हमें एक तो और बीटी था कि हम सेकंड थॉट पे खेल रहे थे, फर्स्ट थॉट पे नहीं जा रहे थे कि ये करे वो करे, जो कि हमने लास्ट में सुधारा और वो चिकन निकला.
ऑफ कोर्स. एंड डे 1 तो अभी समाप्त होता है, लेकिन डे 2 और डे 3 में अब क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स से?
वो तो उसी दिन पता चलेगा. प्लान करके तो कुछ खेलते नहीं है, वो तो गेम में जो होगा देखेंगे.
प्लान करके आप खेलते नहीं है? तो मावी के साथ क्या डिस्कशंस होती है जब प्लानिंग होती है, जब स्ट्रैटेजीज बनती हैं?
स्ट्रैटेजी बनाते नहीं कोई.
स्ट्रैटेजीज होती नहीं है तो आप
गन पावर है, वही बहुत है.
Alright, so that's the MVP of day 1, Ninja Boy from Global Esports. Congratulations Ninja Boy. शेर रहिए और शेर की तरह खेलते रहिए. Congratulations. So that's the MVP of day 1, Ninja Boy. And of course इस समय मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि हमारे जो Elite Pass holders हैं, आपके लिए एक्सक्लूसिव मर्चेंडाइज है. एंड जैसा कि हमने वादा किया था, एक स्पेशल मीट एंड ग्रीट सेशन भी है. तो अभी आपको मिलेगा ये एक्सक्लूसिव मर्चेंडाइज एंड the meet and greet sessions. And thank you so much for buying the Elite Pass, क्योंकि जो भी money यहाँ से collect हुआ है will be donated to the Abhinav Bindra Foundation. So really appreciate that and thank you so much for getting that Elite Pass. So that's it from day 1 of the BGIS 2024. अब day 2 में जैसा इतिहास बताया, it is the day of comebacks, it is the day of surprises, it is the day of upsets for a few teams, not for you and me. We are gonna have a lot of fun. We are gonna witness some intense gaming action. So we will be back tomorrow. You know where to come back. So that's it from day 1 of BGIS 2024. 2 चीजें एक बार कर लेना. एक बार तो जाने से पहले लाइक कर देना स्ट्रीम को, एंड याद रहिए इसी जगह आपको वापस आना है for day 2 of BGIS 2024. That's it from the stream. Thank you so much for watching.